Chapter 1. Grey. Later, she would not be able to say when the walls had started whispering, whether it was the moment the coffin touched the earth, or the moment she came home, or whether they had always been whispering and she had simply never been quiet enough to hear. All she knew was that by midnight, the kitchen wall behind the stove was covered in writing that had not been there before. Hundreds of symbols, floor to ceiling, and her hands were shaking for the first time in her life. But that came later. First, there was the funeral. Nobody came to her mother's funeral who could remember her name. There were 6 of them at the churchyard, counting the vicar, and Aelith stood at the edge of the group in her mother's black coat because she did not own one. The coat was too long. The sleeves hung past her hands. She held them bunched in her fists like a child dressed in something borrowed, which she supposed she was, and nobody looked at her long enough to notice. The vicar said the right words. He had been given notes, Evelyn Voss, age 47, resident of the cottage on Hare Lane, and he read them with the careful sympathy of a man performing a duty for a stranger, which was fair. Leora had been a stranger to everyone in Dunmore, and Aelith had been less than that. The daughter. Leora's girl. The quiet one. She watched the coffin lower into the ground. It was a plain thing, pine, because Leora had left no instructions and Aelith had no money for anything else. The wood was pale against the dark soil. She thought she should feel something. The weight of it, the finality, the fact that the only person who had ever known her name without prompting was now beneath the earth in a box that cost less than a month's rent. But all she felt was the wind on her neck and the loose thread inside the coat sleeve scratching against her wrist. Mrs. Garland from the shop touched her arm as the group dispersed. "You'll be all right, love," she said, and her eyes slid past Aelith's face the way everyone's eyes always did, as if there was something slightly more interesting just to the left of wherever Aelith stood. "Your mom was a quiet woman. Kept herself to herself." "Yes," Aelith said. "She did. If you need anything—" "Thank you." Mrs. Garland nodded and turned away. The vicar closed his book. 2 men from the village who had come because the vicar had asked them stood by the gate, waiting to leave. They did not look at Aelith. She did not expect them to. She walked home. The route was 7 minutes along the lane, past the churchyard wall, past the row of cottages that backed onto the fields. She had walked it thousands of times. She walked it now with the same absence of thought she brought to all things, her feet finding the path, her body carrying her, her mind a blank surface on which nothing was written. The sky was the color of used dishwater. It had been this color for as long as she could remember, which was all her life, which was 19 years, which was a long time to live beneath a sky that never quite committed to being anything. The light changed. She stopped on the lane with her mother's coat hanging to her knees and looked up. The afternoon had been colorless, February in the north. But the light was sharper now, warmer. The puddles in the lane caught it and held it, and for a moment the air looked thick, golden, like something you could put your hand through and feel resistance. A humming pressed at the edge of her hearing. Not a sound, a pressure. Aelith blinked. The light was gray again. February. Overcast. She kept walking, but her hands, bunched inside her mother's sleeves, had tightened into fists, and she did not know why. Not. The cottage on Hare Lane sat at the far end of the village where the houses thinned and the fields began. It was small and unremarkable. Stone walls, a slate roof, a garden that Leora had never tended beyond keeping it from dying entirely. The gate was stiff. Aelith pushed through it sideways, because the hinge had been broken for years and neither of them had fixed it. The path from the gate to the door was 12 steps. She had counted them once as a child, and the number had stayed with her since. 12 steps, 2 rose bushes that never flowered, a boot scraper set into the stone that nobody used. Inside, the house smelled like her mother. Soap and bread, and the faint herbal note of whatever Leora had kept in jars on the kitchen shelf. Dried things. Leaves and seeds and powders that Aelith had never been curious about, because curiosity required a kind of energy she did not seem to possess. She hung the coat on the hook behind the door and stood in the kitchen. Quiet. Not the quiet of solitude, which implies a choice, but the quiet of subtraction. Something had been removed, and the space it left did not echo or ache. It simply was. She filled the kettle because that was what you did. She washed the 2 teacups in the sink, hers and Leora's from the morning before the hospital rang, and set them both on the drying rack because she could not bring herself to put only one away. She ate a piece of bread standing at the counter and did not taste it. She wiped a crumb from the surface and dropped the cloth over the back of the chair, and did all of these things in the careful mechanical order of someone who has rehearsed being alive so many times that the performance requires no thought. She was 19 years old, and she had never, to her recollection, been in a hurry to do anything. She had never raised her voice or slammed a door. She had never wanted anything badly enough to feel its absence, which was, if she thought about it, an odd thing to notice on the evening of her mother's funeral. But she noticed it like the absence of a sound you did not know was playing. A silence where something should have been. A gap in the shape of a feeling she could not name. She washed Leora's cup. She set it on the rack beside her own. Pack. The plan was to pack. She had been thinking about this in the flat, practical way she thought about everything. The lease on the cottage was monthly, paid from Leora's pension, which would stop now. Aelith had no job, no savings, no qualifications beyond a quiet competence that no one had ever noticed enough to reward. She would pack what she could carry, close the cottage, take a bus to anywhere. It did not much matter where. She would be equally invisible in any city. She started in the sitting room. Books went into a box. Leora had never accumulated things. Aelith pulled them from the shelf by the window and stacked them without reading the titles because she had read them all, and none of them had stayed with her. She would pick one up, read the words, set it down. The words went in and dissolved. She had always assumed this was a failing in herself. She was not the sort of person things stayed with. The shelf held 17 books. 7 were histories of places she had never visited. 3 were novels, the kind with soft covers and small print that Leora had read in the armchair by the lamp after supper. The rest were practical things. A gardening manual, a book on herbs, a guide to wild plants of the north. Useful books. Leora had been useful. The box went to the door. She came back for the next shelf, and the light changed again. The same golden shift she had felt on the lane. Warmer than it should be. The dust motes in the air caught and held, and for a moment the space between the window and the shelf looked thick, solid, like something you could lean against. She could feel it on her skin. Warmth without a source. This time it lasted longer. 3 seconds. 4. Long enough that she looked down at the book in her hand, a battered paperback of local folklore, and the page edges were tipped in gold, and then they were not. Gray. February. The paperback was just a paperback. She put the book in the box and stood there with her hand on the cardboard and thought, that is twice. The bedroom took less time because there was less to pack. 3 jumpers, 2 pairs of jeans, a skirt she had never worn, socks, underwear, the practical things. They fit in one bag. She had always fit in one bag. The bedroom was small. A single bed, a chest of drawers, a window that looked out onto the garden. She had slept here all her life and left no mark on it. No posters, no photographs, no colors that were hers. The walls were cream. The curtains were cream. The bedding was cream. Everything in this room was the color of nothing, and until today that had seemed right because she was the sort of person who belonged in the color of nothing. She sat on the bed. Something was wrong with the room. Not obviously wrong. Not in any way she could point at and name. But there was a feeling in her chest like standing at the edge of something high, a vertigo that had nothing to do with height. The air was heavy. The silence pressed. The cream walls were thick with something behind them, pushing outward, as if the house itself was holding its breath, and had been holding it for a very long time, and was only now, with Leora gone, beginning to exhale. She put her hand flat on the wall above the bed. The plaster was cool and smooth and ordinary, but her palm tingled. A faint, directionless sensation, like the static you felt before a storm, and she pulled her hand away and looked at it, and there was nothing there. Nothing on the wall. Nothing on her hand. She was tired. That was all. Cold. Outside, a magpie landed on the churchyard wall across the lane. She saw it through the kitchen window as she wrapped Leora's teapot in newspaper. The bird was ordinary, black and white, nothing to note. But its tail feathers caught the light as it turned, and for one breath the iridescence was not the usual oily green-blue. It was violet. Deep, rich, impossible violet, a color that belonged in a stained glass window, not on a bird on a wall in Dunmore. The magpie flew. The color went with it. Aelith put the teapot down. Her hands were shaking, and she did not know why. It was only a bird. Only light. She was tired, that was all. Grief did things to perception. She had read that somewhere, or been told it, or perhaps she was inventing the fact to explain away the feeling that something in the air around her was shifting, loosening, coming undone. She made tea. She drank it standing at the counter, looking at the window, waiting for the bird to come back. It did not. Dunmore was empty as it always was, not abandoned but unoccupied by anything that demanded attention. She had lived here her whole life, and she could not name a single thing that had ever happened in this village that anyone would remember in 10 years. People were born. People died. The shop opened. The shop closed. The vicar changed every few years, and no one could tell the difference. The tea tasted like nothing. Everything tasted like nothing. She could not remember the last time food or drink had registered as anything more than temperature and texture, warm, cold, smooth, rough, the mechanical inputs of a body keeping itself running. She poured it out, washed the cup, and set it on the rack next to Leora's cup. 2 cups. She could not stop putting out 2 cups. She supposed she would stop eventually. People did. They adjusted. They subtracted the dead from their daily routines and carried on, and the carrying on was just what happened when you ran out of alternatives. The light was fading. February dusk came early in Dunmore, the sky draining from gray to a darker gray without bothering to pass through any other color on the way. She turned on the kitchen light and the room snapped into the flat yellow of a 40-watt bulb, and she thought about supper and could not think of anything she wanted to eat and sat at the kitchen table with her hands on the surface and did nothing. She did nothing for a long time. She went to bed. The mattress was cold. She pulled the duvet up to her chin and lay on her back and stared at the ceiling and thought about nothing because nothing was what she thought about. It was her default state. Other people, she had observed, seemed to have a constant internal weather. Moods, reactions, opinions cycling through them like clouds through a sky. Aelith's interior was clear. had always been clear. An empty room with no furniture in it, no windows, no reason to enter. She could not sleep. The wrongness she had felt in the bedroom had not faded. If anything, it had thickened, a pressure behind the walls that she could feel against her skin when she lay still. She turned off the light, and the ceiling stared back, blank and cream and hiding something she could not name. At 11 she got up and went to the window. The garden was dark. The village was dark, except for the light in the pub at the far end of the high street and the blue flicker of a television in Mrs. Garland's upstairs window. Normal. Ordinary. The world being the world. She went back to bed. She closed her eyes. At midnight she got up again because the pressure in the walls was no longer just a feeling. There was a vibration, low and steady and everywhere, coming from the plaster itself, a hum that she felt in her back teeth and the bones of her skull. She put her hand on the wall, and the hum moved through her palm and up her arm and settled in her chest and stayed there, patient and waiting. She went downstairs. The kitchen was dark. Moonlight from the window fell across the counter, the drying rack, the 2 teacups. She did not turn on the light. She stood in the doorway between the hall and the kitchen and let her eyes adjust, and the moonlight moved across the wall behind the stove, and the wall behind the stove was covered in writing. Lines of it. Dozens. Hundreds. Symbols she could not read, scratched and painted and layered over each other so densely that the wall was more text than plaster. They ran floor to ceiling, disappearing behind the stove, curling around the window frame, dense and deliberate and completely impossible because she had looked at this wall every day of her life and there had been nothing there. She stood in her mother's kitchen with her bare feet on the cold stone floor, and her heart slamming against her ribs, and she thought, "I am not imagining this." She was not imagining this. The kitchen wall had always been blank. It was no longer blank. Chapter 2. 2 Handwritings. The wall behind the stove had always been blank. It was no longer blank. Aelith stood in the kitchen with her hand on the light switch and turned it on. The electric light stripped away the question and replaced it with a fact, hundreds of marks covering every available surface of her kitchen. Symbols. Painted in something that caught the light like metal. They began behind the stove and spread outward in concentric rings, spiraling up the wall, across the ceiling, down the far side to the window frame. Each symbol was perhaps the size of her thumb. Each one was different. And they had been here the whole time. She touched one. The paint, whatever it was, felt like nothing under her fingertip, smooth as the plaster beneath it. She could not feel the edge. She pressed harder. Nothing. As if the marks existed on a layer of the wall that her fingers could not reach, visible but not physical, present but not quite there. The sitting room was the same. She went through the cottage room by room, turning on every light, and every room was the same. The walls, the ceilings, the inside of the cupboard doors, the underside of the staircase where the wood had always looked bare. All of it covered. All of it layered, older marks beneath newer marks, some faded nearly to nothing, some fresh enough that they looked wet. She was shaking. She did not stop to notice that she was shaking. She was too busy looking. She went from room to room with the methodical focus of someone conducting an inventory, and the inventory was this. Every surface of the cottage that she had believed was blank was, in fact, covered in a language she could not read. The bathroom. The cupboard under the stairs. The inside of the linen closet. The underside of the kitchen table, where she had to lie on the floor to see it. Even there. Symbols, precise and deliberate, as if whoever had written them could not bear to leave a single inch unguarded. She lay on the kitchen floor with the cold stone against her back, and looked at the symbols on the underside of the table and thought, how long? How long had this been here? How many times had she sat at this table eating toast and drinking tea, and never once looked up, or down, or sideways, or at anything beyond the narrow corridor of perception that had been, apparently, all she was capable of? How long had she been blind? I don't dare you. 2 handwritings. She noticed it in the hallway, where a section of wall between the stairs and the front door was dense with symbols. 2 distinct hands. One was elegant and precise, the strokes even, the spacing exact, the work of someone who had done this 1,000 times with the steady confidence of practice. This hand covered the largest area. It was Leora's. She knew it the way she knew her mother's handwriting on shopping lists and the labels of jam jars and the notes left on the kitchen counter. Gone to the shop, back by 4. The same controlled neatness. The same slight leftward lean. The second hand was different. The strokes were uneven, pressed too hard in places, the symbols crowded together as if the person writing them had been rushing. Desperate. The spacing was wrong, too tight here, too wide there, the work of someone who knew what they were doing but was doing it in a hurry, in the dark, in fear. This hand appeared only in certain places. Around the doors, around the windows, around the base of the stairs. Concentrated at the entry points, she realized. At every place where the outside could get in. She did not recognize this second hand. It was not Leora's. It was not hers. Someone else had been in this cottage, writing on the walls in the same strange language as her mother, sealing the doors and the windows and the gaps beneath the floorboards against something that neither of them had ever explained to her. She went back to the kitchen and knelt by the back door. The symbols here were the densest. Layers upon layers, the elegant hand and the desperate hand woven together, written over each other so many times that the surface of the wood had a faintly raised texture, like very old braille. She pressed her palm flat against it and felt something. Not heat, not cold, but a hum. A vibration so low it was almost imaginary, the kind of sound you felt in your back teeth rather than heard. The same vibration she had felt in the bedroom wall. The same hum she had followed downstairs. Wards. The word arrived without invitation, as if it had been waiting for her to catch up. 2 people had spent years covering every inch of this cottage in a language she could not read, sealing every gap, guarding every opening, and they had done it so thoroughly that it had worked so well that she had never seen it, never felt it, never suspected that the plain cream walls of her childhood home were anything other than plain cream walls. Until now. Until Leora died and whatever she had been maintaining stopped being maintained. The wards were still here. She could feel them humming through her palm, through the floorboards, through the air itself. But they were loosening, fraying at the edges. The protection was becoming visible because it was no longer invisible, and it was no longer invisible because the person who had made it invisible was in the ground in a pine box and could not maintain it any longer. Aelith pulled her hand from the door and pressed it against her chest. She could feel her heart beating. She could feel the hum of the wards vibrating through her ribs. A second rhythm laid over the first, and the 2 rhythms were not quite in time with each other, and the dissonance made her teeth ache. She did not go back to bed. She could not have slept even if the walls had been blank and the air had been still, and the hum had not been running through the floorboards beneath her feet like a second heartbeat. She sat at the kitchen table with the lights on and her hands wrapped around a cup of tea that went cold while she stared at the symbols and tried to make them mean something. They almost did. The same frustrating almost. As if a pane of glass stood between her and comprehension, and the glass was thinning, and she could see the shapes on the other side pressing toward her but could not yet reach them. Some of the symbols repeated. She tracked one, a mark like a closed eye or a seed or a mouth, and found it 37 times on the kitchen walls alone, always in the same position relative to the others around it. Pattern. A grammar. a sentence being said over and over again in a language she almost spoke. The tea went cold. She made more. The tea went cold again. Outside, the sky began to lighten. Grey dawn in Dunmore, indistinguishable from grey dusk, the sky simply replacing one shade of nothing with another. She heard the postman's van on the high street, a dog barking, the click of Mrs. Garland's shop door being unlocked, the village waking as it always woke, unchanged, unaware that 100 yards down the lane a girl was sitting in a house that had been lying to her since before she could talk. At 7:30 she went upstairs to get dressed and stopped on the landing. The second handwriting was thick here, concentrated around her bedroom door, both hands overlapping, the desperate strokes and the elegant strokes woven so tightly together that the wood of the doorframe was almost entirely obscured. More marks here than anywhere else in the house. Whatever they had been protecting against, her bedroom had been the priority. She looked closer. The marks around the door were layered chronologically. She could tell because the older ones had faded and the newer ones were brighter, and the layers went deep, years of application, the same symbols refreshed and renewed and reinforced over and over. Someone had come to this door regularly, nightly perhaps for years, and added another layer of protection. She crouched. At the base of the door frame, where the wood met the floor, the marks were thickest of all. But there, at about the height of a child's shoulder, something different. Not a symbol. Words. English words, scratched into the wood with something sharp, a nail or a fork, in a child's unsteady handwriting. I can hear them. The letters were small and uneven, and had been scratched deep enough to splinter the wood. They were not Leora's hand or the second hand. They were a third hand, a child's hand. Aelith touched the letters. She ran her finger along the groove of the T, the jagged H, the M that leaned to the right. She did not recognize the handwriting, but the height was right, about the height she would have been at 6 or 7, standing on tiptoe. And the scratch marks were old, years old, filled with dust and darkened by time. She had no memory of writing this. She had no memory of hearing anything worth writing about. She had no memory, in fact, of anything remarkable happening in this cottage at all. Leora cooked. Aelith read. They sat in the sitting room in the evenings and did not speak much because they were both, as far as Aelith had understood it, people who did not speak much. That had been the whole of it. A quiet life in a quiet house in a quiet village, and none of it had ever given her cause to scratch words into a doorframe in the middle of the night. But she had. The evidence was here. The height was right. The age was right. At some point in her childhood, Aelith had pressed something sharp against the wood beside her bedroom door and carved 4 words that she could not remember writing about a sound she could not remember hearing. I can hear them. Them. Not it. Not something. Them. She sat on the floor of her bedroom with her back against the door frame and the words above her head, and she pressed her hands against her eyes until she saw sparks, and when she took them away the words were still there, and the wards were still there, and the cottage was still not the place she had always believed she knew. And in the morning she noticed the curtains. This was such a small thing that she almost missed it. She came downstairs to make tea, because apparently the world could be rewriting itself around her, and she would still make tea, and she looked at the kitchen curtains and thought, I hate those curtains. She stopped. She had never hated anything. She had not had an opinion strong enough to qualify as hate. She had lived with those curtains all her life, yellow flowers on cream cotton, faded from the sun, and she had never once thought anything about them at all. But she hated them. They were ugly. They had always been ugly. The yellow flowers looked like something that had died trying to be cheerful, and the cream was the same nothing color as the walls and the bedding and every other surface in this cottage, and she was tired of it. The feeling arrived so suddenly and so completely that she stood at the counter with the kettle in her hand and her mouth slightly open, ambushed by her own preferences. She had an opinion about curtains. She laughed. It was a strange sound in the empty house, startled, short, almost a cough. She could not remember the last time she had laughed. She could not remember the last time she had felt strongly enough about anything to react to it at all. She drank her tea standing at the counter with the horrible curtains and the ward-covered walls and the knowledge that her childhood home was a lie, and she thought, "Something is happening to me." Whatever the wards had been holding in place, whatever Leora had been maintaining with the careful, relentless effort of 19 years, it was loosening. The walls were speaking. The colors were sharpening. And she, Aelith Voss, who had never once in her life had an opinion about soft furnishings, was standing in her mother's kitchen hating the curtains with a passion that felt like being plugged into a wall socket. Something was happening to her, and she did not want it to stop. She pulled the curtains down. Just ripped them from the rail, the hooks pinging off the window frame and scattering across the counter. The fabric bunched in her arms, cream and yellow and defeated, and she stuffed them into the bin and stood back and looked at the bare window and the gray light of Dunmore coming in unfiltered, and it was better. It was honest. The view was terrible, the churchyard wall, the lane, the nothing, but at least it was not pretending to be cheerful about it. She was breathing hard. The curtain removal had taken approximately 4 seconds, and she was winded, as if the act of having a preference and acting on it required a physical expenditure she was not accustomed to. She sat down at the kitchen table. Her hands were trembling. She was smiling. She did not know what the smile was for, but it would not leave.
Warden. And for the bit.
She spent the rest of the morning going through Leora's things. Not packing now. Looking. The boxes she had started were pushed aside, half-filled, forgotten. She was not leaving. Not yet. Not until she understood what the cottage was trying to tell her. She went through carefully. Books with annotations in the same flowing script as the wards. Journals that stopped abruptly, their last entries mundane, as if Leora had simply walked away from her own record mid-sentence. A wardrobe of practical, colorless things that said nothing about the person inside them. In the trunk at the foot of Leora's bed, beneath folded linen that smelled of lavender, something heavy shifted when she tilted it. Chapter 3. The Cloak. The map stitched into the cloak's lining did not show roads. The trunk had yielded it reluctantly, the heavy thing wrapped in oilskin at the bottom, beneath folded linen and the wooden box. The oilskin peeled away to reveal dark fabric, carefully folded, larger than she expected. She lifted it out, and it unfolded in her hands with a weight that felt deliberate, the fabric choosing to open rather than simply falling. Cloak. Long enough to brush the floor, wide enough to wrap twice around her shoulders, lined with something that caught the kitchen light with the same strange metallic sheen as the wards on the walls. And on the lining, stitched in thread that she could now see was the same material as the ward marks. A map. She spread the whole cloak across the kitchen table, lining up, the fabric pooling over the edges and puddling on the floor. The map covered the full interior from collar to hem. It was stitched in thread that shifted color when the light hit it, now silver, now gold, now a deep blue-green that reminded her of oxidized copper. And it showed nothing she recognized. No streets. No towns. No grid of paths connecting one place to another. Instead, the map was a network of doorways. Dozens of them, small rectangles scattered across the fabric like windows in a building viewed from far away, each one marked with a symbol that corresponded to the wards on the cottage walls. Some of the doorways were clustered together in groups. Some stood alone. Lines connected them, not roads but something more like threads in a web, the geometry of how they related to each other rather than the geography of where they stood. She had no idea what she was looking at, but she could almost read it. The symbols were not English, were not any language she knew, but they tugged at something behind her eyes, a word in a dream that makes sense while you're dreaming and slips away when you wake. The meaning pressed against the inside of her skull, not quite arriving, held back by something that was thinning by the hour. One doorway was circled in red thread. It sat at the far edge of the map, connected to the network by a single line. Next to it, stitched in letters she could read, a single word. Come? And She opened the wooden box. It was small enough to hold in both hands. Plain wood, unvarnished, with a brass clasp that was not locked. Inside, nested in cloth, a ring of dark metal that was warm to the touch. She turned it in her fingers and the warmth pulsed, faintly, rhythmically, as if the ring had a heartbeat. It was too large for her fingers. She set it on the table. A piece of paper folded into quarters, covered in the elegant handwriting, Leora's hand, the same flowing script as the ward's. The first line read, "My heart," and the rest was in the language she could not read. But she was closer now than she had been yesterday. If she let her eyes unfocus and stopped trying to parse individual words, and instead let the shapes sit in her vision, present but not pinned down, hovering at the edge of comprehension, she could feel the edges of meaning. Love, fear, urgency. A plan made in desperation and held in place by force of will. She could not read it, but she knew what it felt like. And beneath the paper, a dried flower pressed flat between two sheets of waxed cloth. She lifted it carefully. The petals were thin and papery, the color of old honey, and when her fingers brushed them the flower hummed. Not a sound she heard. A sound she felt, a single low note vibrating in her jaw and behind her eyes, there and gone in a breath. She touched it again. The note returned, warmer this time, and stayed. A dried flower should not do this. A dried flower should be dead and silent and still. And Aelith should not be sitting in a ward-covered cottage holding a singing flower and feeling, for the first time in her life, as if the world was trying to tell her something, and she was almost, finally, close enough to hear it. She put the flower to her ear. The note changed again, not louder but richer, as if additional tones were joining the first, layering over each other the way voices layer in a choir. She could feel the vibration spreading through the bones of her skull, settling behind her eyes, warm and patient. It was not a sound that demanded attention. It was a sound that had been waiting quietly for someone to listen. She held it there for a long time. Then she put the flower back in the box. She closed the lid. She sat with her hands on the table, and her heart doing something she could not quite name, and she looked at the cloak. She tried it on because she could not think of a reason not to. It settled on her shoulders with a weight that felt intentional, not heavy but present, steady and certain. The fabric moved with her when she walked to the hallway mirror, adjusting itself, the hem rising to clear the floor as if it knew her height. As if it had been made for her or had been waiting to be made for her, which was not the same thing. She looked in the mirror. She never looked in the mirror. Not properly. She washed her face and brushed her teeth and her eyes slid quickly past the glass. She had simply never found herself interesting enough to warrant a second glance. But with the cloak on, she looked. Her face was different. Not transformed. She had the same brown hair, the same gray-green eyes, the same features that had never caught anyone's attention. But there was something in them now that had not been there before. A sharpness. The brown hair caught the light from the hallway, and there was copper in it, a warm reddish thread running through the dull that she had never noticed. Her eyes, which had always been the color of nothing in particular, were brighter, greener. The gray in them had shifted, and what was left was clear and strange and unfamiliar. She looked like someone worth looking at. The thought arrived and she flinched from it. That was vain. No. She leaned closer to the glass. The flinching was not hers. It was the flinching of someone who had been taught to take up no space, and she was beginning to suspect that the teaching had not been an accident. She left the cloak on and walked back to the kitchen. The person in the window glass was someone she wanted to know. This should have been frightening. It was not. It was the first thing in days that was not frightening.
Was I?
Dunmore was quiet. Nothing happening, nothing changing, a held breath that had lasted for centuries. Aelith walked down Hare Lane to the high street with the cloak over her jumper and the map folded against her body, and she felt the village differently than she had ever felt it before. The houses were slate and stone. The sky was colorless. The church, the shop, the war memorial, the pub, all of them the color of rain on stone, as if the village had been built from the weather itself. She had grown up here. She had never thought of it as anything. Dunmore was simply the place she existed, the way water was wet, requiring no opinion. She had opinions now. They arrived without permission and would not leave. She passed Mrs. Garland's shop and went in because she needed bread, and because something in her wanted to test herself against another person. Mrs. Garland looked up from the counter. "Oh," she said. "Hello." Her eyes did the usual slide toward Aelith, past Aelith, back to Aelith. They stuck. Mrs. Garland frowned, very slightly. A puzzled crease that said something familiar had changed, and she could not identify what. "You're Leora's girl." "Aelith," she said. "My name is Aelith." "Right, of course." "Right." Mrs. Garland's hands moved on the counter, straightening things that did not need straightening. She was uneasy, and she did not know why she was uneasy, and the not knowing was making it worse. "Bread, is it?" "Please." Aelith watched herself buy bread from slightly outside, with the detached fascination of someone observing a new species. She said, "Thank you," and "No change, keep it." And then, when Mrs. Garland asked if she was managing all right on her own, she heard herself say, "Brilliantly. The cottage has turned out to be covered in mysterious writing, and I've discovered I have opinions about soft furnishings. It's been a very productive few days." She did not know where that came from. Mrs. Garland stared at her. "Right," she said slowly. "Well, you know where I am if you need anything." Aelith walked home with the bread and a feeling she had never experienced before, the stunned, fizzing aftershock of having been sharp in front of another person. She had been funny. She had been dry and quick and slightly odd, and Mrs. Garland had looked at her, actually looked at her, not through her, with an expression of mild alarm. It was wonderful. It was terrifying. She was becoming someone, and she had no idea who, but she was becoming someone. That was the thing. After a lifetime of sitting in rooms that forgot she was in them, of looking in mirrors that showed nothing worth seeing, she was becoming someone. The fact that the someone was a stranger to her was, at this point, a detail. She would meet herself eventually. She was looking forward to it. She ate the bread on the walk home, and it tasted like bread. Actually tasted like it, wheat and salt, and the slight staleness of a loaf that had sat on the shelf too long. She could taste things now. She could taste things, and she had opinions about curtains, and she was funny in shops, and her hair had copper in it. The list of things she was discovering about herself was growing and showed no signs of stopping, and she did not know whether to be grateful or terrified, and so she was both, simultaneously. which was itself a new experience, because until this week she had not been capable of feeling two things at once. Back in the cottage, she spread the cloak on the table again and studied the map. The red-circled doorway. Come. Stitched in her mother's hand, the elegant one, the steady one, the one that had covered these walls in years of careful protection. Come where? She traced the line from the circled doorway back through the network. It connected to 3 other doorways, which connected to more, the web expanding inward like a root system or a nervous system or a city seen from the air at night, all the lights linked by roads you couldn't see. The circled doorway sat at the very edge, the outermost point, the place where the network touched something that was not the network. She thought about the flower that hummed when she touched it, the letter that began, "My heart," in a language she almost understood, the ring that pulsed like a heartbeat, the wards covering every wall, protecting against something she could not name, the child's handwriting on the doorframe. I can hear them. Her mother had lived here for 19 years, covering a cottage in wards, suppressing whatever it was that Aelith was becoming, and she had left a map that said come. Not run. Not hide. Not stay safe. Come? Leora had been preparing for this. For the moment when she was no longer here to maintain whatever she had built, and the walls would speak, and the colors would sharpen, and Aelith would stand in her kitchen hating the curtains and wondering who she was. And Leora's answer, her final instruction, stitched into a cloak and hidden at the bottom of a trunk, was not an explanation. It was a direction. She spent the rest of the afternoon at the table, not packing, sitting. The bread from Mrs. Garland's shop, the map, the wooden box, the ward-covered walls. The light moved across the kitchen as the hours passed, and the symbols caught the sun and threw tiny flecks of color onto the ceiling, and the cottage hummed its low, steady hum, and Aelith sat in the middle of all of it and tried to decide. She picked up the flower. Her fingers tingled, and the tingle did not fade. By dusk, the wards on the walls had begun to glow. Faintly, barely, a luminescence she might have mistaken for a trick of the light if she had not been watching for it. The first time she had noticed they did this, which meant either they had just started, or she was only now able to see it. She stood at the kitchen window and looked out toward the edge of the village. The high street ran east and turned right toward the main road. But the map showed something turning left. At the very edge of Dunmore, where the road bent, the map showed a doorway. 2 fence posts at the edge of the village. She knew the spot. She had walked past them 1,000 times and never once thought about them. She had never thought about anything in Dunmore. The circled doorway on the map. Come. She put the cloak on. It settled on her shoulders like a decision. The map said left where the road said right. Chapter 4. The Edge of the Grey. The pressed flower still hummed on the kitchen table. Aelith stood at the counter with her tea and did not pick it up. She had done enough of that last night, 10 minutes with it between her finger and thumb, watching the note change with the angle, feeling it settle into her bones like something that had been waiting for exactly this. She knew what it was now. She knew what all of it was. The flower hummed. The ring pulsed. The cloak held its map. She was not getting any more answers from looking at them. She pressed her palms flat on the table surface and took a breath. Today. She was going to go today. Or she was going to pack the bag and take the bus and spend the rest of her life in some rented room in some colorless city, being nobody, having no opinions about curtains or anything else, sliding through the world as she always had, present but unnoticed, there but not there, a footnote in a story that belonged to someone else. Or she looked at the cloak, the map on its lining, the red thread, The single word. Come. She looked at the wards covering the walls, Leora's elegant hand, and the unknown desperate hand, layer upon layer of protection that had kept her sealed inside this cottage like a letter in an envelope, unread and unaddressed. The metaphor landed with a thud in her chest. Unread. She had been unread. She had been folded up and put away and addressed to nobody, and now the envelope was opening and whatever was inside was starting to spill out, and she could either fold herself back up or she could let it happen. She did not want to fold herself back up. She was still getting used to it, the weight of wanting, the heat of it against her ribs. For 19 years, her experience of desire had been muted to the point of absence. She had wanted tea. She had wanted sleep. She had wanted to be left alone. Small mechanical wants, the operating requirements of a person running on minimum. But this was different. This want pressed against her ribs and made her hands feel restless, and she recognized it, distantly, as the feeling other people seem to have all the time. The feeling of caring what happened next. She wanted to know what she was. She stood up from the kitchen table and the chair scraped back, and the sound was loud in the quiet cottage, and she did not flinch from it. 3 days ago, she would have. 3 days ago, she would have moved the chair carefully, silently, taking up as little space as possible, even in an empty room. But the loudness felt like breathing after holding your breath, natural, necessary, overdue. She went upstairs. Oh? Oh. She spent the morning in Leora's bedroom. Not the bedroom of a mother she had known. The bedroom of a stranger who had pretended to be ordinary so convincingly that her own daughter had never thought to look harder. The wardrobe held surprises. Behind the practical grays and browns, pushed to the far end of the rail where the wood met the wall, a dress. Deep blue silver, the color of moonlight on water. The fabric was impossibly light, woven from something that was not silk and not wool and not anything she could name. She held it up, and it moved like water in her hands, rippling, catching the light and splitting it into fragments that scattered across the ward-covered walls. In the mirror, it threw colors she had no names for. Leora had owned beautiful things and hidden them. She had lived in a cottage of cream walls and practical grays, and she had owned a dress that moved like water and split light into colors that did not have names, and she had kept it in the dark at the back of a wardrobe behind clothes she did not need, because she had been hiding. From what, Aelith still did not know. But the hiding had been total. The hiding had been a life. She folded the dress and put it back. She was not ready for it yet. She did not know what ready would feel like, but she knew this was not it. In the bedside drawer, a journal. Not the empty one she had found before, but a different one, older, the spine cracked from use, the pages dense with the elegant handwriting. She opened it and could not read it. The same flowing language as the letter, as the wards, as the symbols on the map. But there were sketches between the text, drawings in fine ink of buildings that were impossible, towers that curved like trees, rooms that opened into gardens that opened into rooms again, recursive architecture folding back on itself, staircases that went sideways, a bridge connecting two structures that should not have been able to hold each other's weight, delicate as a cobweb, drawn with the confident hand of someone who had walked across it. One sketch showed two figures standing at a doorway. One was tall and angular and unmistakably Leora. The posture, the set of the shoulders, the tilt of the head, even rendered in ink on a page. The other was a man. Tall, thin, stooped at the shoulders, spectacles sitting slightly crooked on his nose. He was drawn with a tenderness that the architectural sketches lacked, softer lines, more detail, the curve of his hand reaching toward the doorway as if testing whether it was real. Beneath the sketch, a line of text. She let her eyes unfocus, and the meaning pressed forward like a face behind frosted glass. This is where he found me. Or maybe This is where I found him." The verb worked both ways, and Leora, or the language, had not chosen between them. Her father. The word arrived with a strange, muffled impact. She had never known him. Leora had not spoken of him. Aelith had asked once, as a child, and Leora had gone very still and said, "He is somewhere safe," and her voice had been the voice of someone for whom the word safe meant something vast and complicated and not at all reassuring, and Aelith had not asked again. She closed the journal. Her eyes were hot, but she was not going to cry. She was done crying. She was going to go. She put the journal in the wooden box with the ring and the letter and the flower. 4 objects. A ring, a letter, a flower, a journal. The inventory of a life she had not known her mother lived, a life of impossible architecture and flowing script, and a man with spectacles whose hand reached for a doorway. A life before Dunmore. A life before the wards and the dampening and the years of grey. She held the wooden box in her lap and felt its heft. A few 100 grams of wood and paper and dried petals and dark metal. But it was the heaviest thing she had ever held, because it contained the proof that her mother had been a liar. Not a bad liar. Not a cruel liar. A liar who loved her. A liar who had spent years painting wards on walls and hiding beautiful dresses at the back of wardrobes and suppressing whatever it was that Aelith was becoming, and who had done all of it because she was afraid, and the fear had been so vast and so consuming that it had swallowed them both. She was angry at Leora and grieving for her at once, and she did not try to separate the two.
Jill.
The afternoon was cold and still. Dunmore sat in its valley, immovable, stone-faced, unbothered by the fact that one of its residents was about to walk off the edge of everything she had ever known. Aelith put on the cloak. She put the wooden box in its inner pocket. The ring, the letter, the flower. She shouldered the bag she had packed 2 days ago, the one with 3 jumpers and 2 pairs of jeans and everything she owned, which fit in one bag, which had always fit in one bag. She stood in the doorway of the cottage and looked back at the ward-covered kitchen, the ugly curtains, the 2 teacups on the drying rack. She took one of the teacups. Leora's. The white one with the chip on the rim that had been there since before Aelith could remember. She wrapped it in a jumper and put it in the bag. Then she closed the door and did not lock it because there was nothing left inside worth stealing, unless you counted the years she had spent not knowing who she was, and those were not hers to keep. She walked down Hare Lane, past the churchyard where Leora was buried in ground that already looked as if nothing had changed, past Mrs. Garland's shop, past the pub and the war memorial and the row of houses where people lived ordinary lives in ordinary colors and never once wondered if the walls had writing on them. Nobody looked at her. She was wearing the cloak and carrying a bag and walking out of a village she had lived in all her life, and nobody noticed. The enchantment was failing, but it had not entirely failed. She was still the girl that eyes slid past, still the person who registered as background noise, not yet loud enough to hold attention. A woman walking her dog passed on the other side of the lane, and her gaze went through Aelith the way light goes through glass, present and unobstructed. The woman did not nod, did not smile, did not register that a human being had walked past her at a distance of 6 feet carrying everything she owned. For the first time in her life, this made her angry. A hot, bright feeling in the center of her chest that tasted like metal and made her walk faster. She had not known anger was available to her. She had not known she was the kind of person who could feel something this sharp, this specific, this much like being alive. 19 years of being nobody, of sitting in rooms where people forgot she was there, of standing in queues where she was skipped, of living in a house that had been lying to her since before she could talk. She was angry at Leora for doing this to her, angry at herself for not noticing, angry at the gray and the cream-colored nothing, The anger carried her. She walked faster than she had ever walked. Her boots on the lane were loud, each step a declaration, and she did not try to soften them. Let the village hear her leaving. Let the stones remember the sound of her feet. Let Dunmore, for once, notice that someone was in it and then was not. The anger carried her past the last house, past the drainage ditch, past the stile where the lane became a track and the track became the moor. The sky was iron. The wind pushed at her back. The moor stretched out in all directions, brown and green and ash drab, the color of weather, as far as she could see. Except to the left. The fence posts were exactly where she remembered them. Two old wooden posts, head height, leaning toward each other at the boundary between the village and the open moor. They had been there as long as anyone could remember. They connected to no fence. They served no visible purpose. They were simply two posts standing in the grass, marking the edge of something that nobody had ever bothered to define. The air between them was different. She could see it now, not with her eyes exactly, but with something behind her eyes that was waking up. The air between the fence posts shimmered. Not the heat-haze shimmer of summer tarmac, but something deeper, structural, as if the space itself was folded, two layers of air occupying the same gap, and the seam between them was visible if you knew how to look, which she had not known how to do 3 days ago, and now could not stop doing. She stood in front of the posts. The wind pushed at her back. The moor stretched behind her in every direction, brown, green, colorless, ordinary, known. In front of her, between two leaning pieces of wood, the world had a door that it had always had, and that she had walked past 1,000 times without seeing. She was afraid. The fear was real and physical, and she could taste it, sharp and metallic at the back of her throat, and she welcomed it because fear was a feeling and feelings were new, and she was collecting them the way a starving person collects food, indiscriminately, greedily, without concern for quality. Anger, hatred, curiosity, grief, and now fear. 5 feelings in 3 days. More than she had felt in the preceding 19 years combined. She did not know what was on the other side. She did not know if she could come back. She did not know if stepping through would finish whatever the enchantment's failure had started, or if it would be something else entirely, something she could not undo. But she knew what was behind her. Gray. Silence. A life spent folded up inside herself, unread. A village where no one could remember her name. A cottage full of someone else's secrets. A bus to a city where rooms waited to be rented by people who would not look at her. A job somewhere, filing or stacking or answering phones, being competent and unnoticed, and eventually dying in another cottage that would smell like soap and bread, and the quiet desperation of a woman who had spent her whole life failing to take up space. She could see it. The gray future. She could see it laid out in front of her like the lane behind her, straight and flat and leading nowhere, and for the first time the sight of it did not feel like acceptance. It felt like a cage with the door left open. The road turned right. The map said left. Aelith stepped left. The world unfurled. Chapter 5. Unfolded. The world between two fence posts was not gray. It was everything gray was not. The opposite of gray in the way noise is the opposite of silence, not just an absence filled but a presence so total, so overwhelming, that her brain could not process it in one piece and tried instead to take it in fragments. Color first. A wave of color so sudden and so complete that she staggered and put her hand out and caught nothing, because there was nothing to catch. The fence posts were behind her. Dunmore was behind her. She was standing in open air on a surface that felt like stone but looked like light, and the sky above her had 3 moons. 3. She counted them because counting seemed like the kind of practical thing a person should do when the world stopped making sense. One was silver-white and enormous, low on the horizon, close enough that she could see the texture of its surface. Not craters but patterns, geometric, as if someone had drawn on it. One was smaller, amber, directly overhead, casting a warm glow that made the stone beneath her feet look like burnished copper. The third was a pale green sliver, barely there, tucked between the other two like something shy. She registered all of this standing very still, her hands at her sides, because moving felt dangerous. Her boots were on the stone. That was real. She was real. The sky itself was not a color she had a word for. Darker than blue, lighter than black, with a depth to it that made her feel the sky an ocean, the moon swimming beneath its surface. She could see stars, but the stars were wrong. They moved. Slowly, like embers drifting, rearranging themselves into configurations that were not random and were not familiar. She could not breathe. No, she could breathe. Her lungs were working. Air was moving in and out. But the air pressed against her skin, textured, close, like walking through water that was not wet. She could feel it on her face, on her forearms, on the exposed skin of her neck. The air pulled steadily toward everything at once, and she did what anyone does in a current. She stopped fighting it and let it carry her upright. She took a step forward and sound arrived. Not silence. She had not noticed the silence until it ended. The crossing had been soundless, a gap between worlds where nothing resonated. But now, a hum, low and pervasive and coming from everywhere at once, not a single note but a chord, layers of sound overlapping and interfering. She could feel the hum in her teeth and in the soles of her feet and in the base of her skull, and it was not unpleasant, but it was enormous, like standing inside a bell that had just been struck. The hum of a place that was alive, not metaphorically alive, not poetically alive, alive the way a body is alive. Not atra. The place she stood was a junction. She did not know the word yet, but she understood the shape of it. A crossroads, a meeting point, a place where several paths converged and held each other in a careful, balanced geometry. The stone beneath her feet was pale and smooth and faintly bright, and it stretched out in 4 directions, each path disappearing into a different quality of light. One path glowed, sharp and white and crystalline, the light of something struck against glass. The architecture along it was vertical. Towers, bridges, structures that climbed upward into the strange sky, precise and angular and beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with warmth. They looked like arguments given physical form, or equations, or the skeleton of a cathedral stripped of everything soft. One path bloomed, a warm gold green, the light of a garden at the height of summer seen through stained glass. The architecture here was organic. Walls that grew from the ground like coral, roofs that rippled with something that might have been leaves or might have been scales, windows that opened and closed in a rhythm she could almost follow. Music came from this direction. Not performed music, not instruments or voices, but ambient music, the sound of a place that expressed itself in melody the way a forest expressed itself in birdsong. She could hear individual notes if she concentrated, but the moment she tried to hold them, they dissolved into the larger pattern. One path smelled rich and close, bread and herbs and copper and wood smoke and something underneath that she could not identify, but that made her stomach tighten with a recognition she did not understand. The light here was amber and domestic, the glow of a kitchen window at dusk. The architecture was low and sprawling, buildings that hugged the ground as if the ground were something to be trusted, chimneys breathing fragrant smoke into the strange air. The 4th path led back the way she had come. She could feel it behind her, the seam in the air where this world and Dunmore touched. Thin, getting thinner. She did not turn around. And there were people. She saw them in the middle distance, moving along the paths, figures that were not quite human, not quite anything she had a word for. On the bright path, tall shapes with angles that caught the crystalline light, walking in pairs or alone, their movements precise and unhurried, robes or garments that seemed to be woven from the same substance as the architecture around them. On the green path, smaller figures, quick, some of them winged, not bird wings, not insect wings, but something in between. Translucent panels folded flat against backs, unfolding in motion, iridescent, catching the gold-green light and splitting it. On the warm path, figures of every size, bundled in practical clothes, carrying pots and baskets and things she could not identify, talking to each other, the familiar bustle of a market street translated into a world that was not familiar at all. None of them had seen her yet. She knew the moment they did. Up high, my sinner. It started as a ripple. The nearest figure, a tall, angular woman on the bright path, perhaps 30 yards away, stopped mid-stride. Her head turned, not toward Aelith, but toward the space around Aelith, as if something in the air had changed and she was trying to identify what. She was Syl. Aelith did not know the word yet, but she would learn it. The woman's features were sharp and precise, her skin pale enough to seem luminous, her eyes the color of clear water over stone. And when those eyes found Aelith, they widened. The woman flinched. Not from fear, from something else. Shock, recognition, the involuntary recoil of someone who has seen something that should not exist. She took a step backward, and the air between them flickered. For one heartbeat, the crystalline path and the junction where Aelith stood were not separate spaces. They were the same space, overlapping, and Aelith could see the woman's world layered over her own. A tower rising where the warm path had been, a bridge crossing where the green path hummed, architecture from two different realities occupying the same ground. Two layers of existence briefly, impossibly visible to each other. Then it snapped back. The layers separated. The woman turned and walked away rapidly, not running but not far from it, her robes catching the bright light as she went. Aelith was shaking. She had done that. She did not understand what she had done or how she had done it, but she had felt it, a pulse, a flare, something inside her chest reaching outward on a frequency that did not belong to any one of the paths and therefore touched all of them. She was standing at a crossroads in a world built from resonance, and she was the wrong note in the chord, the interference pattern, the signal that made the layers stutter and overlap. She was visible. Here she was a signal fire, the loudest thing in a world that was already loud, and she could not stop it because she did not know how it had started. She had wanted this, she remembered. She had wanted to be seen. She had not known it would feel like standing naked in a searchlight. Don't feel touchy. She looked around wildly for shelter. The junction stretched in 4 directions, and she had no idea where she was or where to go, and the map was inside the cloak pressed against her body, and she could not stand here radiating whatever she was radiating while she unfolded a cloak and tried to read a map she barely understood. The warm path. The one that smelled like bread and wood smoke. There was a building at its entrance, low and solid and unremarkable, with a wooden door and a sign she could not read but which had the universal quality of a shop, a place where people went to be ordinary and transactional and not scrutinized by the inhabitants of an impossible world. She walked toward it. Her feet on the pale stone felt solid. Her legs were not steady. Her nose was running from the cold or the crossing or the crying she had not noticed, because her cheeks were wet. She wiped her face with her sleeve and kept walking, and the building grew closer, and the attention of the figures on the paths followed her. A wake of turned heads and paused conversations trailing behind her like the tail of a comet. She reached the door. It was wooden, heavy, with a brass handle worn smooth by years of hands. The sign above bore a symbol she almost recognized, a cup or a bowl or something that meant shelter or rest or come in and stop frightening the locals. She pushed it open.
Ate.
Warmth. The thick, enveloping warmth of a kitchen that has been running all day, the kind that wraps around you and pushes back against the strangeness outside and says nothing but means stay. The air smelled like tea and something baking in dried herbs and copper, the scent of a place where someone has been cooking with care for a very long time. The room was small and cluttered. Tables of dark wood, mismatched chairs, shelves of jars and cups, a counter at the back with a massive brass kettle and a cat sitting on it. The cat was orange. It looked at Aelith with the serene contempt that cats reserve for beings they consider beneath their interest, which appeared to be all beings, without exception, in every world. It did not move from the kettle. It did not blink. Behind the counter, a man. Large, broad-shouldered, barrel-chested. Brown skin, shaved head, a thick beard going gray at the edges. He wore a flour-dusted apron over a dark shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and he was holding a cloth and wiping the counter with the unhurried patience of someone who cleans the same surface many times a day and no longer thinks about it. He looked up at Aelith the way a person looks up when a pigeon has flown through an open window, with the weary resignation of someone who has dealt with enough inconveniences for one day and is now being presented with another. He looked at her. Actually looked at her. His eyes did not slide past. They landed, focused, held. He took in the cloak, the bag, the mud on her boots, the wet on her cheeks, the wild expression on her face, and his expression did not change, but something behind his eyes shifted. A recognition. Not of her specifically, but of what she was. Of what she was doing in his shop. She could see it land, a heaviness, a resignation, and beneath both of them something else that she could not quite read. "You're dripping," he said. Aelith looked down. She was. Mud from the crossing, rain from Dunmore she had not noticed, and tears she had not consented to. She was standing in the doorway of this shop, dripping a cocktail of another world's weather onto his clean floor, and she had never in her life been looked at with such direct, unimpressed attention. "Sorry," she said. Sorry. Don't apologize. Wipe your feet." He nodded toward a mat she had not seen. "And close the door. You're letting the temperature out, and the cat will never forgive you." She wiped her feet. She closed the door. The cat watched her with unblinking judgment. The shop sealed around her, close and fragrant and solid, and the strangeness of the junction and the 3 moons and the turned heads faded to a murmur behind the thick wooden walls. "Sit," the man said, and turned to the kettle. "I'll make tea." She sat. She did not choose a table so much as arrive at one, the nearest one, 2 steps from the door, a small round thing with a scratched surface and a candle stub in a brass holder. She put her bag on the floor and sat in the chair, and her hands were trembling, and she put them on the table to make them stop, and they did not stop. He brought the tea. Not in a regular cup. It was carved from something that looked like stone but felt alive in her hands, warm from more than the liquid inside it. The surface of the cup was slightly rough, slightly organic, as if it had grown rather than been made. She held it, and the warmth moved through her palms and up her wrists and settled in her chest, and she drank. It tasted like Tuesday afternoon. Not the flavor of any particular tea, but the feeling, the specific, unremarkable piece of a day that asks nothing of you, when the light is soft and the hours are long and nothing needs to happen. It tasted like safety. It tasted like the opposite of everything she had felt for the last 3 days. She drank again. The cup was warm. The room was steady. Outside, through the thick walls, she could still feel the hum of the world she had walked into, vast and alive and waiting. But in here, in this small cluttered shop with its brass kettle and its orange cat and its large, unimpressed man behind the counter, the world was manageable. The world was the size of a teacup. She looked up. The man was watching her drink with the practiced patience of someone who had seen this reaction before. "Better," he said. It was not a question. "Now? Who sent you?" "My mother," Aelith said. And then, because the tea was steady and the room was steady and she had just walked out of the world she knew into a world that should not exist, and this man had looked at her like she was a real person, not a background detail, not a forgettable face, but a real person sitting in his shop dripping on his floor, she started to cry. His expression did not change. He reached under the counter, produced a cloth that was cleaner than the one he had been wiping with, and set it on the table in front of her without ceremony. "Right," he said. "Cry first. Then we talk." The door of the tea shop was closed. The 3 moons were outside. The junction, the paths of light, the turned heads and the flickering layers, all of it was outside. In here there was tea, and a man who was already turning back to his counter, giving her the privacy of his turn back, and a cat that had closed its eyes on the kettle, as if the arrival of a crying stranger was so far beneath its notice that it did not even warrant continued observation. She cried. She drank the tea. She cried some more, and when she was finished, she wiped her face with the clean cloth and looked at the man and said, "I don't know where I am." He picked up his wiping cloth and resumed cleaning the counter. "You're in my shop," he said, "and you're scaring my cat. Beyond that we'll get to." Chapter 6. Tuesday afternoon. The tea tasted like Tuesday afternoon. Aelith drank it in small sips and cried for approximately 4 minutes and then stopped, because she had never been the sort of person who cried for long, and apparently that was still true even when the person she was becoming was different from the person she had been. She wiped her face with the cloth. It smelled like lavender and something sharper underneath, something clean and medicinal. "Done?" the man said. He had not moved from behind the counter. He had not fussed or hovered or made sympathetic noises. He had simply waited, which she appreciated more than she could have explained. "Done," she said. "Thank you. I don't usually." "Don't care." He came around the counter and sat in the chair across from her, and the chair protested audibly under his bulk. He was even larger up close, hands like bread loaves, shoulders that occupied a postcode. He looked at her with the focused patience of someone assessing a structural problem and deciding how to address it. "Name?" "Aelith." "Aelith what?" "Voss." Something passed across his face. Quick, controlled, there and gone. A flinch he caught before it fully formed. He looked at her differently for a moment. Then the shutters came back down, and he was simply a large man in a flour-dusted apron, unimpressed and practical. "Brack," he said. "This is my shop." "That's Pith." He indicated the cat, who had relocated from the kettle to a stack of papers on the far end of the counter, and was sitting on them with the focused malice of a creature who knew precisely how inconvenient it was being. "Pith doesn't like anyone. Don't take it personally." Pith stared at her. Aelith stared back. Pith did not blink. "She wins," Brack said. "She always wins." He stood and moved back to the counter, not dismissing her but giving himself something to do with his hands. He began the careful process of making more tea, measuring things from jars, which struck Aelith as strange given that the first cup had seemed to require only will and proximity to a kettle, but she was not going to say this. "You knew," she said. "When I walked in. Before I told you my name, you already knew what I was." He did not turn around. I sensed your signal. Both frequencies, simultaneous, broadcasting like a fog beacon. I felt a signal like that once before. A pause. The measuring continued. Didn't expect to feel it again. What does it mean? 2 frequencies. It means your mother was one kind of person and your father was another kind, and you got the best parts of both and the worst problem of both at once. He turned then, bringing a second cup, darker in color, steaming. Half-blood. You carry 2 frequencies. 2 kinds of magic. I don't feel like I carry any magic. You've been carrying it under a suppression enchantment strong enough to keep you invisible in this world for, he looked at her, calculating, 19 years? 19. Then you don't feel it because you've been told not to. He set the cup down in front of her. That ends now, whether you like it or not. She picked up the new cup and drank. It tasted like being warm after being cold. Not a flavor, a transition. The shaking in her hands, which she had not noticed until it stopped, eased. I caused a stutter, she said. Outside, when the woman on the path saw me. You've been causing them since you walked through that threshold. Everyone within range knows you're here. He settled back into his chair, which complained again. And the people whose job it is to monitor for exactly this kind of thing will be on their way. What people? The Wardens. They enforce the compact, the agreement that keeps the 3 people separated into their own layers. He pointed at her. You are a walking violation of that compact. That seems like a personal problem, Aelith said. It came out before she had decided to say it. She heard it land and waited for the reaction, but Brack's expression did not change, except for a very small movement around his eyes that might, in different company, have been the beginning of a smile. It will become everyone's problem shortly, he said, which amounts to the same thing. She had not meant to be funny. She had not intended anything by it, only that the compact was 800 years old and had presumably been functioning without her specific input for all of that time, and it seemed unreasonable to hold her personally responsible for its structural instability. But the words had come out sharp and sideways, and he had received them like they were reasonable, and something about that exchange, the small, dry reciprocity of it, settled something in her chest that had been unsettled since she'd walked through the fence posts. She was talking to someone. She was talking like herself, like the version of herself she had not been allowed to be, and he was responding without alarm. My mother was one of them, she said. One of the Syl? She was Syl. Brack's expression did not change, but the quality of his attention did. He became very still. What makes you say that? The wards on the cottage. Her handwriting. The cloak. She stopped. She was guessing. She was extrapolating from symbols she could not read in a language she almost understood, and a feeling in her gut that could be intuition, or could be the enchantment's failure rewriting her brain in real time. I don't know. I think I know. I can almost, the language on the map, on the walls. I can feel what it means even though I can't read it. Because it's in Syl. And half of you is Syl, and the enchantment that was keeping that half quiet is failing. He stood, moved to the counter, began doing things with jars in a smaller kettle. More tea or something else? She could not tell from the back. Your mother, you said. Lyra Voss? You knew her? No. He did not turn around. I knew of her. Everyone did. A Syl counselor who vanished. There were theories. None of them involved a cottage in the human world and a daughter who didn't know what she was. She was protecting me. She was hiding you? There's a difference. He came back with a second cup, darker in color, and set it in front of her. That's for the shaking. You're in mild shock. It'll pass. She had not noticed she was shaking again. She drank. What do I do? She asked.
Guilty.
Brack told her what she was. He told her with the blunt economy of a man who did not believe in gentle deliveries and had things to do. Half-blood. Dull frequency. She was Syl, elf, high and clear, the frequency of light and structure, and something else. Human, he guessed, from the way her signal read, warm and diffuse, a frequency that had no shape because humans did not carry structured magic. Syl and human. Raised in the human world with her magic suppressed so completely she had not known it existed. The compact, the ancient agreement separating the three peoples into distinct layers, was designed to prevent frequency overlap. Each people on their own resonance, invisible to the others. It had worked for 800 years. It was now failing. Half-bloods caused stutters wherever they went, brief moments of overlap. This was why the Wardens hunted them. Not from malice, but from a genuine belief that half-bloods destabilized the compact. They're wrong, Brack said. He said it flat, without emphasis, a statement of fact rather than an argument. But they're wrong with evidence. Thresholds collapse near half-bloods. The decay accelerates in their presence. Correlation and causation are different things. But try explaining that to someone who's watched a building disappear with people inside it. Aelith put down the cup. You sound like you've tried. His jaw tightened. The shutters, which had been down since the beginning of the conversation, briefly failed. Something raw looked out from behind his eyes. Then it was gone. There's someone who might have answers, he said. A fairy archivist named Calla Mir. She's been studying the compact's history for years, documenting the decay, the failures, the pattern. She's the closest thing Sylum has to an expert on what's happening, and she has been arguing for years that the compact is failing on its own, half-bloods or no half-bloods. Nobody listens to her. But she has the research. Where do I find her? Through the junction. Take the green path in her mirror layer and follow it to the first archive threshold. You'll know it when you see it. The building will be shouting at you. Aelith almost smiled. Shouting? She's a fairy archivist. Her threshold is a library where the books have opinions. The whole place radiates the energy of someone who has been right about something for a very long time and is deeply annoyed that nobody has noticed. Aelith did smile. She felt it happen and was surprised by it, the muscles of her face doing something they had not done enough of, the unfamiliar stretch of genuine amusement in a situation that should have been terrifying. Is it safe? She asked. Brack looked at her for a long time. His expression was unreadable in the way that complicated things sometimes are, too much happening beneath the surface to identify any single piece. Nothing about you is safe, he said. You walked into Sylum broadcasting a signal that the Wardens are designed to detect and neutralize. You are a half-blood in a realm that considers half-bloods a structural threat. Your mother was a counselor who vanished under circumstances that someone is clearly still trying to conceal. You are not safe. You will not be safe. He paused. But the Archivist will be too fascinated to be dangerous. She has spent 6 years shouting into the void about the compact's failure, and nobody has listened. You are walking proof of everything she has been trying to prove. She will want to talk to you more than she will want to report you. He walked her to the door. The junction was outside, the 3 paths stretching away under the 3 moons, and Aelith stood on the threshold of the tea shop and looked at the world that had unfolded around her and felt something she could not name. Not fear, though there was fear in it. Not wonder, though the wonder was so large it filled her lungs. Something between the two, the feeling of standing at the beginning of something enormous, of being very small and very new and very much herself for the first time. Pith appeared at Brack's ankles. The cat looked at the junction, looked at Aelith, and yawned with the deliberate insolence of a creature that had seen many people stand in this doorway looking overwhelmed and did not find it interesting. "One more thing," Brack said. He was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, the flower on his apron catching the junction's strange light. "Whoever told you to come here, whoever left you that map, they either loved you very much or wanted you dead. Possibly both." "It was my mother." "Then definitely both." He did not smile, but the lines around his eyes shifted. "Go. Green path, first archive. And if the cat follows you, bring her back. She's supposed to be guarding the biscuits." Aelith pulled the cloak tighter around her shoulders. The map on its lining pressed against her body, steady. She could feel the green path from here, the oscillating hum of it, inviting and alive. She stepped into the junction. The 3 moons hung above her. The air pressed against her skin with its strange, textured weight. Somewhere behind her, a large man in a flour-dusted apron watched her go and did not say be careful, because he knew that careful was no longer the point. She took the green path. Behind her, in the tea shop, Pith sat on the threshold map that Aelith had left on the table. Brack sighed. The cat did not move. Brack made more tea. Chapter 7. The Archivist. The archive smelled like every book Aelith had ever read, all at once. Not the clean, sorted scent of a library. This was wilder. Ink and vellum and dust, and something alive underneath it all, like mushrooms pushing through old wood. The air hummed. The air literally hummed, a low harmonic that Aelith felt in the bones of her jaw. Getting here had been its own ordeal. The junction between Brack's tea shop and the Mere Lair was a corridor that appeared to have been designed by someone who had heard of geometry but fundamentally disagreed with it. Walls tilted at angles that should not have supported themselves. The floor sloped in 2 directions at once and seemed to change its mind about which way was down whenever Aelith committed to a direction. She had passed a staircase that went up, turned left, and arrived at a point lower than where it started. She had tested this twice because she did not trust her eyes, and the staircase had done it both times with the patient repetition of a phenomenon that was not interested in her skepticism. She had walked with one hand on the wall. There was one vivid detail, a stone set into the junction wall at shoulder height, worn smooth by hands, that sang when she passed. A single sustained note, low and resonant, that changed pitch when she came close, as though her dual signal had shifted its register. The singing stone tuned itself to her, which was either extraordinary or deeply unsettling, and possibly both. Brack's other directions, left at the place where the light bends, straight through the door that is not always there, had been accurate in the maddening way that Sylum directions were accurate. The light bent. The door was there, and then was not, and then was there again when Aelith approached from a slightly different angle. There had been others in the junction. She'd caught glimpses, a tall figure in robes that caught the light like oil on water, a cluster of small winged shapes that scattered when she turned her head. One of them, moth-winged with patterns that shifted like breathing, had stopped mid-flight to stare at her. The air around Aelith had stuttered when their frequencies brushed against hers. The fairy flinched and darted away. She was still a signal flare. She had tried to walk quietly. She had tried to make herself small. Her signal, apparently, had other plans. Calamir's archive occupied a threshold that looked, from the outside, like a door set into the side of a hill. The hill should not have been inside a building, but it was, rising from the junction's floor as though it had grown there overnight and refused to leave. Moss grew across the doorframe. A brass knocker in the shape of an owl stared at Aelith with an expression she found personally offensive. She knocked. The door opened before her knuckles left the brass. "You're the half-blood." The woman in the doorway was small, bird-like, and appeared to be vibrating. Wild red hair escaped in every direction from what might once have been a braid. Freckles covered every visible surface of skin. Her eyes were large and green and darting, sweeping over Aelith with the intensity of someone reading very fine print under poor lighting. "I'm Aelith." Yes, I know your name. Brack sent word. But do you know what you are? Do you have any idea? No. Come in. Come in. Don't stand in the doorway. You're broadcasting and the junction traffic will notice. And the last thing either of us needs is attention from. She waved a hand at the corridor behind Aelith. Come in. Calla pulled her inside. The interior was chaos. Architectural chaos. The archive was a single vast room that appeared to be several rooms occupying the same space, layered and overlapping in a way that made Aelith's dual-frequency eyes ache. Shelves rose to a ceiling that refused to commit to a distance. The ceiling also appeared to be a map, constellations marked in luminous thread, connected by lines that shifted when Aelith was not looking directly at them. Books lined every surface, and they moved. 2 leather-bound volumes on a nearby shelf were angled toward each other with the posture of people having an argument. A scroll on a lower shelf had partially unrolled itself, as though trying to interject. As Aelith watched, a 3rd book shuffled sideways to give the scroll room, resignedly making space. Notes covered 3 of the 4 walls. Aelith recognized Calla's handwriting, tight and rapid in at least 3 colors of ink, from the scraps pinned over what appeared to be a map of the compact's frequency layers. Red thread connected certain notes. Blue thread connected others. The threads crossed and recrossed in patterns that were either deeply meaningful or the result of someone who had forgotten where they'd started. In the center of the room, a card catalog stood like a small piece of sentient furniture. Its drawers shuffled as Aelith entered, rearranging themselves to present information it thought she needed. Sit anywhere. No, not there. That pile is cross-referenced. Not there either. That is technically a chair, but it is occupied by a record from the 3rd compact revision, and it does not like to be disturbed. There. That chair. It only bites if you ignore it. The chair did not bite. It did, however, adjust itself to Aelith's height without being asked, which was startling enough to make her grip the armrests. Calla dropped into a chair opposite and leaned forward. Her scarves settled around her like roosting birds. Tell me everything. I don't know where to start. Your signal. When you entered Sylum, I felt it from here. 2 frequencies. Simultaneous broadcast, completely uncontrolled. I was cross-referencing decay patterns in the southern districts, and my instruments went blind for 30 seconds. 30 seconds! The last documented half-blood was, well, the records disagree, and the records are wrong about most things, which is actually my area of expertise, though now. You study records that are wrong? Calla paused. Her eyes refocused. The vibrating energy stilled for a moment, and something sharper looked out from behind the academic scatter. I study what the records have been made to forget. That landed differently. The chaotic energy in the room settled, like a tuning fork finding its note. The compact's history has been edited, Calla continued. Redacted, altered, sections removed entirely. The Great Record is supposed to be the complete sensory archive of Sylum's history, every event, every threshold built or collapsed, stored as experiences you can walk through rather than read. But there are gaps. Places where the record skips. Rooms in the archive that are empty when they should be full. I've been documenting them for 6 years. Nobody listened, because the gaps didn't prove anything on their own. She gestured at the red threads on her walls. But you! She gestured at Aelith with both hands, as though presenting evidence to a panel. You're walking proof that the gaps are real. I'm a person, not proof. Both? You can be both. The two aren't mutually exclusive, and honestly, if you knew how long I've been... She caught herself. Took a breath. The breath was the kind of practiced pause that suggested she had been told more than once to slow down. Sorry. I get ahead of myself. Brack says you're looking for answers about your mother. Aelith nodded. Calla stood and moved to the far wall, where a section of shelving was marked with red thread. She moved with quick, darting efficiency through a collection that appeared entirely random. She pulled a record, something between a scroll and a flat piece of light. Lyra, Calla said. Your mother was Leora. Yes. What did she tell you about herself? That she was born in a village 2 hours south of Dunmore. That she worked as a seamstress. That she liked silence and rain and did not enjoy questions. Calla's expression shifted. Sympathy in something more complicated, the look of someone deciding how gently to deliver an answer. Her hand tightened on the record. Aelith. Calla held it carefully as though it might resist being shown. Your mother's name appears in the Syl Council records. Not as a visitor or a petitioner. As a sitting counselor. Leora Syl. She was one of the foremost experts on frequency stability in Sylum. The room went quiet. The arguing books stopped. Even the scroll rolled itself back up. My mother was an elf, Aelith said. It should have been a question. It was not. She said it the way you say something that you have already known, in the part of yourself that runs deeper than words, and have only now let reach your mouth. Your mother was Syl, yes. One of the highest-ranking Syl scholars in the last 2 centuries. Calla set the record on the desk between them. She vanished. Every reference to her work was redacted from the great record. Her threshold collapsed within months of her departure. Aelith stared at the record. She could not read it, but the Syl frequency resonated in her blood. She leaned closer. Something nagged at her, an itch at the edge of her perception, like a sound heard from another room. The text that Calla could see was angular, complete-looking, the official record. But underneath it, faint, running alongside the main text as if written in a different hand on the same page, there was something else. There's another layer, Aelith said. Calla looked up sharply. What? Here. She touched the edge of the record, not the mere light surface Calla had been reading, but the margin, where something ran in a different frequency entirely. The Syl note in Aelith's blood recognized it. The high, precise signature of private correspondence, not official record. Not mere readable. I can feel it, but I can't read it. There are 2 pieces of writing. One is what you can see. But someone else added something to the margin, and it's on the Syl frequency. Calla set the record flat on the desk and studied it with an expression of intense concentration. Her fingers traced the margins. I can't see it. Mere frequency eyes. This is beyond my register. She looked at Aelith. Can you read Syl? No. But I can feel what it is. It's a private notation. Something added after the official record was sealed. Aelith frowned. The sensation was like trying to hear a conversation through a wall, the shape of meaning without the meaning itself. It's not from whoever redacted the official text. It's older than the redaction. Someone added a private note to this record before it was buried. Calla reached past her and pulled a second record from the shelf, a different section of the official history. Feel this one. Same thing. The official text on the mere frequency. And in the margin, faint but present, a Syl annotation. It's in both of them, Aelith said. Someone was leaving a trail. Calla sat back. Her scattered expression had gone still and focused. This was who she actually was. The one who had been shouting into silence and was now being handed the thing she had been looking for. Your mother's annotations, Calla said. It was not a question. Or someone who worked with her. I can't tell yet. I'd need to be able to read Syl properly to know what they say. Then that, Calla said, is what we teach you next. I can barely feel the frequency. I can't. The enchantment suppressed it. The enchantment is gone. Calla was already pulling a third record, then a fourth, lining them up on the desk with the focused efficiency of someone building an argument. Your Syl resonance is still learning to breathe. But it's there. And whoever left those annotations assumed someone with Syl blood would eventually find this record and be able to hear what the official text was designed to bury. The record sat between them, its margins full of a message Aelith could almost read. Her mother had been an elf, a counselor, a scholar of the very system that Aelith's existence violated. And she had walked away from all of it, her people, her threshold, her work, her name, and moved to a village at the edge of the world and pretended to be a seamstress and raised a daughter she had wrapped in enchantment so thick that neither of them could breathe. And before she'd gone, she had hidden notes in the margins of documents she knew would eventually be redacted, in a frequency only a half-blood could hear. For her. All of it for her. The anger came first, which surprised Aelith. Not grief. Anger. At the enchantment. At the erasure. At the mother who had loved her so much that love had become indistinguishable from prison. And beneath the anger, something sharper. The growing certainty that her mother had known this day, would come and had done what she could to leave a door open. Then the grief, arriving behind the anger like a second wave. Can you find more? I've been trying for 6 years. But I was looking for evidence of the compact's decay, not a specific person. Now I have a name. A real name, with a trail of redactions that leads somewhere, and apparently margin notes that only you can hear. Calla's voice dropped. She was not speaking to Aelith anymore. She was speaking to the 6 years of shouting into silence. I can find out more. I can find out everything. Gah. No, but... They worked for another hour, Calla reading the official text aloud, while Aelith concentrated on the margin frequencies, trying to catch the shape of the notes her mother had hidden. She could not make out words, but she could feel the emotion in the frequency. Urgency. Care. Something that might have been apology. She was still trying to hear the last annotation when the archive shuddered. Then a pulse moved through the room, a pressure in her jaw and in the soles of her feet, and for 3 seconds the archive's walls became transparent. Through them, overlapping, she could see the junction corridor outside. And in the junction corridor, unhurried and deliberate, 2 figures in grey Warden uniforms were passing. The books went silent. Calla froze. The transparency passed. The walls returned. The corridor outside was ordinary junction stone again. But for those 3 seconds, the figures had been visible from inside the archive, and one of them, the taller one, had slowed, turned slightly. Not toward the archive directly, but in its general direction, as though something had registered at the edge of his attention. Stutter, Calla said softly. She looked at Aelith. Your signal spiked. When you were concentrating on the margin frequency, both your channels fired at once. I didn't mean. I know. Calla stood and moved quietly to the door, pressing her ear against the oak. She held up a hand for silence. A moment. Another. Then she let out a careful breath. There passed. But they logged it. Somewhere, an instrument recorded a half-blood signal from this junction district. How long do I have before someone comes to investigate? Calla considered. This is the second major stutter since you arrived. The first was when you entered Sylum. This is the second. She came back to the desk, but did not sit. Her expression had lost its scatter entirely. This was a person who had thought carefully about contingencies. They'll send someone within the day. They'll start at the junction, not here. This archive is not on any official map. But soon. Aelith thought about the two wardens passing in the corridor. The one that had turned. Then we should be faster, she said. Yes. Calla looked at the lined-up records, the margin notes only Aelith could sense. Yes, we should. Can you find more? The redaction, Calla said, turning back to the records. Who ordered it? Her fingers traced the official text. The redaction code matches Syl Council authority. Your mother's own people buried her. Because she left? Because of why she left. Calla set the record down. There are fragments. References I've pieced together over years. Leora was involved in monitoring something the records call a threshold anomaly, a decayed threshold that had become permeable to non-magical beings. The records note that the anomaly was contained, but the containment report is missing. And 9 months after the anomaly was logged, I was born. The timeline is exact. Aelith sat in the adjusting chair and felt it shift beneath her, trying to find a position that matched her body. There was no position that matched her body just then. Can I come back? She asked. Tomorrow. To work on the margin notes. Can you come back? Calla's expression did something complicated, embarrassed and pleased and startled, as though the idea had not occurred to her. Yes? Obviously. Please. I've been trying to crack these redactions for years, and you walked in here with a frequency tuned to exactly the lock I cannot open. Both, Aelith said. I'm a person and useful. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Calla laughed, a quick, surprised sound, as though she had forgotten she could do that. Aelith left the archive 2 hours later with more questions than answers, and the beginning of something she had never had before. An ally who was too fascinated to be dangerous. On the shelves behind her, Calla pulled another redacted record into the light. The redaction was fresh, made within the last year. Someone was still covering tracks. And Calla Mere had spent 6 years learning how to uncover them. Chapter 8. The Warden's Shadow. The figure in the gray uniform had been following her for 2 hours and was very bad at it. Aelith noticed him the second time she crossed the junction between Calla's archive and Brack's shop. He was tall, elf tall, and he wore his uniform the way someone wears a new coat, with too much awareness of it. He stood near a pillar in the junction corridor, arms folded, trying very hard to look like he was meant to be standing near a pillar with his arms folded. He was not convincing. The first time, she had dismissed him. The junction was busy, or what passed for busy in a transit space where the geometry shifted. Beings from different layers passed through, their forms flickering at the edges where one frequency gave way to another. A tall elf in uniform might have been anyone. But the second time she crossed, he was in the same spot, same pillar, same folded arms. Same studied expression of casual indifference. And when she glanced at him, a quick look, not a stare, he looked away so fast his hair swung. The wardens had sent someone to watch her. And they had sent someone who, by all evidence, had never watched anyone in his life. She kept walking. Off. Boo. The archive was becoming familiar. That in itself was strange. Aelith had never had a place become familiar this quickly, because places had never noticed her long enough for familiarity to form. But Calla's archive knew her now. When she pushed the door open, the light shifted and the arguing books paused until she settled. Calla was where Aelith had left her, surrounded by records, 3 walls annotated in fresh ink, her hair escaping from a braid that had given up entirely. She had not slept. 4 empty cups on the desk confirmed it. "The compact," Calla said, by way of greeting. She pulled a chart from the wall and held it up. It was covered in diagrams, concentric circles, frequency bands rendered in colored ink, annotations so small Aelith would have needed a lens to read them. Brack gave you the simple version. Here is what is actually happening. Good morning to you, too. It's afternoon? Probably. The archive doesn't track time well. Calla pinned the chart to the table with a book that grumbled at being used as a paperweight. The compact has held for 8 centuries. What Brack didn't tell you is why it was built and what it has been doing to itself. She spread her hands over the concentric circles. 800 years ago, all 3 frequencies collapsed into a single space. The Great Overlap. Thousands of thresholds destroyed. The compact was the wall the survivors built. 3 peoples, 3 layers, no overlap. But it's failing. It has been failing for 300 years. Slowly at first. A threshold collapse here, a frequency bleed there. Now faster. Each generation, the layers compress. The separation narrows. Thresholds that stood for centuries are collapsing in decades. She pointed to the ceiling map above them, where red thread marked the location of every collapsed threshold she had documented. There was a lot of red. The peoples are being forced into closer proximity, whether the Wardens like it or not. And half-bloods? Calla's hand stilled on the chart. Half-bloods broadcast on 2 frequencies simultaneously. Your mere presence causes stutters, brief moments where layers overlap. The severity depends on your emotional state. Calm, the stutters are barely noticeable. Emotional. The stutter when I entered. Registered across the entire First Junction district. People in the sill layer caught glimpses of the mirror layer. People in the mirror layer felt the hail layer's frequency for the first time in their lives. 30 seconds of the compact failing locally, centered on you. Aelith absorbed this. In the corner of the archive, 2 books that had been arguing all morning fell silent, as though they too were thinking. So the compact is failing, and I make the cracks bigger. You make the cracks visible. There's a difference. Calla leaned forward, intent now. The compact is decaying on its own, structurally, independently of half-bloods. I have 6 years of data showing the acceleration. The Wardens treat it like a dam with cracks. Patch, reinforce, contain. But the cracks are not caused by external pressure. She paused. The cracks are the structure rejecting itself. Why would it reject itself? That. The archive shuddered. Just a sudden, stomach-dropping wrongness, the floor certain one moment and uncertain the next, the walls translucent for 2 full seconds, the ceiling map's threads swinging freely. The books stopped arguing. The card catalog's drawers slammed shut. The chair Aelith was sitting in gripped her, its adjustment mechanism locking, as though it knew she needed to stay still. Through the translucent walls, she could see the junction corridor in layered outline. 2 seconds of double vision, archive and corridor occupying the same space. The records on the desk fluttered. One fell. Then everything snapped back. Solid walls. Still air. The card catalog opened its drawers again, slowly, like someone checking that their fingers still worked. That, Calla said, in a voice that was very carefully level, was you. I wasn't. You were thinking about what it means, about being the thing that makes the cracks bigger. When both frequencies fire at once, she was already writing, her hand moving fast across the paper in front of her. The compact doesn't fail in your vicinity because you are dangerous. It fails because you are a demonstration. You are walking proof that integration is possible, and the structure built to enforce separation does not know what to do with proof like that. Aelith looked at the walls, solid again. The ceiling map steady. The fallen record on the floor. That's what you meant, she said. The structure is rejecting itself. Yes. Calla set down her pen. Her bright, slightly unhinged expression had shifted, still alert, still running on insufficient sleep, but something underneath it had changed. This was the look of someone who has been right about something for a very long time and has just been shown, at last, exactly how. Yes. That is what I meant. The question that nobody would let her ask. The thing that nobody would let her pursue. Why? Aelith asked again. That, said Calla, is the question nobody will let me ask. The distinction sat between them, precise and heavy. The compact was not being broken. It was breaking itself. And what? They worked for another hour. Calla walked Aelith through her data. The mapped collapses, the frequency compression rates, the overlay of historical records against current measurements. The picture was clear, even to Aelith's untrained eye. The compact was thinning. The layers were pressing together, and the rate of compression was increasing. The Wardens know this, Calla said. They have access to the same monitoring data I do, better data actually, since I'm working from public records and they have classified instruments. They know the compact is failing, but their institutional response is containment. Find the pressure points, reinforce them, prevent overlap events. It is, she searched for the word. It is like trying to prevent the tide by building a higher wall. The wall will always lose. And half-bloods are the tide? Half-bloods are the evidence that the tide has already turned. You exist. Your existence means the frequencies are already mixing, already producing people who carry two signals. The Wardens can contain individuals, but they cannot contain the structural truth that made you possible. Aelith thought about this as she gathered her things to leave. She thought about it in the junction corridor, where the tilting walls and the bending light seemed less disorienting than they had yesterday. She was adjusting. She was starting to know this place, its angles, its sounds, the way the frequencies shifted between layers. She was starting to belong here. And then she saw the gray uniform again.
Yeah.
He was at a different pillar this time, at least. Same posture, arms folded, jaw set, looking anywhere except at her. The effect was of someone who had read a manual on surveillance and was following it with painstaking literalness. Aelith stopped walking, turned, looked directly at him. He was young. Her age or close to it. Dark eyes, dark hair pulled back, sharp features, elf features, all cheekbones and angles. His uniform was neat but not natural on him, the sleeves slightly too long, the collar at an angle that suggested it had been adjusted multiple times. When her eyes met his, something crossed his face that might have been surprise and might have been alarm, and was definitely not part of any training protocol. She held his gaze for 3 seconds. 4. 5. His jaw tightened. He did not look away. Credit for that, at least. but his hands shifted on his folded arms, fingers curling and uncurling in the manner of someone whose rehearsed speech had fled at the moment of delivery. She looked at him and noticed. He was not reaching for anything, not tense to move, not performing threat. He was standing very still, looking at her with the expression of someone who had been told what to expect and had found something entirely different. She had arrived in Sylum 2 days ago, broadcasting a signal the wardens were trained to treat as a structural emergency. He had been sent to monitor that emergency, and what he had found was a person eating biscuits in a tea shop, walking to an archive, walking back. The dissonance between his briefing and the reality of her was visible on his face. She found, unexpectedly, that she was curious about what he would do with that dissonance. Then she turned and kept walking. She could feel the absence of his following presence, the point where his attention stopped tracking her, like a held breath finally released.
Oh, Oh. No.
Brack was closing the shop when she arrived. The junction threshold, his tea shop's public face, was close and copper-lit, the smell of the day's last brews settling in the air. Pith was sitting on the counter beside a stack of clean cups, radiating disapproval in every direction without prejudice. "Your shadow is still out there," Brack said, not looking up from the pot he was drying. "You've seen him?" "He's been about the junction since this morning. Warden cadet. Gray uniform, new boots, looks like he's never surveilled a market stall, let alone a person." Brack placed the pot on a hook with the deliberate precision of a man who treated crockery with more respect than he treated most people. "They always send the new ones first. He'll either arrest you or ask for a biscuit." "He hasn't done either." "That's because he's been told you're dangerous and he can see that you're not. Very confusing for someone who's only ever followed orders." Brack reached below the counter and produced a cup of something that steamed gently. He had made it before she arrived, Aelith realized. He had known she was coming. "Drink this. You look like you've been thinking too hard." She took the cup, and the heat settled into her hands. Not effusive, not ceremonial. Just present. Kala explained the compact. The decay. She says the structure is rejecting itself. Kala has been saying that for 6 years. Nobody listens because it is easier to blame the anomaly than to fix the system. Brack wiped his hands on his apron, the flour catching the copper light. Easier to hunt a girl than to admit the dam was built wrong. Aelith drank. Pith watched her with an expression that suggested the cat found her personally responsible for every inconvenience in its small, angry life. "I could leave," she said. The words surprised her. She had not planned to say them, but they were true in a way that sat like a stone in her chest, the knowledge that there was still a threshold behind her, fence posts in Dunmore, a village where nobody remembered her name. She could go back to being invisible. Safe. Small. She could pack the cloak back in the trunk and close the lid and walk away from all of it. The thought made her stomach clench. Not with relief, with revulsion. Brack set down his cloth. He looked at her with an expression she had not seen from him before. Not gruff, not amused, not exasperated. Something quieter. Something that might have been recognition. "You could," he said. "You could walk back through that threshold and go back to Dunmore and be the quiet girl that nobody notices. You could live the rest of your life in a village that does not see you, and nobody here would blame you for it. But you would know. For the rest of your quiet, invisible life, you would know that you had opinions and a temper and a laugh that startles people and a signal that makes the whole world rearrange itself around you. And you would spend every day pretending none of that was real." Pith jumped from the counter to Brack's shoulder. Brack did not react. The cat settled with the confidence of a creature that regarded all surfaces as its personal territory. I spent 19 years pretending, Aelith said. I know. I didn't know I was pretending. I know that too. She finished the tea. The cup was solid in her hands, and the shop was solid around her, and outside in the junction, somewhere, a young warden in a too-long uniform was trying to decide what to do about a girl whose file said she was dangerous. I'm staying, she said. It was not dramatic. She did not stand or raise her voice or feel the world shift beneath her. She said it the way you say something that has already been true for a while and only needs the words to make it real. Brack nodded. He took the empty cup and turned back to his pots. Good, he said. Because the Archivist needs someone who understands what she's looking for, and I am too old and too busy to be running back and forth across a junction explaining basic frequency theory to a fairy who already knows everything. Aelith almost smiled. Almost. Also, Brack added, without turning, your shadow left his post an hour ago. He'll be back tomorrow. They always come back. She was staying. And tomorrow, she would find out who her mother really was. Chapter 9. Biscuits and Interrogation. The Warden cadet had beautiful handwriting and absolutely no idea how to interrogate someone. He arrived at Brack's tea shop mid-morning, which Aelith knew because she had been watching the junction through the window for an hour waiting for him. Not because she was anxious. She told herself she was not anxious. She was merely observant, and the fact that her observance happened to be trained on the specific junction corridor where a tall elf in a gray uniform might appear was a coincidence of geography and nothing more. He entered the shop shoulders back, jaw set, one hand resting on his belt where something official-looking hung, not a weapon but a small device that pulsed with faint, clear light. A frequency monitor. Something that told him what she was before she opened her mouth. "Good morning," he said. His voice was formal and slightly too loud for the size of the room. Brack, behind the counter, did not look up from the pot he was scrubbing. Pith, on the counter, opened one eye, assessed the newcomer with the weary contempt of a creature that had seen better, and closed it again. "I am Redacted, Warden Cadet Rensil. I have been assigned to conduct a formal assessment of the frequency anomaly identified in this junction sector." He said it all in one breath, the words landing in the room like something he had memorized and delivered before the silence could change his mind. Aelith, sitting at the corner table with a cup of something that tasted like warm stone and honey, watched him over the rim. "That's me," she said. "The frequency anomaly." Ah. He looked at her. Then he looked away. Then he looked at her again, as though hoping she might have become someone easier to talk to in the intervening second. She had not. "I have a form." He produced a form. It was, Aelith had to admit, immaculately filled out. Precise handwriting, no crossing out, every box aligned with the edges. The header read Frequency Anomaly Assessment, standard protocol in the angular script of the Syl, which Aelith was learning to recognize even if she could not read it. Beneath the Syl header, a translation in common script. Ren had come prepared. He sat across from her at the table, first pulling the chair back, then pushing it in, then pulling it back again to a slightly different angle, as though furniture arrangement were a tactical decision requiring careful calibration. "Name? Aelith Voss." He wrote it down. His pen moved with careful precision. "Species?" She raised an eyebrow. "It's on the form," he said. His dark eyes flicked to her face and away again, as though looking at her for too long might compromise his objectivity. "Half-blood. Syl and human." He wrote it. There was a pause. He looked at the form. He looked at the space provided for species classification. The form does not have a category for that. I imagine it doesn't. He wrote half-blood in the margin, outside the boxes, in handwriting that was still beautiful, but now carried a faint air of institutional crisis. The boxes did not fit her. He was making room anyway. Purpose of entry into Sylum? To find out who I am. That is not a standard entry classification. I am not a standard entry. From behind the counter, Brack made a sound that might have been a cough, and might have been a laugh, and was definitely neither accidental nor subtle. He still had not looked up. Wren pressed on. He asked about her point of entry, the fence posts at Dunmore. He wrote this with a small frown. He asked about her knowledge of frequency broadcasting. None when she had arrived. His frown deepened. He asked about her current place of residence, and Aelith looked at Brack, who said nothing, and Wren wrote, unconfirmed, with the expression of a man who was beginning to suspect his training had not prepared him for this. He asked about her contact with other Sylum inhabitants. She mentioned Calla. He knew the name? His pen paused, and something crossed his face. The archivist who publishes papers about the compact's decay, he said, neutrally. The archivist who is right about the compact's decay, Aelith said, less neutrally. He did not respond to that. He wrote something. Aelith could not read it upside down, but it was longer than a name and shorter than an argument. He asked about her intentions regarding the compact. She did not have any intentions regarding the compact. She barely understood the compact. I just got here, she said. My intentions are to understand why my mother lied to me about everything. The compact is not currently on my list. I see. He wrote something. The pen paused. For the form, I will note no stated intentions regarding compact integrity. You could also note no idea what's happening. That is not a standard notation, but the ghost of a smile threatened his jawline again. He fought it back with the discipline of a career ahead of him and the instincts of a young man who was discovering that discipline was less comfortable than it used to be. He asked if she had encountered other half-bloods. The question was careful, clinical, a standard inquiry on a standard form. Aelith said no, which was true. He wrote it. She did not ask why the Wardens had a standard question about other half-bloods, but the fact that they did sat in the back of her mind like a door she had not yet opened. He asked about her magical training. She had none. He asked about her frequency control. She had none. He asked if she had built or attempted to build a threshold. She had not. With each answer, the space between dangerous anomaly and confused teenager widened, and Wren's pen slowed, the handwriting losing the fine certainty it had carried at the top of the form. Your mother, he said. Evelyn Voss. Laura Syl. He looked up. The pen stopped. Syl? You didn't know? His expression confirmed it. He had not known. The file, whatever file the Wardens had assembled on the frequency anomaly at the first junction, had not included the detail that the anomaly's mother was one of their own. The realization crossed his face in stages. Surprise, then recalculation, then something that looked uncomfortably like the beginnings of doubt about the completeness of his briefing. He wrote nothing. He sat with the pen poised over the form, and the new information in the air between them, and for a moment Aelith saw him not as a warden or a cadet or an interrogator, but as a young man who had just discovered that the institution he served had not told him everything it knew. The moment passed. He lowered the pen. I will need to verify that. Calamir has the records. The archivist. His voice was neutral again. Professional. But the doubt was in his eyes now, and it wasn't leaving. Somewhere around the 9th question, Brack brought biscuits. He placed them on the table between Wren and Aelith without comment. A plate of them, golden brown, still warm. Then he returned to the counter with the unhurried calm of a man who had set a trap and was content to wait. Wren glanced at the biscuits. Aelith watched him not eat one. He was very good at not eating one. He did not eat one for 3 entire questions. The biscuit sat between them, warm and fragrant and patient. "Your signal," he said, his eyes fixed on the form with the determination of someone refusing to be distracted by baked goods. "At the time of your entry, it caused a localized stutter affecting the sill and mere layers at the first junction. Were you aware of the disruption?" "I was aware that everyone in the vicinity stopped what they were doing and stared at me, yes." "That would be consistent with a frequency stutter." "I thought they were just rude." He blinked. Then, almost involuntarily, the corner of his mouth moved. Not a smile. More like the ghost of a smile that had shown up without permission and was being firmly asked to leave. The smile was not authorized. It left. But it had been there, and they both knew it. He ate a biscuit. It was entirely possible he did not notice he was doing it, because his eyes remained on the form and his pen remained in his hand, and his jaw moved with the absent rhythm of someone whose body had made a decision his brain had not sanctioned. "The standard protocol for a dual-frequency anomaly of your classification is containment and assessment," he said. Around the biscuit. "Assessment I am conducting. Containment." He paused. He swallowed. He ate a second biscuit. "Containment is a broader operational decision." "What does containment mean exactly?" "It depends on the threat assessment." "And the threat assessment depends on?" He set down his pen. "Commander Vera will determine the final classification." The name came out of him quietly with the specific care of someone navigating around something sharp, careful, respectful, and underneath both, something that was not quite fear but lived in the same neighborhood. Aelith heard it. She stored it. "She assigns the hunts," she said. Not a question. His eyes came up. "She oversees field operations." "Yes." "The containments." A pause that ran 1 second too long. "The threat responses." So there was someone above Wren in this. Someone who had already decided what Aelith was before Wren had arrived to find out. Someone who had watched enough thresholds collapse that she had stopped asking questions and started issuing classifications. The name sat in Aelith's mind with its own particular weight. Vera Syl. "What is the threat assessment?" Aelith asked. He looked at her. His dark eyes were serious, careful, and, underneath the formality and the training and the crisp handwriting, genuinely uncertain. This was not a man who had met many frequency anomalies. This was a man who had been told what a frequency anomaly was, had studied the protocols, had memorized the forms, and was discovering that the real thing did not match the description in any way that mattered. "You don't match your file," he said. It came out quieter than the rest, not an official observation, but a private one, spoken in the space between the form and the person. "The file says you're dangerous." "Am I not?" He looked down at the biscuit crumbs on his uniform, at the form half completed, with its box for species that could not accommodate her and its entry classification that did not include finding out who I am. At Brack's tea shop, warm and copper-lit and smelling of biscuits. At the cat, who had descended from the counter and was now sitting at Wren's feet, staring upward with the territorial intensity of a creature considering an annexation. "I think the evidence is inconclusive," he said. Aelith laughed. She did not plan it. The sound came out of her like a bird startled from a hedge, short, bright, surprised at its own existence. It was the first laugh she had shared with someone her own age. It was the first laugh she had shared with anyone who was not Brack, and Brack's humor was the kind you felt in your chest rather than heard. Wren stared at her for a moment with an expression she could not read. Then he ate a third biscuit with the air of a man whose entire world was rearranging itself and who had decided, in the absence of better options, to have a biscuit about it. "Your assessment," Aelith said. "Recovering. What will it say?" "I haven't decided." "Is that normal?" "For a Warden assessment?" "No." "What is normal?" "Normally, the anomaly is exactly as described in the file and the assessment is straightforward." He brushed crumbs from his sleeve. "Normally, I do not eat biscuits during an interrogation." "Is this an interrogation?" He considered this with the genuine seriousness of someone for whom the distinction between an interrogation and a conversation was a matter of professional ethics. "I believe it was intended to be." Brack set down a fresh pot of tea. He poured 3 cups, one for Aelith, one for Wren, one for himself, and leaned against the counter with the air of a man settling in to watch something interesting develop. Pith jumped onto the table between the 2 remaining biscuits and the half-completed form, and sat on both. Wren picked up his tea. He drank. Something softened in his face. "Brack's tea did that." "I should go," Wren said, though he did not stand. "You should." "I have to file my assessment." "You do?" He stood. He straightened his uniform and pocketed the pen. Then he walked to the door, opened it, and stepped into the junction corridor. The door closed behind him. The form was still on the table. Pith was sitting on it. Aelith moved the cat. Pith allowed this with the dignity of a deposed monarch, and picked up the form. The handwriting was beautiful. Every letter formed with care, every answer recorded faithfully. Name: Aelith Voss. Species: half-blood written in the margin because the boxes did not fit. Purpose of entry: to find out who she is. At the bottom, where the form required a report number and a filing classification, the spaces were blank. He had not assigned a report number. He had not classified her. He was not reporting this visit. Brack collected the teacups. "He'll be back," Brack said. "How do you know?" "He left his form. And his pen is in his pocket, but the cap is still on the table." Brack picked up the pen cap, small silver, engraved with the Syl crest, and set it beside the empty biscuit plate. A man who leaves his tools behind means to return for them. Aelith looked at the door Wren had left through. She thought about a Warden cadet who had been sent to assess a threat and found a girl drinking tea. She thought about the way he had said, "The evidence is inconclusive," with biscuit crumbs on his uniform and uncertainty in his careful dark eyes, and the empty spaces at the bottom of the form where a report should have been. She thought about a name, Vera, spoken with the controlled care of someone who has learned not to speak it carelessly. That meant something. She was not sure what, but it sat warm in her chest beside the laughter, like a second cup of tea she hadn't expected and didn't know she needed. Chapter 10. The Redacted Past. Calla had organized her findings on 3 different walls and was apologizing to a footnote she disagreed with. "It's not personal," Calla told the footnote, a small, luminous annotation hovering beside a record on the eastern wall. "But your source is a Syl Council communique from the Consolidation period, which means you're inherently biased toward institutional framing, and I cannot in good conscience cite you without a caveat." The footnote pulsed indignantly. Calla patted the record it was attached to with the brisk authority of someone settling a minor dispute and turned back to Aelith. I've been up all night. I've found her. Aelith had arrived at the archive early, or what she guessed was early. The mirror layer's light never fully darkened, just shifted from gold to silver and back, a perpetual not quite dawn that made time feel optional and clocks feel like a personal choice. She had walked the junction route with more confidence now. Her hand no longer trailed the wall. Her feet knew where the floor changed its mind about which direction was down. She was learning this place the way you learn a language, not through rules but through immersion. The archive greeted her in its usual way. She had stopped deciding whether this was welcoming or nosy. "Show me," Aelith said. Kala moved to the eastern wall. Records were pinned in clusters, connected by colored thread. Red for redactions, blue for cross-references, green for unverified fragments. The threads had multiplied since yesterday. Kala had been working through the night, and the wall showed it, a web of connections radiating outward from a single central record marked with a name in angular Syl script. Lyra Syl, Kala began, and the name hung in the air with the weight of something that had been buried and was now, slowly, being exhumed. Born approximately 230 years ago by the Syl counting. Never mind the maths, we do not have 20 minutes. The point is she was old by human standards and mid-career by elf standards. She pulled a record from the wall. The flat sheet of light bent in her hands, showing symbols that Aelith could almost read. The angular script of the Syl. She was starting to recognize certain patterns. The symbol for threshold, the symbol for frequency, the symbol for council. Her mother's language, seeping into her comprehension the way the enchantment had been seeping out of her blood. Counselor. Frequency Stability Committee, the branch responsible for monitoring the compact's integrity. By every measure, brilliant. Her research predicted the current decay pattern 30 years before anyone noticed. She developed the monitoring methodology the Wardens still use. She was, Kala searched for the word. She was the person who understood the system best. And nobody listened to her. On the contrary, everyone listened. Her work was cited across all 3 layers. But understanding and acting are different things, and the Council chose understanding without action, which is the most common institutional failure mode in recorded history. I have data on this. Extensive data. The Mirror Archives document. Kala. Right. Sorry. Kala took a breath. The listening stopped when her conclusions became inconvenient. Her later papers, the ones predicting systemic collapse, were received less warmly. The last one was formally suppressed by the Council before it reached the Great Record. Suppressed. Classified. Sealed. The official reason was premature conclusions pending further data, which is institutional language for this makes us uncomfortable. A second record, damaged. Parts of it flickered, as though the light that comprised it had been partially erased. Holes in the information. Wounds in the archive. This is where it gets interesting. 17 years before you were born, the Frequency Stability Committee logged what they called a threshold anomaly. A threshold in the human world, the mortal world, the non-magical layer, had decayed to the point of permeability. It shouldn't have been possible. The compact was designed to keep the human world sealed off entirely. No magic in, no magic out, no awareness of Sylum's existence. But a doorway opened. A doorway opened. And someone walked through it. Human. A man. Kala traced the record's text with her finger. The committee's report says the anomaly was contained, that the threshold was sealed, that the human was returned to his world and the matter was resolved. She set the record down and looked at Aelith. But the containment report is missing. Missing. The names of the committee members who handled the response are missing. The threshold location is missing. The human's identity is missing. Every operational detail gone. Redacted with Syl Council authority codes. Aelith sat very still. The human who walked through, she said. That was my father. Based on the timeline, yes. The anomaly was logged 20 years ago. The redactions begin 19 years ago, which is when Leora disappeared from the council records. You are 19. The numbers are exact. So Leora was assigned to monitor the breach. She found the human, and instead of containing him, she fell in love with him. The words hung in the archive's humming air. Calla said them simply, without romance or judgment. A fact derived from data. The fact that had changed everything.
Hey, kid.
Bye. They worked for another hour. Calla arranged 3 more records on the table, each damaged differently, some with sections blanked out in clean rectangles, others showing ragged edges where information had been torn away by someone in a hurry. Here is what I've pieced together. Leora was assigned to the threshold anomaly. Her monitoring reports became less frequent, then stopped entirely. For a period of approximately 2 years, there are no records at all. Not redacted, just absent. As though Leora's seal had stepped outside the archive's awareness entirely. 2 years. Long enough for a life. A child. Calla sat on the edge of her desk. 6 empty cups from her all-night session stood in 2 rows, 4 from the first push, 2 more since Aelith arrived. And then, 19 years ago, everything comes back into frame. A massive frequency spike is logged in the compact's integrity monitors. The spike is centered on a threshold in the human adjacent layer, a threshold that shouldn't exist. That was me. That was you being born. A dual-frequency broadcast so powerful that it registered on every monitoring system in Sylum. And when the monitors came back online, Leora Syl was gone. Her council seat, vacant. Her research files, sealed. Her threshold, abandoned, and it collapsed within months. Silence. Even the footnote had dimmed. She ran, Aelith said. She took you and left Sylum entirely. Everything she was, her seat on the council, her research, her threshold, her people, her work, her name, she abandoned it in the time it took you to take your first breath. Calla's voice was quiet now, the manic energy of the researcher giving way to something more human. And then the council did what institutions do when something threatens the narrative. They erased her. They also found, buried in the footnotes of a routine maintenance log, a passing reference to the Voss threshold. Not Leora Syl's threshold. The Voss threshold. A space in the human adjacent layer, logged once and never again. Voss is my name, Aelith said. My father's name. And your mother took it when she left. She dropped Syl entirely. Became Leora Voss. Calla was tracing the reference with her finger, her expression the focused intensity of a hound that has caught a scent. But look. The Voss threshold was logged 2 years before the frequency spike. 2 years before you were born. Which means your father didn't just stumble through a decayed threshold and leave. He stayed. He stayed long enough to build something. A human built a threshold. Humans can't. They don't have a frequency. But Calla pulled a dusty theoretical text from a shelf near the ceiling, dislodging a small cloud of glowing motes. This is a treatise on threshold mechanics from the pre-compact period. It theorizes that threshold construction depends on psychic resonance, not magical frequency per se. A human with sufficient understanding and a strong enough sense of self could, in theory, construct a threshold that resonated on a non-magical frequency. Nobody ever tested the theory because humans have been sealed away from Sylum for 8 centuries. Until my father.
Until your father.
And someone, your mother, I'd wager, helped him build it. Or at least sustained it with her own frequency while it stabilized. Calla set the treatise down. The Voss threshold. A space built by a human and an elf, in the layer between worlds. That's where they lived, Aelith. That's where you were conceived. A threshold built from two people. Two frequencies, or one frequency and one absence of frequency. Coexisting. Holding. Like what Aelith carried inside her. Leora had been the sharpest mind in the Frequency Stability Committee. Calla had found one fragment of her final suppressed paper, not a summary, but a sentence in Leora's own hand, preserved in the margin of someone else's citation. The compact does not fail. It corrects. 7 words that had apparently been enough to have the entire paper buried. She was holding it together, Calla said, pinning a new thread between 2 records. Not the compact. The understanding of the compact. She was the one who saw the patterns, who modeled the compression, who could have told the council exactly what was happening and exactly what to do about it. When she left, they lost the only person who truly understood the system they were trying to maintain. And instead of understanding it, they contained it. They contained everything. They redacted her research, sealed her threshold, erased her name, and doubled down on the same containment strategy that was already failing. Because admitting that Leora had been right, that the compact was decaying on its own, that containment would not hold, would have meant admitting that the entire Warden infrastructure was built on a false premise. Aelith thought about her mother in the cottage on Hare Lane. The wards on the walls, hundreds of them, in 2 handwritings. The elegant script and the desperate one. The enchantment that had pressed them both flat until it could not hold any longer. She didn't just leave to protect me, Aelith said. She left because she knew what was coming and they wouldn't listen. I think she left for both reasons. I think she was terrified for you and furious with them, and I think those 2 things happened at the same time. Calla paused. Emotions are not mutually exclusive. Neither are motives. You sound like you're quoting something. I'm quoting myself. I said it at a conference 3 years ago and nobody applauded. I've been waiting for another opportunity. Aelith surprised herself by smiling. It was a small smile, and it sat alongside the grief rather than replacing it, but it was there. She was gathering her cloak to leave when Calla spoke again. Her voice had changed, the rapid academic excitement replaced by something careful and still. Aelith, the records don't just stop. They were erased. And the erasure pattern matches Syl Council authority codes. Your mother's own people buried this. I know. You showed me the redactions. I showed you the old redactions. The ones from 19 years ago. Calla held up a new record, not from the Great Records collection but from her own files, annotated in her rapid handwriting. The most recent redaction in Leora's file was made 11 months ago. 11. Not 19 years ago when she disappeared. Someone on the current council accessed these records less than a year ago and added new redactions. Why? My mother is dead. What's left to hide? That's the question. Calla's green eyes were steady, the scattered energy gathered into a point. Something changed. Either someone was looking for the same thing I've been looking for, or someone found what I haven't found yet, and the council needed to ensure no one else could. The archive hummed around them. The books were still. The card catalog had closed all its drawers. Aelith gathered the cloak. She found the waypoint on the lining with her thumb, the circled symbol, the word come, and traced the line from it back through the network, the same route she had traced 100 times. It still ended in the same place it always had. Leora Syl. Counselor. Scholar. Mother. A woman who had walked away with her daughter, and a love so fierce it had become a cage. "Your mother has been dead for weeks," Calla said. "But the cover-up is alive. Whatever they're hiding, they're still actively hiding it. And they are paying attention." The words settled into the humming silence of the archive like stones dropped into still water. The cover-up was alive. 11 months ago. Someone was still watching. Aelith stood in the doorway a moment before she left. "Same time tomorrow?" Calla was already pulling records from the shelves, the energy back in her hands and her hair and her rapid, certain movements. "I'll be here at dawn. Bring the biscuits with the seeds. They're the only thing that keeps me vertical when I've been up all night." Aelith left into the junction's uncertain light. She carried the weight of her mother's secret history and the growing certainty that the truth, once started, was not going to stop. And somewhere in the current council, behind a Syl authority code applied 11 months ago, someone already knew she was looking. Chapter 11. The Tea That Fixes Things. Brack's kitchen was the size of a cathedral, and it smelled like her mother's bread. Aelith stopped in the doorway. She had been inside Brack's tea shop a dozen times now, the small, cluttered front room with its mismatched cups and its perpetually disgruntled cat. She had assumed that was all of it, that the tea shop was the threshold and the threshold was the tea shop, and Brack was simply a large man who made very good tea in a very small space. She had been wrong. The door behind the counter, the one Brack had always waved her away from with a gruff storage, opened onto a room that should not have fit inside the building. Should not have fit inside several buildings. The ceiling vaulted upward into shadow, supported by pillars of dark stone that looked like they had been growing there for centuries. Copper pots lined every wall, hundreds of them, their surfaces catching light from no visible source and throwing it back in warm, shifting patterns that made the room feel alive. The air moved. Not wind. Something more deliberate, as though the kitchen itself was breathing. "Don't gawk," Brack said, already moving to the largest of the stoves, a cast-iron behemoth that occupied an entire wall and radiated heat like a sleeping animal. "It's rude. Your kitchen is the size of a cathedral. It's a normal kitchen. Everything else is small." Pith appeared on a shelf near the ceiling, regarding Aelith with the absolute indifference that cats reserve for people they have already judged and found wanting. The shelf should not have been reachable by a cat. Pith did not appear to care about what should and should not be. Aelith walked further in. The floor was warm stone, not heated, just warm, the way a hearthstone holds the memory of a fire long after the fire has gone. The copper pots shifted as she passed, their surfaces rippling with images she could not quite catch. Faces. Places. A woman laughing. A child running. Gone before she could focus. "The pots?" she said. "What's in them?" "Memories." Brack did not look up from whatever he was measuring into a kettle. "Willingly given." "Which tradition?" "We trade them, store them, sometimes cook with them." "Don't touch." She had not been about to touch. She had been about to touch. She put her hands behind her back. The smell hit her again. Bread, her mother's bread, the specific warm yeast scent of the kitchen in Dunmore, where Leora had baked every Tuesday morning without fail. Aelith had never thought about why it was always Tuesday, or why the bread had always tasted slightly different from anyone else's, or why the smell of it had been the one thing in their grey cottage that had color, had warmth, had the quality of being remembered even while it was happening. Because it was magic. The bread had been magic. The only magic Leora had allowed herself, perhaps. A small, domestic defiance of the enchantment she had built around them both. Her eyes were burning. "Sit," Brack said. He set a cup in front of her. The tea inside was dark amber, almost copper, and it steamed in a way that suggested it was doing something more complex than simply being hot. Aelith sat. She lifted the cup. The smell was not bread but warm and mineral and faintly sweet, like river water over clean stones in sunlight. She drank. The crying came without warning. Not grief. Not the flat, exhausted grief she had carried since Dunmore, the gray weight that sat on her chest and made everything feel muffled and far away. This was different. This was release, as though every feeling she had suppressed for 19 years had been held behind a dam, and the tea had found the crack, and now everything was coming through at once. Joy and rage and loneliness and wonder, and the ache of having been loved by someone who had also diminished her, and the confusion of holding both those truths in the same hands. She cried the way a storm breaks, sudden, complete, and temporary. She could not have stopped it if she had tried. She did not try. When it was over, she was embarrassed. Her face was wet and her chest hurt, and she had made a truly alarming sound at one point that she hoped Brack would have the decency to never mention. "Sorry," she said. That doesn't usually." He set another cup in front of her. This one smelled like nothing in particular. "First cup always does that," he said. "Years of feeling, all at once. Like uncorking a bottle that's been sealed too long." He sat across from her, his enormous frame making the chair look like it had been built for a child. "Second cup is just tea." She drank the second cup. It was just tea. It tasted like warmth with no agenda, and she was grateful for the simplicity of it. "Thank you," she said. Her voice was steadier now. She felt scraped clean, raw but lighter, the way a room feels after you open the windows for the first time in months. Brack grunted. This, she had learned, was how he accepted gratitude. The grunt contained multitudes. The kitchen shifted around them as they sat. Not dramatically. The walls did not move and the ceiling did not lower, but the atmosphere changed. The copper pots dimmed and brightened in patterns Aelith could not predict. The smell cycled through variations. Bread, then rain on dry earth, then something sharp and green that made her think of the pressed flower from her mother's trunk. "This is your threshold," she said. "Observant. It's beautiful." He looked at her with an expression she could not read. Not displeasure, not warmth. A look that belonged to neither warmth nor refusal, the look of someone who had heard a compliment and was deciding what to do with it. "It used to be bigger," he said. He stood and walked to the far wall. Aelith followed. Between two of the largest copper pots, there was a door, or there had been. The frame was still there, heavy dark wood, carved with symbols she recognized as Hail script, but where the door should have been, there was nothing. Not a wall. Not an opening. Nothing. A space where something had been removed so completely that even the absence was hard to look at. Her eyes slid off it the way they slid off the enchantment marks on the cottage walls in Dunmore before the enchantment had cracked. Cold radiated from it. Not the cold of winter or stone. The cold of a place where warmth had been and was not any more. "What happened?" she asked. Brack stood with his back to her. His hands, which she had only ever seen moving, measuring tea, slicing bread, gesturing at pith to get off something, were still. "My daughter," he said. "Mirette. She would have been about your age." The kitchen was very quiet. Even the copper pots had gone still. "She was like you." Too much for one frequency. Her mother was Mir, a fairy woman I met at the junction market. We shouldn't have worked. Our magic shouldn't have been compatible. They weren't, technically. But we managed in the way that people manage when they are stubborn enough to build something from incompatible parts. He touched the frame of the absent door. Mirette built her threshold here, connected to mine. A room that was half kitchen, half garden, fairy flowers that bloomed when you cooked, recipes that grew like vines. It was the most improbable, impossible, beautiful thing I have ever seen. He did not continue for a moment. Pith appeared from somewhere, not the shelf, a different somewhere, and pressed against Brack's ankle. Brack did not look down, but his hand found the cat's head with the automatic certainty of long habit. 7 years ago. A decay event. The compact shuddered and 3 thresholds collapsed in this district. Mirette's was one of them. The door, her door, connecting her threshold to mine, it just. He gestured at the nothing. She was inside. She did not come out. Brack. Don't. His voice was not harsh. It was the voice of a man who had learned exactly how much he could say about this and knew he had reached the limit. I am not telling you this so you can comfort me. I am telling you because you need to understand what the stakes are. Half-bloods are not an abstraction. They are not a political question. They are children who build impossible rooms, and then the rooms swallow them, and the people who love them spend 7 years standing in front of a door that is not there anymore. He turned to face her. His eyes were dry. Whatever grief lived in Brackhale, it had moved past the point of tears a long time ago. And now you have walked into my tea shop, broadcasting on 2 frequencies like a signal fire, and every warden in 3 layers has felt you, and you are standing in my kitchen looking at the place where my daughter used to be. He paused. So, when I tell you to be careful, know that I am not speaking theoretically. Aelith did not know what to say. She had learned, in the weeks since Dunmore, that sometimes the honest response to someone's pain was not words but presence, the simple act of standing in the same room and not looking away. She did not look away. Brack nodded. Something shifted in his expression, not softening, exactly, but settling. As though he had tested her, and she had passed by the simple act of staying still. "More tea?" he said. "Please." Unhada. They were sitting at the long table, Brack on his 3rd cup, Aelith on her 4th, when the air changed. It was subtle. A pressure. Not physical, more like the moment before a thunderstorm when the atmosphere thickens and your ears pop and you know that something is about to happen even though nothing visible has changed. Aelith felt it in her teeth, in the bones behind her eyes. A frequency she did not recognize. High and sharp and carrying authority like a blade carries an edge. Brack's hand closed around her wrist. "Don't move." His voice was barely a whisper. His eyes were fixed on the wall nearest the junction, the boundary between his threshold and the shared transit space outside. The pressure intensified. Aelith could feel it now as a distinct sensation, a scanning frequency, methodical and cold, sweeping the area the way a searchlight sweeps a yard. It passed over Brack's threshold, and she felt his kitchen respond. The walls thickened, the copper pots dimmed, the air grew dense and opaque. The threshold was hiding them. Brack's magic, old and deep and rooted in this kitchen like a tree is rooted in earth, was pulling his space inward, making it smaller, quieter, less noticeable. The patrol passed. 3 wardens. She could feel their combined enforcement frequency like a chord struck on instruments tuned for intimidation. They moved through the junction outside without pausing. The scanning frequency swept past Brack's threshold and continued on. Aelith realized she had been holding her breath. Brack released her wrist. His expression had not changed. He picked up his cup and drank. "They sweep this route every few hours now," he said. "Since you arrived." I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. Be smart.
He looked at her over the rim of his cup. Sorry doesn't help. Smart might. The warmth of the kitchen reasserted itself. The copper pots brightened. The smell shifted back to bread, not Leora's bread this time, but Brack's own bread, the heavy dark loaves he baked every morning for the tea shop. Practical bread. Bread that did not carry the weight of memory, just the straightforward purpose of keeping a person fed. Aelith drank her tea and watched the copper pots shift and thought about Mirette. A girl her age. Too much for one frequency. A room that was half kitchen, half garden. A door that was not there anymore. 7 years Brack had been standing in front of that door. And now he was making tea for another half-blood. Feeding her. Sheltering her. Hiding her from the Wardens with the full weight of his threshold. She did not ask why. She knew why. It was the same reason her mother had covered the cottage walls in wards. The same reason her father, wherever he was, had written in a hand that was frantic and desperate beside Leora's elegant script. Love that could not save the person it was meant for, redirected toward the next person who needed it. Brack stood and began clearing the cups. Methodical. Efficient. Affection expressed through domestic tasks, never discussed. "Come back tomorrow," he said. "I have more questions for the Archivist, and you'll want to eat before you go." He handed her a cloth bag. Inside, bread, dried fruit, something wrapped in wax paper that smelled like herbs and butter. Enough food for 2 days, easily. Brack! Go! Go! Go seating! Before the next patrol. She went. At the door, she looked back. He was already washing the cups, his massive back to her, Pith on the counter beside him watching the process with the supervisory intensity of a cat who has strong opinions about dishwashing technique. In the bag, beneath the food, she found a note. His handwriting was blunt and utilitarian, the handwriting of a man who communicated in recipes, not letters. "Come back tomorrow. I have more questions for the Archivist." He had already said this. He had written it down anyway, as though saying it once might not be enough, as though he needed to make sure she knew she was expected. Aelith folded the note carefully and put it in the pocket of her mother's cloak, beside the map that had brought her to Sylum. 2 pieces of paper. One from a woman who had loved her so fiercely it had nearly erased her. One from a man who was learning, gruffly and reluctantly, and 1 cup of tea at a time, to do the same. The junction's light folded around her as the kitchen door closed behind her with the soft, definitive sound of a threshold that knew exactly who it was keeping safe. Chapter 12. The Margin Dweller. There was someone else in Sylum who sounded like her. Aelith felt it between Calla's archive and Brack's shop, a flicker at the edge of her awareness, like catching a familiar voice in a crowd. Not a voice. A frequency. 2 frequencies, layered and contradictory, the same impossible double note that she carried in her own blood. But where Aelith's broadcast was still raw and uncontrolled, a bonfire she was only beginning to learn to bank, this signal was quiet. Controlled. Suppressed with a care that suggested years of practice. Someone was hiding, and they were very good at it. She should have kept walking. Calla was expecting her. The biscuits with seeds were in her bag, and the Archivist had been up all night again, tracing the thread of a Sil Council resolution that referenced anomalous frequency subjects, and appeared to have been redacted 3 separate times by 3 separate authorities over 2 centuries. The research could not wait. But the signal pulled at her. Not magic, but recognition. The bone-deep certainty that somewhere in the tangled, collapsing architecture of Sylum there was another person who understood what it felt like to exist on 2 frequencies at once. She followed it, The signal led her off the junction route and into territory she had not explored, a side passage where the walls were no longer the clean, deliberate architecture of maintained thresholds, but something rougher, older. The stone was cracked, and the light was wrong. Not the warm gold of the hail layer or the silver green of the mirror or the clear white of the sill, but all three at once, bleeding into each other in patterns that hurt to look at. The air tasted of copper and growing things and cold stone all at the same time. A collapsed zone. Kala had mentioned them, places where the compact had degraded enough that the layers bled together. Not the deep, not yet, but the margins. The in-between spaces where the separation was thin and the architecture of three different peoples folded into each other like shuffled cards. Nobody lived here, Kala had said. Too unstable. Too disorienting. The Wardens avoided them because enforcement frequency could not establish a stable field. The three peoples avoided them because the overlap made reality feel wrong. Aelith moved through it. The ground shifted between stone and soil and something that felt like woven fabric. A wall to her left was simultaneously a fairy garden trellis and a witch's pantry shelf and an elf's ward-marked barrier, the three images overlapping and flickering depending on which angle she looked from. She kept her hand on the wall and felt all three textures at once: leaf, wood, cold metal. Her dual frequency, which made the rest of Sylum uncomfortable, felt almost normal here. The collapsed zone did not care about her contradictions. It was already contradictory. She was, for the first time since entering Sylum, not the strangest thing in the room. The signal was close now. Just ahead, through a gap where a threshold had collapsed and left a space like a missing tooth in a jaw. She ducked through. The space beyond was small, the size of Brack's tea shop front room, maybe less. It had been assembled from wreckage. 3 walls from 3 different thresholds, mismatched in material and style. One of dark stone with faded hail cooking runes. One of living wood that still grew small, confused leaves. One of silk crystal that had gone cloudy with age. The ceiling was a patchwork of all 3, held together by nothing that Aelith could see and possibly by nothing at all. A nest. A shelter built from stolen fragments. And in the center of it, sitting on a bedroll that looked like it had been made from 3 different stolen blankets, was a person who looked at her the way a feral cat looks at an outstretched hand, with the very specific hostility of a creature that has learned to expect harm from every offered kindness. "Oh, wonderful," the person said. "Another half-blood who thinks she's the first one." Tovin was small. Not young small, but compact, efficient, built for surviving in spaces that did not want them. Mixed features that Aelith could not immediately place. Fine fairy bones under heavy witch brows, eyes that shifted between green and copper depending on the light, hair chopped short and uneven in the way of someone who cut their own hair with whatever was available. Wings, moth-like, translucent, were folded flat against their back, almost invisible under a jacket that had been pieced together from fabrics of all 3 layers. The patterns on the wings were wrong in a way Aelith could not articulate. Not damaged. Just different. Hybrid patterns that belonged to no known mere family. "Let me guess," Tovin continued. Their voice was sharp and dry, the voice of someone who had weaponized sarcasm out of survival necessity. "You're very special and possibly the chosen one? You've just arrived in Sylum and everything is strange and wonderful and also a bit scary. You've made some friends, a kind witch, a chatty fairy, probably an attractive elf with good cheekbones and a moral crisis, and now you've followed a mysterious signal into the collapsed zones because you felt a connection." "I? And you're going to ask me to join your little group because there's safety in hurting, because surely the broken things should stick together." "Yes?" Aelith closed her mouth, then opened it, then closed it again. "I was going to ask if you were all right," she said. "You're living in a hole." Something shifted in Tovin's expression. surprise quickly buried. It's not a hole. It's a strategically positioned shelter in a zone that the Wardens cannot effectively patrol. The fact that it looks like a hole is camouflage. It looks like 3 walls that don't match held together by stubbornness. That is also accurate. They stared at each other. Aelith became aware that she was standing in the entrance to Tovin's home, such as it was, uninvited, broadcasting on both her frequencies because she had not yet learned to stop, and probably disrupting whatever careful suppression Tovin had been maintaining for however long they had been hiding here. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to find you. I felt." "My signal." "Yes. I know. You've been in Sylum for, what, a few weeks? And you have not learned to control your broadcast at all, which means you are projecting on both frequencies at maximum, which means you are the loudest thing in 3 layers, which means every warden in Sylum has been tracking you since the moment you arrived." Tovin stood. They were shorter than Aelith had expected, barely reaching her shoulder. "Do you have any idea what that means for the rest of us who were hiding?" The anger in their voice was specific, personal. Not the anger of someone who disagreed with what Aelith was doing, but the anger of someone it had cost. "I didn't know," Aelith said. "You didn't know. Brilliant. The girl with the signal flare didn't know there were people in the dark who needed it to stay dark." Tovin's hands were clenched at their sides. "I have spent 6 years learning to be invisible. 6 years compressing my broadcast to a whisper. 6 years making sure that the Warden's detection sweeps passed over this zone without registering anything worth investigating. And then you show up, walking through junctions like you own them, sitting in a witch's tea shop in broad daylight, chatting with a fairy archivist about the compact's history as though the walls don't have ears, and every warden in the district recalibrates their sweeps because they've felt something they haven't felt in years. A half-blood. Broadcasting. Openly." The anger made sense now. The fury of someone whose survival strategy, painstakingly built over 6 years of silence and compression and solitude, had been shattered by a stranger who had walked into Sylum broadcasting like a bonfire and had no idea what she was burning. She was right. Aelith knew she was right. She had thought of herself as the one in danger, the half-blood the Wardens were hunting. She had not thought about the other people her signal might have put at risk. The ones who had been hiding successfully. The ones whose careful, painstaking invisibility she had destroyed simply by existing loudly. "How many?" Aelith asked. "Half-bloods. How many are there?" Tovin looked at her for a long moment. "More than the compact wants to acknowledge. Fewer than there should be." They sat back down on the bedroll. "I felt others. Over the years. Brief signals, someone born wrong, broadcasting for a day or a week before the Wardens found them, or they learned to suppress it, or they," a pause, "or they didn't survive. Threshold collapse. Frequency rejection. The compact is not kind to people who exist in between. And you survived." "I survived because I learned to be no one. Because I found the spaces that nobody wants and made them mine. Because I compressed everything I am into a whisper and lived in the cracks." Their eyes were steady on hers. "And now you are here being everything, and the cracks are not safe anymore." The guilt settled in Aelith's chest like a stone. She had not asked for this. She had not chosen to be a signal flare. But the fact remained. Her existence had consequences that extended beyond her own life, and she had not thought about them. She had been so consumed with her own discovery, the wonder of Sylum, the grief of her mother's secrets, the giddiness of having opinions and friends and a personality that was hers and not the enchantment's muffled echo, that she had not stopped to consider who else might be affected. "I'm sorry," she said again. And this time it was not a social reflex. It was an acknowledgement. Tovin studied her the way you study a door you are not sure you should open. The anger was still there, but something in it had shifted its weight, tilted, not gone. You can't stay here, Tovin said. You're too loud. Even when you're trying to be quiet, you're too loud. It's like standing next to someone who is humming 2 songs at once. I can feel it in my teeth and the Wardens can feel it from 3 junctions away. Can you teach me? To suppress it. Suppress. Tovin said the word like it tasted bad. You want me to teach you to be less of what you are. That's what the enchantment was, wasn't it? Your mother's spell? Suppression. The accuracy of it was a small, sharp hurt. I want to learn to control it. There's a difference. Is there? Yes. Suppression is someone else deciding I should be less. Control is me deciding when to be more. She paused, surprised by her own certainty. The words had come from somewhere below conscious thought, from the part of her that had spent 19 years being made small and was not interested in doing it again. I'm not asking you to make me invisible. I'm asking you to teach me to choose when I'm seen. Tovin was quiet for a long time. The collapsed zone shifted around them. A fairy garden trellis briefly overlapped with a witch's hanging herbs, producing a wall of leaves that smelled simultaneously of flowers and rosemary. The hybrid architecture did not seem to bother Tovin. They lived inside contradiction. It was their native landscape. I'm not joining your group, Tovin said finally. I didn't ask you to. You were going to. Maybe. But right now I'm asking if you'll teach me not to get us both killed. Another silence. Then Tovin reached under the bedroll and pulled out something that looked like a piece of crystal, silk crystal, clouded and cracked, but still faintly resonant. They held it up and it caught both frequencies of Aelith's broadcast, splitting them into visible light. One thread of warm gold, one of cold silver, twisting around each other. You see this? Tovin said. This is what you sound like to anyone who can hear. 2 frequencies, perfectly braided, neither one dominant. Actually, they stopped. Recalibrated. It's distinctive. Most half-bloods broadcast with one frequency louder than the other. You're balanced. Both fully present. Is that unusual? It's irritating. But their voice had shifted. Something underneath the sarcasm. Interest, perhaps. Academic fascination badly disguised as annoyance. The elf-human combination shouldn't produce a balanced output. Elf frequency is high and sustained. Human non-frequency is, well, absent. You should be broadcasting elf-dominant with a human-shaped gap. Instead you're... They turned the crystal, watching the light shift. You're broadcasting as though the absence of human magic has its own frequency, as though silence has a sound. The crystal caught the light and threw it across the walls of Tovin's nest. For a moment, the patchwork shelter looked almost beautiful, the mismatched walls unified by the double light, the gaps and cracks illuminated rather than hidden. Tovin noticed. Their jaw tightened. They put the crystal away. Come back tomorrow, they said. Early. Before the Warden sweeps. I'll teach you the basics of compression. It won't make you silent, but it might make you survivable. Aelith turned to leave. At the gap in the wall, she paused. What's your name? Tovin looked at her with an expression that was equal parts exasperation and reluctant relief. Why would I give you that? Names are how they find you. A pause. The collapsed zone shifted. Fairy leaves rustled against witchstone. Tovin. If they already know where I am, might as well have a name for it. Aelith nodded. She did not say thank you. She had the sense that Tovin would not know what to do with gratitude and might respond to it the way a stray animal responds to sudden movement, by bolting. She stepped through the gap and back into the junction route, carrying with her the image of a person who had built a home from the wreckage of 3 worlds, in a space no one else wanted, and who had survived by being no one for so long that the prospect of being someone again was more frightening than the Warden's. She also carried, folded into her awareness like a new color she had not previously been able to see, the knowledge that she was not alone, that somewhere in the margins of Sylum, another impossible person existed. And that person was angry and sharp and brilliant and afraid, and they had agreed to teach her, and that was not nothing. It was, in fact, quite a lot. Chapter 13. The circle widens. Tovin ate 4 biscuits before speaking a word to anyone. They sat at the corner table in Brack's tea shop, the one furthest from the door, back to the wall, eyes on every exit, and consumed the biscuits with the focused intensity of someone for whom food was not a social activity but a tactical operation. Seeds and crumbs disappeared as though they were evidence. The tea Brack set in front of them went untouched until the biscuits were finished, at which point Tovin picked up the cup, sniffed it with deep suspicion, and drank it in 3 long swallows. "More?" Brack said. "I'll eat your food." "That doesn't make us friends." Brack refilled the cup without comment. He also set down a plate with 2 more biscuits. Tovin looked at the plate, looked at Brack, looked at the plate again, took a biscuit. "It's good," they said, as though the words had been forced out of them by the biscuit itself. "I know," Brack said. Getting Tovin to come had taken 2 days of careful negotiation, conducted through the collapsed zone's shifting architecture in the early mornings before the Warden sweeps. The first morning, Aelith had brought biscuits from Brack's shop and left them at the gap in the wall. Tovin had not appeared. The biscuits were gone when she checked later. The second morning, she brought biscuits and sat outside the gap, talking to the empty air about Calla's research, Brack's kitchen, the investigation. Tovin materialized halfway through her description of the redacted council records and said, "You're doing this on purpose. The food and the information. Luring me out. Is it working?" "I am offended by the transparency of the manipulation." Pause. "When are we going?" Now Tovin sat in Brack's tea shop, looking around the small room with an expression that suggested they were cataloging every structural weakness and possible escape route, and Aelith was trying not to stare at them in case that constituted a social demand they were not prepared to meet. The door opened. "Ren." He stood in the entrance for a moment, tall, sharp-featured, wearing the grey Warden uniform with the sleeves still rolled up because they were too long. But something was different. The last time Aelith had seen him, he had been trying to maintain the pretense of official duty, sitting across from her with his questions and his biscuits and his visible discomfort at the gap between what he had been told about half-bloods and what he was actually seeing. The pretense was gone. He looked tired and certain, which was a combination Aelith had not seen on him before. "I've been reassigned," he said, sitting down. "Officially, to continue monitoring the frequency anomaly, that's you, and report on associated contacts." He took the cup Brack set in front of him without looking at it. "I haven't filed a report in 11 days. "That's a career-ending offense," Tovin said. It was the first thing they had said to anyone besides Brack since arriving. "Failure to report is grounds for immediate discharge and threshold surveillance." Ren looked at them. Whatever he had expected to find in Brack's tea shop, a second half-blood was clearly not it. Something crossed his face, surprise, recalculation, and then the same steadiness returned. "You're well informed about Warden protocols. Survival requires understanding the people who want to contain you. Who are you? Ren Syl, Warden Cadet. Assigned to the anomaly response. Currently committing professional suicide by sitting in a tea shop with 2 half-bloods and a witch instead of reporting their location. He drank his tea. It's good tea, though. It's acceptable tea, Brack corrected from behind the counter. The door opened again. Calla entered in a cascade of scarves and urgency, her red hair escaping from a knot that had clearly been constructed in haste and was already losing its structural integrity. She was carrying an armful of flat, luminous record sheets and speaking before she had fully crossed the threshold. I found something. 3 things, actually. Possibly 4 if the footnote in the maintenance log isn't lying, which footnotes do. They are the most unreliable form of documentation. I have written a paper on this. It was not well received, but the point is I need to cross-reference with Brack's knowledge of Hale memory trading because the Syl records reference a transaction that... She stopped. Looked at Tovin. Looked at Aelith. Back at Tovin. Oh, Calla said. There's 2 of you. Observant, Tovin said, in exactly the same tone Brack used. You're fairy witch. Mirha. Calla set her records on the table and leaned forward, her green eyes going wide with the focused intensity of someone who had just encountered data in the wild. Your wing patterns, the asymmetry in the lateral veining, that's consistent with hybrid frequency expression. The mirror wing structure develops along the maternal frequency line, but if the paternal frequency is Hale, the growth pattern would conflict at the... If you measure my wings, I will bite you. Fair. Completely fair. I apologize. It's just, the theoretical models predict exactly this kind of phenotypic expression, and to see it in an actual... She caught Aelith's look. I'm doing it again. You're doing it again. Calla sat. She arranged her records on the table with the careful disorder of someone whose filing system made sense only to them and possibly to a small number of very patient librarians. Brack brought her tea. She drank it without looking at it, the way a machine accepts fuel. And then they were 5. What went in? The next hour was chaos. The productive kind. The kind where 4 people who have each been working on separate pieces of a puzzle suddenly put their pieces on the same table and discover that the picture is bigger and more complicated and more urgent than any of them had realized alone. Calla spoke. She moved through it at speed, the way she always did, pulling records from her bag and spreading them across the table. Aelith watched the others' faces as she listened to things she already knew, Brack's jaw tightening on the redactions, Tovin going very still at the mention of other half-bloods disappeared over the decades, Ren's eyes shifting sideways as Calla named the Warden involvement. Ren already knew most of it, but hearing it from an archivist, in front of witnesses, with evidence on the table, that was different. Brack added what he knew from the Hale side. The memory trading networks carried information that the official records did not. Rumors of other half-bloods quietly disappeared over the decades. A Hale woman who had traded a memory of her hybrid child to a stranger in exchange for safe passage out of Sylum, not out of cruelty but out of desperation, because the alternative was the Wardens. Tovin added the margins. The collapsed zones. The geography of decay that no archivist had mapped because no archivist went there. The compact is failing from the edges inward, they said, tracing a pattern on the table with one finger. The outer junctions are the worst. Thresholds that were stable for centuries are showing cracks. The layers are compressing. The separation between frequencies is getting thinner. I can feel it. I live in the places where it's already gone. Ren added the Wardens. The internal communications. The fact that the Warden response to the market stutter had been categorized as a potential cascade event, the highest threat level, typically reserved for situations where multiple thresholds were at risk of simultaneous collapse. They're scared, he said. The senior command. Not angry. Scared. The monitoring data shows acceleration. The decay is getting faster. The 5 of them sat with this. The picture on the table was not encouraging. So the compact is failing, Aelith said. The Wardens know it's failing. The Sill Council knows it's failing. And instead of looking for solutions, they're doubling down on containment, hunting half-bloods, suppressing research, redacting records. Because admitting the compact is failing means admitting the system they've built their entire civilization around is wrong, Calla said. Institutions don't do that. Institutions build walls around uncomfortable truths and call it governance. Some of us build kitchens, Brack said. It was quiet enough that most of them missed it. Aelith didn't. She caught the edge of something in his voice, not humor, exactly, but the dry acknowledgement of a man who had spent 7 years standing in front of a door that no longer existed and understood, in a way the rest of them were only beginning to, what it cost when systems failed and people pretended they hadn't. The conversation continued. They argued. They talked over each other. Calla interrupted herself to chase a tangential thought and had to be redirected by Brack, who managed the discourse the way he managed his kitchen, with minimal words and absolute authority. Tovin challenged every assumption, not because they disagreed but because they had survived by assuming the worst and being proved right more often than they liked. Wren asked careful questions and listened to the answers with the intensity of someone rebuilding their understanding of the world from the foundations up. It was messy and loud, and none of them had had this before. Aelith sat back for a moment and watched them. Brack, refilling cups without being asked. Calla, her hands moving as fast as her mouth, connecting threads between records. Wren, his gray uniform incongruous among the mismatched cups and tea-stained table. Tovin, still in the corner, still watching the exits, but leaning forward now, pulled into the conversation despite every instinct telling them to stay back. This was not destiny. Nobody had prophesied that a witch, a fairy, an elf, and 2 half-bloods would sit around a table in a tea shop and argue about the compact's structural integrity over biscuits. Nobody had chosen them. They had chosen each other in the way that people choose each other when they are all standing in the same storm and someone says, "Well, we might as well stand together." Brack set a plate in front of Tovin. He did not announce it. He did not make a thing of it. He simply placed a plate with bread and butter and a small dish of the dried fruit he kept behind the counter, the good fruit, the fruit he gave to people he had decided to feed, in front of Tovin, as though this were a thing he had always done, as though Tovin had always been at this table, as though the act of making someone a plate was not, for a witch, the most binding form of commitment short of marriage. Tovin looked at the plate. Their hand moved toward it. Stopped. Moved again. Picked up the bread. And shook. It was small. A tremor in the fingers, quickly controlled. They tore the bread in half with deliberate casualness, as though the shaking had been the bread's fault and not their own. They ate the first half fast, too fast, the way someone eats who has learned that food left unattended becomes someone else's food. Then they slowed, looked at the remaining half on the plate, looked at Brack, who was already back at the counter, already washing something, not watching. The bread was still there. Nobody was reaching for it. Nobody was taking it back. Tovin picked up the second half and held it for a moment before eating. Just held it. As though the act of having food you did not need to rush was itself a thing worth noticing. Nobody had made Tovin a plate in years. Nobody had set food in front of them as an act of inclusion, as a statement that said, "Without words, you are at this table and I am feeding you, and that means something." The gesture, for someone whose 6 years in the margins had meant eating alone, stealing alone, always alone, was not small. It was tectonic. Aelith turned to look at her tea. Pith chose this moment to abandon the counter and land on Wren's lap. The cat settled with the proprietary confidence of an animal who had identified the most inconvenient seat in the room and claimed it. Wren froze. "I'm allergic," he said to no one in particular. Nobody moved to help him. Peeth began to purr. "To cats?" "To this cat specifically, I think." "My eyes are." He blinked rapidly. His eyes were, in fact, streaming. "This is fine." He did not move Pith. He sat with a purring cat on his lap and streaming eyes and continued listening to Kala's analysis of the compact's frequency compression data. And Aelith thought, this is what belonging looks like. Not a grand gesture. Just a room full of people who are all uncomfortable and none of whom are leaving. They were packing up, Kala gathering her records, Brack clearing the table with the efficiency of long practice, Wren trying to stand without displacing Pith. Impossible. Pith had fused with his uniform when Kala said what no one else had. She said it quietly. Not the rapid, tangential, footnote-laden delivery she used for research. This was her other voice. The one that came out when she was not being an archivist but being a person who had spent 6 years studying a system's failure and understood what it meant. You know the Wardens will come eventually. She was looking at the table where they had all been sitting. 5 cups. 5 plates. Pattern. All of us, in one place, connected to a half-blood, 2 half-bloods. We're a pattern. And Wardens are trained to see patterns. Nobody spoke for a moment. They've increased the junction sweeps to every 4 hours, Wren said. The patrol that passed Brack's threshold yesterday was running a new detection protocol. Wider range. More sensitive. It's a matter of time before they triangulate. Then we work faster, Aelith said. She did not know where the certainty came from. Not bravery, she was not brave. Not in the way Wren was brave with his principled defection or Tovin was brave with their daily survival. But she was stubborn. She had spent 19 years being no one, and she had just sat at a table with 4 people who had seen her and stayed, and she was not giving that up. Not for the Wardens. Not for the Compact. Not for anyone. Kala, the research into Leora's redacted history, how much more do you need? 2 days. Maybe 3 if the Council adds more redactions, which they will because they always do. Brack, the memory trading networks. Can you find records of other half-bloods? Ones who were disappeared? I can ask. The traders won't like it. Tovin. She turned to them. They were already at the door, 1 foot out, the instinct to leave pulling against the unfamiliar sensation of having been included. The collapsed zones. You know them better than anyone. Can you map them? Tovin looked at her. Their expression was complicated, the wariness still there, the hostility reduced to a simmer, and underneath it something new. Something that looked, if Aelith squinted, like the very early stages of someone deciding to care about something. I can map what I know, they said. It won't be complete. The zones shift. Good enough. Tovin left. No goodbye. At the door, they paused, just for a breath, and pocketed the remaining bread from the plate. Then the door closed behind them with the particular emphasis of someone who wanted it known that their departure was a choice, not a dismissal. Kala left next, already murmuring to herself about the footnote she needed to verify. Wren tried to stand. Pith finally consented to vacate his lap. He brushed cat hair from his uniform, a futile gesture, as the hair appeared to be embedded in the fabric at a molecular level, and stopped at the door. Aelith. Yes? He looked at her. The expression on his face was the same one he had worn when he asked his very official-sounding questions over Biscuits, careful, attentive, trying to reconcile what he saw with what he had been taught. But there was something else now. Something that had not been there before the 11 days of unfiled reports and the quiet, professional destruction of everything he had been raised to be. "Be careful," he said. "Verisil, the Warden commander, she's not like the patrol squads. She doesn't triangulate. She reads patterns the way Calla reads archives. If she sees what I saw today, 5 people, this specific combination, meeting regularly, she won't send a patrol. She'll come herself." He said it like a warning. He said it like a man who knew the person he was warning her about and had not, until very recently, understood that knowing was not the same as agreeing. "Thank you," Aelith said. Wren nodded. He left. The door closed gently, the opposite of Tovin's emphatic exit, and somehow equally loud. Aelith stood in the empty tea shop. 5 cups on the counter. 5 plates. A table with crumbs and tea rings and the faint residual warmth of people who had sat together and argued and eaten, and, by the simple act of remaining in the same room, had become something that was not quite a group and not quite a family and not yet a plan, but was, undeniably, something worth protecting. "You should go too," Brack said from behind the counter. He was washing cups. He always washed cups. She suspected it was how he processed. "Brack?" "What?" "Thank you. For the plate. For Tovin." He did not look up. His hands moved through the soapy water with the steady rhythm of someone who had washed 100,000 cups and would wash 100,000 more. "I made a plate," he said. "That's all." It was not all. They both knew it. But Brack was a man who expressed the most important things through the smallest gestures, and Aelith was learning to read the language. She stepped into the junction's shifting light. The tea shop door closed behind her. Somewhere in the collapse zones, Tovin was eating stolen food in their nest of mismatched walls. Somewhere in the Mirror archives, Calla was arguing with a footnote. Somewhere in the Warden corridors, Wren was not filing a report. And somewhere, at the edges of it all, the compact was failing. The layers were compressing. The patterns were forming. Aelith pulled her mother's cloak around her shoulders and walked. Chapter 14. The Market Overlap. They needed herbs, Brack's list, for the Threshold's pantry, and Tovin had offered to guide her through the market junction. Tovin said it was safe if she stayed quiet. She intended to stay quiet. The junction was the largest Aelith had seen, a vast, arched transit space where 4 major routes converged, the ceiling lost in a haze of competing lights from different layers. The Hale side glowed warm copper. The Mere side shimmered green gold. The Sill side burned white and precise. Where the lights met, they created an uneasy twilight that shifted depending on where you stood. The market occupied the central floor. Not one market, 3, layered on top of each other, each visible only to its own frequency. Aelith could see the Hale market. Stalls hung with copper implements, jars of preserved memories glowing faintly on shelves, cooking fires sending up smoke that smelled of every meal ever made. She could feel the Mere market, a warmth at the edges of her awareness, a floral hum, the suggestion of growing things just beyond perception. And she could sense the Sill market, a clean, cold architecture pressing against the back of her mind, the mathematical precision of elf commerce. 3 markets. Same space. Different frequencies. Invisible to each other. Separated by the compact's walls. "Stay close," Tovin said. They moved through the crowd with the practiced fluidity of someone who had learned to navigate density without being noticed, never breaking stride, never making eye contact, slipping between bodies like water between stones. "And keep your broadcast tight." What we practiced. They had practiced. 2 sessions in the collapsed zone, Tovin demonstrating the technique they had spent 6 years perfecting, the compression of dual-frequency broadcast into something narrower, quieter, less detectable. It was not suppression. Tovin had been insistent about that. Suppression is what your mother did. She flattened you. This is different. You're not hiding what you are. You're choosing how loudly to say it. Aelith was trying. She held her broadcast in the way Tovin had shown her, not pushed down but focused, the 2 frequencies braided tight instead of splaying outward. It was like trying to speak in a whisper when every instinct wanted to shout. The effort made her jaw ache. They were halfway across the market floor when she saw the flower. It was on a hale vendor's stall, a small arrangement of dried botanicals, herbs and pressed specimens in glass frames. Most of them were mundane. Rosemary, sage, lavender bundles, things any witch might use. But in the center of the display, in a small glass dome, was a single pressed flower that hummed. The sound was faint. A note she felt more than heard, in the bones behind her eyes, in the soft tissue of her ears. A note she recognized. The same note that the pressed flower in her mother's trunk had made, the one she had found in Dunmore in the cottage before any of this had begun. Before Sylum. Before Brack and Calla and Wren and Tovin. Before she had known what she was. Her mother's flower. The same species. The same hum. She stopped walking. The emotion came before she could prepare for it. Not grief, something more complex. The specific, vertiginous feeling of encountering something from before in a context that was after. The flower was a bridge between the girl who had stood in a gray kitchen holding a pressed petal she did not understand, and the girl who now stood in a hidden market in a hidden realm understanding exactly what it meant. Leora had carried that flower from Sylum, had pressed it and kept it, had hidden it in a trunk where it hummed a note from a world she had walked away from to keep her daughter safe. Aelith's broadcast flared. She felt it happen. The careful braid Tovin had taught her, the compressed, controlled signal, snapped open like a fist unclenching. Both frequencies erupted outward, filling the space with a dual resonance pulse that was, for one terrible second, the loudest thing in 3 layers. And the market answered. The sill layer came first, a shimmer in the air above the hail stalls, like heat haze over summer pavement, and then it was there, the elf market, translucent and bright, occupying the same space. Crystal displays hanging where copper pots hung. Tall, angular vendors standing where short, broad-shouldered witches stood. 2 architectures, 2 populations, 2 centuries of separation, suddenly and impossibly visible to each other. Then the mirror layer. A rush of green and gold at the edges, organic shapes pushing through the crisp lines of the sill market and the warm copper of the hail market. Fairy stalls, living wood woven into display structures, goods that grew rather than sat on shelves, blooming into existence between the elf crystal and the witch copper. Wings. Music. The sound of 3 different marketplaces crashing into each other like waves from 3 different oceans meeting at the same shore. The overlap lasted 30 seconds. It felt like 30 years. Aelith stood at the center. She could see all 3 layers, not the blurred, peripheral sensing she had experienced in the junctions, but full visibility. The elf market in sharp white clarity. The fairy market in warm, buzzing gold. The witch market in deep copper. All of them real. All of them present. All of them occupying the same physical space and staring at each other with the dawning, horrified recognition of people who had been told the other rooms were empty. An elf woman dropped what she was carrying. The crystal shattered on the ground, throwing splinters of white light across a fairy vendor's living wood stall. The fairy vendor flinched backward and stumbled through a witch's cooking fire, which was not there and was there, the flames licking through the fairy's legs without burning because the frequencies were overlapping, not merging, and the fire existed on one layer while the fairy existed on another. But they could see it. Both of them could see it. The screaming started in the sill section. High, clear voices, not afraid exactly, but alarmed in the way the elves were alarmed, with precision and volume. The fairy market responded with a swell of agitated music, wings humming, voices rising, the organic architecture of the mere stalls shaking as the frequency overlap destabilized their growth patterns. The Hale market went quiet in the way that witches went quiet. Sudden, total, the silence of people who trade in memories and understood exactly what they were seeing. A child was standing in the middle of it. Small. Maybe 5 years old by whatever counting the fairies used. Green gold wings folded against a tiny back, wide eyes reflecting all 3 layers at once. The child was standing where an elf man was standing, occupying the same space on a different frequency, and both of them were frozen, looking at each other, and neither of them screamed because neither of them understood what they were seeing well enough to be afraid. The elf man was old. His face, caught in the triple light of 3 overlapping markets, wore an expression that Aelith would remember for a very long time. Not fear, but the bewildered grief of someone seeing something they had been told did not exist. He could see the child. The child could see him. For the first time in 800 years, an elf and a fairy were standing in the same space and looking at each other. Then it ended. The frequencies snapped apart. The layers separated with a sound like tearing cloth, a ripping, structural sound that resonated in the bones and the teeth and the deep places behind the eyes. The sill market vanished. The mere market vanished. The Hale market remained because that was the layer Aelith was standing in, and she was standing in the center of it, and every witch in the market was looking at her. Tovin grabbed her arm. Run! Aelith could not run. Her legs were not cooperating. The flare had taken something out of her, energy, focus, the physical capacity to stand upright without effort. She was shaking. Not from cold. From the aftershock of having broadcast on 2 frequencies at maximum power for 30 seconds, of having torn 3 layers apart and pressed them together and felt, in that terrible, beautiful, impossible moment, what Sylum had been before the compact. What it could be again. Aelith. Now. Tovin pulled her through the stunned witch market toward a side passage. Behind them, the market erupted into reaction, voices overlapping, people staring at the spaces where the other layers had been. A Hale vendor was touching a crystal splinter on his counter, a piece of the elf woman's dropped display, left behind when the layers separated. A physical artifact from another frequency. In here. Tovin pulled her into a collapsed zone, a gap between thresholds where the architecture had failed and the layers bled together. The disorienting triple sensory input hit Aelith like a wall. Stone and leaves and crystal, copper and music and cold light, all at once. She stumbled. Tovin caught her. Breathe. Compress. Do what I showed you. She tried. The braid would not hold. Her frequencies were still splayed open, still resonating from the flare, and every time she tried to pull them together, they slipped apart like wet rope. She was still broadcasting. Still loud. Still the bonfire she had been trying to learn not to be. I can't. It won't. Stop trying to be quiet. That's suppression. You're panicking and you're suppressing and it won't work. Tovin's hands were on her shoulders. Their face was close. Their eyes, green and copper, shifting, were steady. You're not trying to be less. You're trying to be focused. Both frequencies. Both of you. Braid them. Not quiet. Tight. Aelith closed her eyes. She reached for the 2 threads of herself, the high, clear elf frequency and the warm, human not quite frequency, the silence that had a sound, and instead of pushing them down, She pulled them together, wove them, not smaller, closer. Two sounds becoming one sound that was both. The broadcast narrowed. Not silent, she would never be silent, but focused. A directed beam instead of an omnidirectional flood. Better, Tovin said. Not good. Better. They released her shoulders. We need to move. The collapsed zones will buy us time, but the Wardens have already felt what happened, and they will be sending everything. They moved. Deeper into the broken margins, through spaces where the architecture folded, and the light came from all three layers at once. Tovin navigated with the certainty of someone who had mapped these spaces with their body over years of hiding, their feet finding stable ground where Aelith saw only chaos. Behind them, the market junction hummed with the aftershock of the overlap. 3 markets. 3 peoples. 3 centuries of separation. And for 30 seconds, they had all been in the same room. In the silence after the overlap, somewhere back in the market, a child was crying. Aelith could still feel it, a small, distressed signal at the edge of her awareness. She could not tell if the child was elf or fairy. That was the point. Epic. They stopped in a collapsed zone that Tovin seemed to trust, a pocket of stability between 3 failing thresholds, the architecture a jumble of stone and wood and crystal that had settled into an uneasy truce. Aelith sat on a block of sil crystal and tried to stop shaking. "How bad?" she asked. Bad. Tovin was pacing. They paced the way they did everything, in tight, efficient circles, using the minimum amount of space. A full triple-layer overlap. Not a stutter. Not a flicker. A complete, sustained overlap of all 3 markets for how long? 30 seconds. 30 seconds of 3 populations seeing each other for the first time in 800 years. That's not an anomaly. That's an incident. The Wardens will escalate to Cascade Protocol. Every patrol in the district will converge on the market. They'll sweep every junction within range. And they'll be looking for exactly one thing. Me. You? Tovin's expression was not angry. It was worse than angry, it was resigned. The expression of someone who had always known this would happen, and had not wanted to be right. The only dual-frequency signal in the region. The source of the overlap. The half-blood who walked into Sylum broadcasting like a bonfire and just set 3 markets on fire. I didn't mean to. I know you didn't mean to. The flower. I saw you react. An emotional spike, your control broke and both frequencies went to maximum. They stopped pacing. It doesn't matter that you didn't mean to. It matters that it happened. It matters that the Wardens now know exactly what you can do. Not a stutter. Not a minor overlap. A full-layer breach. They know your range. They know your power. They know you're not just an anomaly, you're a structural threat. The word threat sat between them. I saw them, Aelith said. All 3 markets. All at once. It was. She searched for the word. It was beautiful. Tovin looked at her. An elf child and a fairy child, standing in the same space. An old elf man who looked like he was seeing a ghost. Stalls from 3 different peoples, side by side, their goods mixed together. It was terrifying and chaotic, and people were screaming, and underneath all of it, it was beautiful. Because it was real. All 3 layers, existing in the same place. Not separated. Not invisible to each other. Just there. It was also dangerous. I know. People could have been hurt. Thresholds near the junction could have collapsed. The frequency overlap could have cascaded. I know. And the Wardens will use it as proof that half-bloods are a threat. That containment is necessary. That what you did today is exactly why the compact exists. I know. Tovin sat down. The anger had drained out of them, leaving behind something quieter and more complicated. They picked at the seam of their jacket, the one pieced together from fabrics of all 3 layers, and did not look at Aelith. It was beautiful, they said finally. Very quietly. I've never seen all 3 layers at once. I felt them. Lived between them. But I've never seen them together. A pause. I didn't know the fairy market had music. They sat in the collapsed zone while the warden swept the market junction, and neither of them spoke, and the silence between them was the silence of 2 people who had seen something impossible and were trying to decide whether it was a catastrophe or a promise. Outside, the market was quieting. Inside, Aelith's frequencies were slowly, painfully, returning to the compressed braid that Tovin had taught her. She was not quiet. She was not invisible. She was a girl who had just torn 3 layers apart with her grief over a pressed flower, and the Wardens were coming, and everyone in Sylum now knew what she could do. But for those seconds, the compact had not existed, and the world, briefly, had been whole. Chapter 15. Running. Running through Sylum was not like running through a city. The hallways changed their minds. Junctions curved in response to the frequency disturbance rippling outward from the market. Thresholds flickered. The air tasted of ozone and copper and stressed mere magic. Aelith ran. Tovin led, cutting through side passages, ducking under archways into collapsed zones, using the broken spaces between layers as shortcuts. Their wings were spread slightly for balance. Every time Aelith's concentration slipped and her broadcast widened, Tovin hissed a correction without breaking stride. How much further? Brack's shop is 3 junctions. But we're not going straight there. The Wardens will have his shop under watch. We go to the east margin first, then circle back through the collapsed district. That's an hour. That's alive. Straight route is 20 minutes and arrested. She did not argue. No, not. They found Wren in the east margin. He was standing at the edge of a collapsed zone, his warden uniform visible in the uncertain light like a gray beacon. His posture was wrong, not the careful, official carriage he had maintained even while eating biscuits and not filing reports, but something looser and more unsteady. He was holding something in his hand. I felt it, he said when they reached him. His voice was flat. Not calm, the opposite, the voice of someone working very hard to contain something. The overlap. Every warden in the district felt it. The detection systems registered a full cascade-level event. Vera has initiated Containment Protocol 7. What's Containment Protocol 7? Aelith asked. Total junction lockdown within a defined radius. Frequency sweep of every threshold in the affected zone. Authorization for forced entry into sovereign threshold spaces. He looked at her. She's authorized her wardens to enter private thresholds. That hasn't happened in 40 years. Brack's threshold is within the lockdown zone. Kala's archive is outside it, mere jurisdiction. The wardens need council authorization to enter the Great Record, and the Mir won't give it quickly. She's safe for now. He looked at Tovin. You're the second half-blood. I'm the person who's been surviving in these margins for 6 years without getting caught, and who would very much like to continue doing so, and who is having difficulty with that because this one, Tovin gestured at Aelith, just set off the loudest frequency event in living memory. Yes. I'm the second half-blood. Wren nodded. He looked down at the thing in his hand. It was his Warden insignia. A small polished disc of silk crystal, etched with the enforcement frequency pattern that identified him as part of the Warden Corps. Every Warden carried one. It served as identification, communication link, and, Aelith understood now, tracking device. As long as Wren wore it, the Wardens knew exactly where he was. "I stopped filing reports 11 days ago," Wren said. "I have been in direct contact with 2 half-bloods and a witch who is sheltering them. I have provided intelligence about Warden operations to a fairy archivist investigating the compact's structural failure. I have eaten biscuits." He said this last part with the precision of someone listing charges. "I have done everything a Warden is not supposed to do, and I did all of it while wearing this. And I did it because what I learned in that tea shop is incompatible with what this insignia represents." He turned the disc over. The silk crystal caught the collapsed zone's uncertain light and threw it back in the clean, cold white of elf magic. "My family has been wardens for 4 generations. My mother is a senior warden in the Eastern District. My grandmother enforced the compact during the last major decay event. My great-grandfather was on the team that established the current containment protocols." He paused. "The belief came with the name. It was not something I chose. It was simply the water I was born into." He was quiet for a moment, and the quiet had the particular weight of a man looking at something that was no longer behind him but ahead. "My grandmother pinned this insignia on me at graduation. Her hands were steady. They were always steady, and she said, 'Now you are what we are.' I was 17. I remember the weight of it on my chest. Not the physical weight. The silk crystal is light. The weight of 4 generations looking at me and seeing continuity. My great-grandfather's protocols. My grandmother's discipline. My mother's career. All of it leading to me, standing in a bright hall, receiving the thing that meant I belonged to the line." He turned the insignia in his fingers. The collapsed stone's light caught the etching and made it flicker, enforcement patterns designed by people who had believed, genuinely, that separation was safety. "When Vera learns what I've done, she'll call my mother to her office. I know what that room looks like. I've been in it. White walls. 1 window. A desk with nothing on it except whatever case file she's reviewing. My mother will stand where I've stood and Vera will look at her the way she looks at containment failures, not with anger. With the careful cataloging attention of someone identifying where the structure went wrong." His voice did not waver, but his hand tightened on the disc. "She'll trace it back. The tea shop. The biscuits. The girl. And my mother will stand there and not be able to explain it, because there is no explanation that makes sense inside the system they built. Inside that system, I am simply broken." He looked at Aelith, then at Tovin, then at the insignia. "I have spent 3 weeks eating biscuits with a girl who should not exist, and everything I was told about what she would be is wrong. She is not a threat. She's a person who cries when a witch makes her tea, and who followed a pressed flower into a market and caused a miracle and doesn't know the difference between a miracle and a catastrophe, because nobody taught her which one she is." "Wren." "I'm trying to decide," he said, "if I just became the bravest person in my family or the worst." He removed the insignia from his uniform. The motion was small and precise, a practiced hand finding the clasp, pressing the release, drawing the disc away from the fabric. The uniform, without the insignia, looked suddenly diminished. Gray cloth without purpose. The costume of a role he no longer occupied. He held the disc for a moment. Then he put it in his pocket. "I'm not throwing it away," he said. "It's still mine. I'm not wearing it anymore." Aelith watched him and felt something she had not expected. Envy. Not for the loss, for the choice. Ren was choosing to leave a structure that had defined him. He was stepping out of a thing that had given him name and rank and belonging and the steady, reliable knowledge of exactly where he fit, and he was doing it with his eyes open, knowing what it would cost. She had left Dunmore because there was nothing to stay for. The enchantment had made her invisible, and the village had never seen her, and leaving had felt less like a departure than like confirming what was already true. She had not chosen to leave something real. She had drifted away from something that had never been hers. Ren was leaving something real, and it was costing him everything, and he was doing it anyway. And she could see in the careful, practiced motion of the clasp release that he knew exactly what he was losing. Tovin was watching him with an expression Aelith had not seen before. Not hostile. Not wary. Something closer to recognition, the look of one person watching another arrive at a decision they had made themselves long ago, in a different way. But underneath the recognition there was something harder. Tovin had never had an insignia. Had never been given a structure to belong to, a family line of purpose, a grandmother's steady hands pinning anything to their chest. They had been born into the margins and had built their survival from wreckage, and now they were watching a man voluntarily walk away from the thing they had spent 6 years learning to live without. The look on Tovin's face was not admiration. It was the complicated ache of watching someone set down a weight you were never allowed to carry. "You know what this means," Tovin said. Their voice was careful, not gentle, never gentle, but stripped of its usual edge. "Without the insignia, you're unregistered. A warden going dark. They'll assume the worst." "I know. They'll assume you've been compromised, coerced. They'll look for you. And when they find you, they won't treat you as a colleague who disagrees. They'll treat you as a security breach. I know. Your family. My family will be informed. My mother will be questioned. Vera will—" He stopped. Swallowed. Vera Syl was my mother's mentor. She taught my mother everything about enforcement and containment and the principled defense of the compact. When Vera learns what I've done, she will not understand it. She will see it as a failure. Hers. The collapsed zone shifted around them. A wall of living wood briefly overlapped with Syl crystal, producing a surface of interlocking leaves and light that existed for a moment and then separated back into its component layers. "Why?" Aelith asked. He looked at her. "Not why are you leaving the Wardens? I understand that. Why now? Why here? You could have kept pretending, filed false reports, stayed inside and helped from within." Ren was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful, the voice of a man choosing words the way an architect chooses materials, because what he built with them would have to hold. "Because the overlap was beautiful," he said. "And I recognized the fear on those people's faces, the elves, the fairies, the witches, and I recognized it because it was my fear. The fear of seeing something that contradicts everything you've been taught. And the difference between me and the people I was trained to be is that when I saw the contradiction, I could not look away." He straightened. The uniform without its insignia was still gray, still too long in the sleeves, still slightly ridiculous. But the man wearing it was not ridiculous at all. "Where are we going?" he said. "Brack's threshold," Tovin said. "But not the direct route. The junction network is compromised. We go through the margins, collapsed zone approach. I know a path. Can you navigate us past Warden detection?" Tovin's expression shifted to something that, on anyone else, might have been a smile. On them it was the dangerous satisfaction of 6 years' expertise in the one thing no one else had bothered to learn. "I have been navigating past Warden detection since I was 12. One more trip won't stretch me." They moved. Tovin in front, navigating the collapsed zones with the ease of long practice. Ren behind, his hand occasionally touching his pocket where the insignia sat, feeling the weight of what he had removed. Aelith in the middle, holding her broadcast in the tightest braid she could manage, feeling the Warden's sweeps pass overhead like searchlights sweeping a darkened city. They made contact with Kala through a junction relay, a system Tovin knew about, a network of message drops in the collapsed zones that the margin dwellers used. Tovin left a signal. Kala's response came within minutes. She was safe. The Mere archives were outside the lockdown zone. The Wardens had no jurisdiction in the Great Record without Mere Council authorization, and the Mere Council was, in Kala's words, deeply unhappy about Containment Protocol 7 and expressing their displeasure through a series of increasingly pointed diplomatic communiques that will accomplish nothing but will at least keep the Council occupied for 72 hours. She added, "I'll continue the research from here. Bring me the biscuits with seeds when it's safe." They reached Brack's threshold at dusk, or what passed for dusk in the hail layer, a slow dimming of the copper light that turned the junctions from warm to amber to the color of old honey. The transition from running to stillness was physical. Aelith's legs registered the absence of movement before her mind did, a heaviness in her calves, a tremor in her hands that was partly adrenaline, and partly the frequency compression she had been holding for the past hour starting to fray at the edges. The junction outside Brack's shop smelled of baking and copper and the faintly medicinal tang of Hale wardwork, and after the ozone-sharp chaos of the collapsed zones it was so ordinary, so aggressively domestic, that her eyes stung. The copper light lay across the cobblestones like something poured. A cat, not Pith, a different cat, one of the junction strays, sat on a windowsill across the way and watched them with the absolute indifference of a creature that had never once worried about containment protocols. Safety, it turned out, felt like bread and warm stone, and the particular silence of a place where someone had decided, deliberately and daily, to make things grow. Brack was waiting. He did not ask questions. He looked at the three of them, Aelith, pale and still shaking, Tovin, alert and pacing, Ren, grey uniformed and insignia-less, and opened the door behind the counter. The cathedral kitchen, copper pots and vaulted stone, and the smell of bread that was just bread, practical bread, the bread of a man who fed people because that was what he knew how to do. "Sit," Brack said. "Eat. Then tell me what happened." They sat. They ate. And one of Tovin's hiding spots, a collapsed zone tucked between two failing thresholds, became the most uncomfortable shelter in Sylum, occupied by a half-blood who could tear layers apart with her grief, a half-blood who had survived 6 years by being no one, and an elf who had just disassembled his entire identity and put it in his pocket. "How long can we hide here?" Aelith asked Tovin later, in the small hours when Brack's threshold had gone quiet and the copper pots had dimmed to embers. Tovin looked at her. Their expression was the dry, resigned honesty she was beginning to recognize as their default. "As long as you stop broadcasting." A beat. "So?" "Never." Aelith did not sleep. She sat in Brack's cathedral kitchen, surrounded by the copper memories of 100 lifetimes, and watched the door that had been Merritt's, the sealed nothing, the cold absence, and thought about markets and children and the sound that 3 layers made when they came together and fell apart. The Wardens were coming. Verasil was coming. The compact was failing, and Aelith was its loudest proof, and hiding was not something she had been built for. She was, it turned out, built for being heard, whether she liked it or not. Chapter 16. The Witch's Kitchen. The cathedral kitchen smelled like her mother's bread, and Aelith did not trust it. She had been sheltering in Brack's threshold for 2 days. 2 days of copper light and warm stone and the gentle, breathing rhythm of a witch's kitchen that was alive in ways she was still discovering. The pots shifted their contents. The recipes on the walls rearranged themselves when she was not looking. The smell changed every few hours, herbs, then rain, then baking bread, cycling through a repertoire of comfort that felt increasingly deliberate, as though the kitchen knew what she needed before she did. Tovin had gone. Back to the margins, back to the collapsed zones, to check their network of hiding spots and make sure the Warden sweeps had not discovered them. Wren had gone too, not back to the Wardens but to a junction relay, to monitor the enforcement frequency and gauge how close the search perimeter had moved to Brack's shop. Calla was in the archives, still safe, still cross-referencing, still sending messages through the margin relay that arrived in Tovin's shorthand and Calla's footnoted addendums. Aelith was alone with Brack, and the kitchen smelled like her mother's bread, and something was wrong. "Sit," Brack said. He was at the largest stove, the cast-iron thing that occupied an entire wall. But he was not making tea. He was cooking. Really cooking, in a way Aelith had not seen him do before. His hands moved with the ritual precision of a man performing an act he had performed many times, his concentration absolute, his expression closed. The ingredients on the counter were nothing she recognized. A paste the color of old bronze, a liquid that shimmered between gold and copper, herbs that she could feel more than see. Their presence registered on her frequency awareness like the afterimage of a sound. "What are you making?" she asked. "Sit." She sat. The cooking took an hour. Brack did not speak during it. He measured and mixed and stirred with the intensity of a man who was building something, not cooking something. The kitchen responded to his work. The copper pots brightened and dimmed in rhythm, the walls leaned inward, the air thickened with a warmth that was not temperature but attention. The cathedral kitchen was watching Brack cook the way a congregation watches a priest, with reverence, with expectation. When he was finished, he set a bowl in front of her. The dish looked simple. A stew of some kind, dark, fragrant, steaming. But the steam was not steam. It was frequencies. She could see them in the rising vapor, threads of magic woven into the food itself, patterned and intentional and old. Old magic. The kind that predated the compact, that came from a time when witches did not trade memories in copper pots, but reshaped the world with recipes that could alter the fundamental nature of things. The smell was her mother's bread. "What is this?" Aelith asked. The words came out quieter than she intended. Brack sat across from her. He was not eating. His hands were on the table, large still, the hands of a man who had made this dish before and knew what it meant. "Old tradition," he said. "From before the compact. Witches were not always shopkeepers and memory traders. Before the separation, we were shapers. We could cook a meal that changed what you were. Not the outside, the frequency. The thing that makes you you on the deepest level." The kitchen was very still. Even Pith had gone quiet, curled on a high shelf with an uncharacteristic lack of supervisory energy. "This dish," Brack continued, "can reshape your magical frequency. Specifically, it can resolve a dual-frequency broadcast into a single, stable signal." He paused. "It can cook away your human half, make you fully elf, fully Syl, stable, compatible with the compact, invisible to the Wardens." Aelith stared at the bowl. The stew's surface reflected the copper light of the kitchen in shifting, hypnotic patterns. It smelled like bread. Like home. Like the grey cottage in Dunmore, where everything had been muffled and small and safe. "You would be Syl," Brack said. "Entirely. Your elf frequency would dominate, and your human resonance, the non-frequency, the silence with the sound that Tovin described, would be absorbed, restructured, made into something that the compact can contain." "Would I still be me?" Brack's jaw worked. You would still be you, but you would be you without the part that came from your father. The human part. The quiet part that... He stopped. Started again. The part that makes your frequency balanced instead of dominant. The part that makes you able to see all three layers at once. The part that caused the overlap. The part that makes me dangerous. The part that makes you visible. She looked at the bowl. The steam rose in twin threads, two frequencies braided, the same double note that she carried in her blood. The dish would unweave them, would take the braid apart and leave a single thread, clean, simple, safe. The copper pot nearest to Brack's stove brightened, and the kitchen changed. Not the architecture, the memory. The pot was showing her something. A witch's threshold power, the ability to store and replay memories, willingly given, preserved in copper. But this memory was not someone else's. It was hers. Or it could be hers. The pot was showing her an alternative, a life that had not happened and could still happen, if she ate. She saw a childhood. Not the gray, muffled, invisible childhood she had actually lived, a different one. A childhood in Sylum. A girl with sharp features and silver-white hair who was purely, unmistakably Syl. This girl had friends. She sat in the Syl Heights with other elf children, her laughter clear and bright, her presence unremarkable, because she was exactly what she was supposed to be. She trained with the Wardens, not because she was forced to, but because she chose to, because she had Leora's brilliance and none of Leora's secrets. She stood in a Syl threshold that was all light and precision and cold beauty, and she belonged there, and the belonging did not cost her anything. The girl in the memory looked at Aelith. She was happy. She was safe. She was incomplete, and she did not know it. The spoon was in Aelith's hand. She did not remember picking it up. It was heavy, old copper, warm from the kitchen's heat, and it felt like a key. The stew's surface trembled as she lowered the spoon toward it. The smell of bread intensified. The memory in the copper pot brightened, filling the kitchen with the image of a girl who belonged. She thought about Dunmore, the gray village, the flat, muffled years of being no one, the enchantment pressing her down, not just her magic but herself, her opinions, her anger, her humor. The whole loud, messy, complicated person she was discovering she had always been underneath the spell. 19 years of erasure performed with love and maintained with precision and resulting in a girl who could not remember her own name being called with affection by anyone. She thought about the Syl girl in the copper pot's vision. Happy. Belonging. Safe. The friends, the training, the threshold, the life. All of it real, all of it possible. All she had to do was eat. The spoon was almost touching the stew. That girl had friends because they couldn't see her properly either, Aelith said. She put the spoon down. The vision. The alternative childhood. She was Syl. She belonged. She had friends and a threshold and a future. But she had friends because she was uncomplicated. Because she fit. Because nobody in that vision was looking at her the way people look at me, really looking, the way that's uncomfortable, the way that requires them to make room for something they don't understand. She pushed the bowl away. She wasn't invisible the way I was invisible in Dunmore. She was a different kind of invisible. The kind where everybody can see you, but nobody actually has to see you. The you that's difficult. The you that doesn't fit. Brack was very still. My mother cooked away my personality for 19 years. She did it with an enchantment instead of a recipe, but the result was the same. I was safe. I was invisible. I was less. Aelith looked at the bowl. The stew's twin threads of steam were still rising, still braided, still her. I'd rather be seen and frightening than invisible and safe. The kitchen held its breath. Brack's expression did not change. It never changed. That was the thing about Brack, the absolute consistency of a face that processed everything and showed nothing. But something shifted in his eyes. Not surprise. Recognition. The look of a man who had offered something and been refused, and was not disappointed by the refusal, but by the necessity of having made the offer. He stood. He took the bowl from the table. He walked to the drain, a large copper basin set into the floor of the kitchen, etched with hail runes, and poured the stew into it. The twin threads of steam dissolved. The smell of bread faded. The copper pot dimmed, the vision of the alternative Syl girl flickering out like a candle. He stood at the drain for a moment with his back to her. "Good," he said. "That recipe was terrible anyway." He returned to the stove. He put a kettle on. He made tea, ordinary tea, the kind that tasted like nothing in particular and did nothing magical and existed for the sole purpose of being a warm cup in your hands. He set it in front of her. "You remind me of her," he said. Very quiet. Not looking at her. "Mirette, not in how you look, in how you choose." She chose too. When I offered to reshape her frequency, when it became clear that her dual broadcast was attracting attention, she said no. Different words. Same answer. A pause. She said, "I'd rather be whole and hunted than half and hidden." The kitchen was warm and still and full of the memory of a girl who had chosen herself and then been lost. Brack set his hands on the counter and his knuckles were white. "I could not save her," he said. "I offered her safety and she chose herself, and then the decay took her threshold, and I have spent 7 years standing in front of a door that goes nowhere, wondering if I should have tried harder. If I should have made the dish and not asked. If I should have taken the choice away from her the way Leora took the choice away from you." Brack. "So when you sat there with the spoon in your hand and put it down, I was—" He stopped. His voice had gone rough at the edges. "I was glad. That's all. I was glad you said no." She held the tea in both hands and let the warmth work through her palms. She drank it slowly. She did not put it down until it was gone. "Ah. She sat in the cathedral kitchen for a long time after Brack had retreated to the far end to rearrange copper pots that did not need rearranging. The kitchen had settled around her, warm, breathing, the light golden and steady. The door that had been Maret's was cold and sealed, and she did not look at it because looking at it felt like trespassing on a grief that was not hers. She thought about what she had just done. She had refused safety. She had refused belonging. She had refused the vision of a life that was simple and whole and enough, and she had done it because the life in the vision was a lie, not because it could not have happened, but because the person it happened to would not have been her. Would have been a version of her that was missing the piece that made her difficult, dangerous, and real. The elf half and the human half. The high, clear frequency and the warm, silent one. The signal flare and the girl who had once been invisible. Both together. Even though both together meant the Wardens were hunting her, and the compact wanted her contained, and Sylum had no place for what she was. She would have to find one. Or build one. The thought sat in her chest like a coal, small and bright and impossible to ignore. She finished her tea. She stood. The kitchen's warm light shifted as she moved, the copper pots catching her reflection in their curved surfaces and throwing it back. A girl with sharp features and gray-green eyes and brown hair that caught copper in the light. A girl who was loud and angry and funny and scared and present. She chose herself. Now she needed to find the man who had been watching her choose for 19 years. What? Her father was in the deep. Below the compact's reach, below the layers, in the place where the separation had already failed, and the old rules did not apply. Evelyn Voss. A human who had built a threshold in a magical realm. A man who had watched his daughter's life through a window and had never been able to shout. The kitchen door opened. Tovin was back. Ren behind them. The lockdown is holding, Ren said. But the sweep pattern has a gap, 4 hours in the early morning when the eastern perimeter contracts. Tovin knows a route through the collapsed zones that could get us past it. Aelith looked at them. Tovin, sharp and wary, and still here despite every instinct telling them to run. Ren, gray-uniformed and insignia-less and steady. "We need to go deeper," she said. "My father is in the deep. He's been there for 19 years, and I think he has answers." "The deep," Tovin said. Their voice was flat. "Below the compact. Below the layers. Into the part of Sylum that is actively unstable and potentially hostile to anyone who enters it." "Yes." "Brilliant. When do we leave?" Brack appeared from behind the stove. He was carrying a bag of food. "You're not all going," he said. "Someone has to hold this threshold. If I leave, the kitchen seals itself. You'll need a safe point to return to." He looked at Aelith. "I'll stay. Calla will stay. You 3 go." He pressed the bag into her hands, heavy with food. Enough, she could tell, for several days. "Be careful," he said. And then, because he was Brack, "And eat." The cathedral kitchen's warm light followed them to the door. Beyond it, the junction waited, uncertain, shifting, full of wardens and lockdowns, and the residual hum of a compact that was trying to end itself. Aelith stepped through. She had chosen herself. Now she was going to find the only other person who had watched that self grow, year by year, through a window he could not open, in a room deep below a world that did not know he existed. Chapter 17. The Record and the Map. Calla had connected 300 years of records with red thread. The ceiling of her archive looked like a circulatory system. Aelith stood in the doorway and felt it before she saw it, the archive's emotional state pressing against her frequency awareness like a change in air pressure. Excitement. The space itself was excited, the mere magic that sustained it vibrating at a pitch that Aelith's elf half read as anticipation and her human half read as the feeling of opening a door on Christmas morning. The 2 readings layered over each other, not contradicting but harmonizing, and for a moment she understood the archive the way Calla must understand it, as a living thing with moods. The threads radiated from a central knot above the main table, a dense tangle of red where multiple lines of investigation converged, and spread outward across the ceiling in branching patterns that followed the chronology of the compact's history. Each thread connected to a luminous record pinned to the walls or hanging from the shelves. Some threads were taut and bright. Others drooped, their records dimmed, dead ends. A few were tangled with blue and green threads in clusters that Aelith had learned to read. Blue for cross-references, green for unverified fragments. The books on the shelves were leaning. The card catalog had opened all its drawers. Even the footnotes, the small, luminous annotations that Calla periodically argued with, were pulsing in what looked like anticipation. "Tell me," Aelith said. Calla was standing on her desk. Not at it, on it, her shoes among 4 empty teacups and a scattering of notes in her rapid handwriting. She was attaching a final thread to the ceiling, and her red hair was escaping its knot, and her scarves were tangling with the threads, and she looked like a woman who had not slept in 3 days and had discovered something worth every lost hour. "The map," Calla said, climbing down. "Your mother's map. the one stitched into the cloak. Aelith touched the cloak at her shoulders. The lining was warm under her fingers. It was always warm, and she found the circled symbol without looking, her thumb knowing exactly where it was. She had been trying to understand what it meant. Now, watching Calla climb down from the desk, she had the feeling she was about to find out. "I've been reading it wrong," Calla said. "We've all been reading it wrong. We assumed it was a map to Sylum, a guide from the human world to the hidden realm. A doorway marked, 'Come.' But look." She pulled a record from the wall and laid it beside the cloak on the table. "This is the oldest frequency map I've found. Pre-compact. It shows Sylum's original architecture, before the separation, before the layers, when all three peoples occupied the same space." The record was beautiful, a web of intersecting lines in 3 colors, gold, green, copper, woven together in patterns that made Aelith's eyes water. Every line was a frequency. Every intersection was a junction. And at the center, where all 3 colors converged, there was a space marked with a symbol she recognized. The same symbol that was circled in red on her mother's map. "The marked threshold," Calla said, "is not at the edge of Sylum. It's not the entrance point. It's deep inside, below the layers, below the compact's reach." She tapped the symbol. "Lyra was not inviting you to Sylum. She was inviting you to Davin." The archive went very still. The cloak map is a route, not a welcome mat. 7 waypoints descending from the junction network through the margins and into the deep. Each threshold on the map marks a stage of the descent. And the final destination, the circled symbol, the word "Come," is Davin's threshold. "He's been waiting," Aelith said, "for 19 years. He's been working. There's a difference." Calla pulled the central knot from the ceiling, the point where all her research converged. "Everything I've found points to the same conclusion. He stayed because he was trying to solve a problem. The problem of you." "Ah. Eluit. EPU." The planning happened in Brack's threshold. All 5 of them around the long table in the cathedral kitchen, with the copper pots watching and Pith supervising from a shelf, and the smell of practical bread filling the space with the warm, uncomplicated comfort of a witch who was feeding people because the situation required it. Calla laid out the route. The cloak map showed 7 waypoints between the surface and the deep, 7 thresholds, each one deeper than the last, marking the descent from the compact's jurisdiction into the uncompacted layers below. The first 3 waypoints were in familiar territory, junction routes and collapsed zones that Tovin knew. The 4th and 5th were in the margins, the border between the compact's reach and the deep. The 6th and 7th were in the deep itself, where the compact had failed entirely and the 3 frequency layers blended into something older and less defined. "I know the first 3, Tovin said, tracing the route on the map with one finger. Their other hand was wrapped around a cup of tea that Brack had refilled without being asked. "The collapsed zones in this sector connect through a series of failed thresholds. I've navigated most of them." They stopped tracing. Their finger rested on the map like a barrier. "You understand what you're asking. These are my hiding spots. Every route I share becomes a route someone else knows. Every shortcut I reveal stops being a shortcut. I've spent 6 years building this infrastructure. It is the only reason I am alive." The table was quiet. Ren looked at Tovin with the expression of someone who was beginning to understand the cost. "I know," Aelith said. Tovin held the pause a moment longer. Then their finger moved again, tracing past the 3rd waypoint. "But here," they tapped the 4th. "This is where the margins end and the deep begins. I've been to the edge. I've looked down. I've never gone in." "Why not?" Ren asked. "Because the deep is where thresholds go when they collapse. It's where the compact's failures accumulate. The architecture down there is not just unstable, it's layered instability. Centuries of collapsed spaces folded on top of each other. Reality there is not wrong exactly. It's too much. All three frequencies present all the time with no separation. For a single frequency person, it's overwhelming. For a half-blood, I'd be at home, Aelith said. Tovin looked at her, then looked away. Possibly. Or possibly the double frequency you carry would resonate with the chaos and amplify it. Nobody has tested this. We're testing it now. Encouraging. Wren provided the Warden intelligence. The enforcement patrols maintained a presence in the upper deep, the transitional zone between the compact and the uncompacted layers. They monitored the decay. They evacuated any thresholds that showed signs of imminent collapse, but they did not go below a certain depth. The lower deep is classified, Wren said. Wardens refer to it as the subcompact zone. Access is restricted to senior command only. The official reason is structural danger. The architecture is too unstable for standard patrols. But the reality is, he hesitated. The reality is that the Wardens are afraid of what they'd find, Calla finished. The deep is the compact's memory. Everything the separation destroyed, the integrated architecture, the mixed frequency spaces, the evidence of a time when the peoples lived together, it's all down there. Compressed, collapsed, folded, but still present. If anyone went looking, they'd find proof that the compact was not the natural state of things. And that would be inconvenient for an institution built on maintaining it, Brack said from the stove. The room was quiet for a moment. The copper pots reflected the faces around the table. Calla's focused intensity, Wren's careful attention, Tovin's wariness, Brack's granite calm, Aelith's what? Determination. Fear. Hope. The volatile mixture of someone who was about to do something irreversible and knew it. 3 of us go, Aelith said. Me, Tovin Renner, Tovin. Tovin navigates the collapsed zones. Wren knows the Warden patrol patterns. She paused. I'm the reason we're going. And the 2 who stay? Brack asked. You hold the threshold. This kitchen is our anchor. If something goes wrong, we need a safe point to return to. And you're the only one who can keep the Wardens out. A witch's sovereign threshold. And Calla? Calla was already shaking her head. I need to stay in the archives. The research isn't finished. The recent redactions. Someone on the Syl Council is still actively covering something up, and if I can find what they're hiding before the Wardens find us, it could change everything. She looked at Aelith. I'll keep the relay open. Anything I find, I'll send through the Margin Network. The Margin Network is not secure, Tovin said. Nothing is secure. We work with what we have. They studied the map. Calla annotated it with everything she knew from the pre-compact records, frequency patterns, threshold stability data, references to landmarks that might still exist in the deep. Wren added the Warden patrol schedules and the gap in the eastern perimeter sweep that would give them a 4-hour window to descend past the enforcement zone. Tovin added the collapsed zone routes, the shortcuts and hiding spots and navigable paths through the broken spaces between layers. When they were finished, looked like something between a treasure map and a surgical plan, careful, detailed, and contingent on nothing going wrong. Nobody said what they were all thinking. The silence arrived between the planning and the doing, the specific, weighted pause of 5 people looking at a map that only showed the way down. Calla's pen had stopped moving. Wren's hand rested flat on the table. Tovin sat very still, their eyes on the 7th waypoint, the circled symbol, the word come that might also mean, don't come back. Even Pith on his shelf had stopped cleaning his paw and was watching them with the particular attention of a cat who understood more than cats should. Aelith looked around the table. These people. This kitchen. The copper light and the bread smell and the specific, unrepeatable warmth of a room that held them not because it had to, but because someone, Brack, steady and silent at the stove, had chosen to open it. If they went down and did not come back, this was the last time. All 5 of them, together, in a place that felt like the word they were all too careful to say. "Things will go wrong," Tovin said. Their voice broke the silence cleanly, the way Tovin always broke silences, with honesty sharp enough to cut. Helpful. Realistic. The collapsed zones shift. The Warden patrols adjust. The deep is, by definition, unpredictable. We plan for what we can and improvise the rest. They looked at the map. I've been improvising for 6 years. One more time won't break me. Brack began packing supplies. Food, water, a set of herbs he described only as useful and refused to elaborate on. He packed the bag with the same methodical precision he brought to everything, each item wrapped, placed, secured, but there was something else underneath the efficiency. He wrapped the bread twice. He tucked a jar of honey into the side pocket and then took it out and put it in a different pocket and then moved it back. He checked the water seal 3 times. His hands, the large, steady hands that never hesitated over a recipe or a teapot, paused over the bag's opening the way they paused, sometimes, when he stood before the sealed door in the kitchen. The door that had been Mered's. Aelith watched him recheck the herb bundle for the 4th time and understood, with a clarity that sat heavy in her chest, that he had packed a bag like this before. For someone else. Someone who had also been going into the deep. Someone who had not come back. He did not mention it. He closed the bag and set it on the table. He had made this decision before, letting someone go because holding them back was worse. The finality was practiced. That did not make it easier. When? He asked. Tomorrow morning. The 4-hour gap in the perimeter sweep starts at the early junction dim. If we move fast, we can be past the Warden zone before the patrol recalibrates. Brack nodded. He did not argue. He did not offer to come. He stood at the table with his large hands flat on its surface and looked at Aelith with an expression that she was learning to read. The expression of a man who had sent someone he cared about into danger before, and who had not been able to follow, and who was choosing to do the same thing again because the alternative, holding them back, keeping them safe, cooking away the parts of them that made them difficult. Eat first, he said. You'll want a full stomach for the deep. He cooked. Not the old tradition, frequency reshaping cooking from the day before, just food. Good food. Bread and stew and a cheese that tasted like a meadow. He set 5 plates. He set 6 cups, Calla's extra cup, the one she always left behind, sitting empty at the corner of the table like a place held for someone expected. They ate. Calla talked. She talked about the redactions and the cross-references and a mere footnote from 2 centuries ago that had been annotated by 3 different archivists, each contradicting the last, and Brack refilled her cup without interrupting and Tovin stole a piece of bread off Wren's plate and Wren pretended not to notice and Pith settled on the shelf above the stove and watched them all with the patient superiority of a cat who had seen people come and go from this kitchen and had decided, on balance, that these ones could stay. The copper pots reflected their faces. 5 people who had not chosen each other, who had been pushed together by circumstance and crisis, and the particular gravity of a girl who broadcast too loudly, sitting in a room that smelled of bread and warmth, being together in the way that people are together when they do not know if they will be together again. The cathedral kitchen, with its vaulted ceiling and the sealed door that had been Moret's, held them the way a cupped hand holds water, carefully, temporarily, with the knowledge that it would eventually have to open. The map showed the way. The way went down. Aelith had never been afraid of the dark before, but this darkness had weight. It pressed against the edges of the map like something waiting. Not hostile. Patient. The darkness of a place that had been there before the compact and would be there after it, and did not particularly care about the plans of the people passing through it. She folded the map and put it in the pocket of her mother's cloak. Two things in the pocket now: Brack's note and the route to her father. 2 pieces of paper. 2 kinds of hope. Tomorrow they would descend. Chapter 18. Descent. Going deeper into Sylum felt like going deeper into a conversation you could not take back. They left Brack's threshold at the early junction dim, the 4-hour window when the Warden perimeter contracted and the eastern approach to the collapsed zones was unwatched. Brack stood at the kitchen door and did not say goodbye. He handed them the supply bag and a second bag that Aelith had not seen him pack, which turned out to contain 3 sealed jars of tea and a note that said, in his blunt handwriting, "Boil the water first. I don't care how magic the deep is. Boil the water. Water." Tovin navigated. The first 3 waypoints were familiar territory, collapsed zones they had been through before, the architecture a jumble of failed thresholds and bleeding layers. Aelith's feet knew the path now, where the floor shifted between stone and soil, where the walls overlapped, where the light came from all 3 layers at once and turned the air the color of confused amber. They moved fast. Tovin set the pace, quick, efficient, conserving energy with the discipline of someone who has learned that you never know when you will need to run. They checked each junction before crossing. They listened for the enforcement frequency, the cold, scanning pressure of Warden patrols, and redirected when they felt it. They spoke in short sentences and long silences, the communication pattern of people who are moving through hostile territory and know it. Ren struggled. Not physically, he was fit, disciplined, capable of moving through difficult terrain with the stamina of someone who had trained for it. But his magic was wrong here. Elf frequency magic, high, clear, sustained, was designed for the structured architecture of the Syl layer, towers and bridges and precisely defined spaces. In the collapsed zones, where the layers bled together and the architecture was chaos, his frequency had nothing to resonate with. It was like watching a musician try to play in a room where the acoustics changed every 3 seconds. "The walls keep shifting," he said at the second waypoint, pressing his hand against a surface that was simultaneously stone and living wood and fading crystal. "My magic can't find a stable foothold. In the Syl layer, every surface has a resonance pattern I can read. Here everything resonates at once," Tovin said. "Welcome to my life." "How do you navigate it?" "I stopped trying to read one frequency. I listened to all of them." Tovin moved ahead without waiting for a response. Ren looked at Aelith. "They're enjoying this," he said. "They've spent 6 years in these spaces alone. I think having someone to show them to is new." "They're smiling." Aelith looked. Tovin was not smiling. Tovin was doing the thing they did instead of smiling, which was a slight relaxation of the hostility around their eyes that, if you were paying attention, suggested something adjacent to pleasure. "Close enough," she said. "At who? F." The 4th waypoint marked the boundary. They knew they had reached it because everything changed. Not gradually, all at once, the way walking through a door changes the room you are in. One step they were in the collapsed zones, the familiar disorder of blended layers and failed thresholds. The next step they were somewhere else. The deep was quiet. Not the quiet of an empty room. The quiet of a very full room where everyone is listening. The air was dense, not with pressure but with presence, as though the space itself was aware of them and had not yet decided what to think. The light came from everywhere and nowhere, not the distinct colors of the 3 layers, but a combined illumination that was all of them and none of them. Gold, green, copper, white, blended into something that had no name, that predated the compact's color coding, that was simply light. And the architecture, Aelith stopped walking and stared. The deep was beautiful. Not the broken beauty of the collapsed zones, where 3 layers bled together in chaotic overlaps. This was something else. The architecture here was integrated. Stone and wood and crystal, woven together not in the jarring collision of the margins but in deliberate, graceful combination. Walls that were simultaneously living wood and carved stone, the grain of one flowing into the surface of the other. Ceilings that arched in curves that combined the organic growth of mere architecture with the geometric precision of Syl construction and the warm, practical proportions of Hale design. It was not 3 styles fighting, it was 3 styles in conversation. "This is what it looked like," Aelith said. "Before the compact?" "This is what survived," Tovin corrected. They were standing very still, their hybrid wings slightly spread, their face, for the first time since Aelith had known them, unguarded. The compact separated the layers 800 years ago. But the architecture that existed before the separation, the integrated spaces, they didn't just disappear. They sank. Below the new layers. Below the compact's reach. They've been here, in the deep, this entire time. Has anyone else seen this? Not many. The Wardens avoid the lower deep. The 3 peoples don't come down here because the mixed frequencies are disorienting for anyone who only carries one. And the half-bloods who might have survived the journey, they paused, didn't survive other things first. They moved on. The integrated architecture gave way to less stable spaces, pockets where the pre-compact construction had partially collapsed, mixing with the debris of later thresholds that had fallen from the layers above. The floor was uneven. The light flickered. The dense, listening quiet continued. Between the 4th and 5th waypoints, Tovin stopped. Not a navigational pause. A full stop, feet planted, wings drawn tight, their whole bodies suddenly rigid in a way Aelith had not seen before. They were looking at a gap in the wall to their left, a small opening, partially obscured by a slab of fallen Syl crystal. "What is it?" Wren asked. Tovin did not answer. They moved toward the gap and ducked through. Aelith followed. The space beyond was small, roughly the size of Tovin's own nest in the collapsed zones above. 3 walls from 3 different sources. Dark stone with faded Hale runes, a panel of living wood gone gray and leafless, a sheet of Syl crystal clouded with age. The ceiling was a patchwork of all 3, held together by the same stubborn improvisation that characterized Tovin's shelter. A bedroll lay on the floor, thin, decayed, its 3 mismatched blankets fused together by years of damp. A cracked piece of Syl crystal sat on a narrow shelf, dark and silent. The architecture around the shelter had begun to reclaim the space, the integrated walls pressing inward as though the deep were slowly closing a mouth. "Syl Hal," Tovin said. Their voice was flat, clinical. The voice of someone describing something from a very great distance. The construction pattern, stone base, crystal shelf, the way the blankets layer. Syl Hal hybrid. They were here 3 years ago. They picked up the cracked crystal and turned it over. Nothing. No light. No frequency. I could feel their signals sometimes. Faint. Compressed. Careful. They were good at hiding. Better than most. They set the crystal back on the shelf. Then the signal stopped. "What happened?" Wren asked. Tovin looked at him. The flat voice held. "I don't know." That's the answer to your question. I don't know. I never found out. The signal was there and then it wasn't, and there is no registry for half-bloods who disappear in the margins, and there is no one whose job it is to look for us. They stood in the empty nest for a moment. The bedroll, the dead crystal, the walls closing in. Then Tovin turned and ducked back through the gap, and when they resumed navigating, their pace was faster, and their wings were pressed flat, and they did not look back. Wren's struggle intensified. In the integrated architecture, every surface broadcast all 3 frequencies at once. His Syl-tuned magic could not sort the signal. I can't. He steadied himself against a wall. The wall hummed under his hand, a chord of 3 frequencies. He pulled his hand back. Don't try to isolate it, Aelith said. Let all 3 frequencies be there at once. You carry one. This place carries 3. You don't need to match it. You just need to stop fighting it. Wren closed his eyes. He breathed. The tension in his shoulders shifted from resistance to endurance. Is this what you feel? He asked. All the time? 2. Not 3. But yes. I've stopped trying to separate them. He opened his eyes. His hand went back to the wall. This time, when the 3-frequency chord hummed under his fingers, he did not pull away. Let's keep moving, he said. Tovin adjusted their pace without comment, slower, steadier, giving Wren time to adapt. Tovin's acts of kindness were always disguised as practicality. What? The 5th and 6th waypoints passed. The architecture deepened. The integrated construction became more elaborate, doorways that combined all 3 people's design languages, passages that branched in fractal patterns, spaces that felt less like rooms and more like sentences in a language that had been forgotten for 8 centuries and was now, in the deep, dense quiet, whispering itself back into existence. Aelith felt something she had not expected. Comfort. The deep was, for her, the first place in Sylum where she did not feel like an intrusion. In the hail layer, her dual frequency was a disruption, a wrong note in a composition meant for one instrument. In the collapsed zones, she was a louder version of the chaos. But here, in the integrated deep, her 2 frequencies were simply part of the environment. She broadcast on 2 channels and the deep broadcast on 3, and her signal slotted into the larger chord like a harmony finding its place. She could breathe here. Really breathe, in a way she had not been able to since entering Sylum. The constant effort of compression, of holding her broadcast tight, of trying not to be too much, it eased. The deep did not ask her to be less. The deep was already more. You're relaxing, Tovin said. Is that bad? It's noticeable. Your broadcast is opening up. The compression technique is slipping. I don't think I need it here. Tovin considered this. They looked at the integrated walls, at the 3-frequency light, at the architecture that held contradiction as though contradiction were a structural material. You might be right, they said. And something in their posture changed too. A loosening, an easing, the body language of someone setting down a weight they had been carrying so long they had forgotten it was there. Their hybrid wings spread slightly, not for flight but for comfort, the way a bird spreads its wings in warm air. The moth patterns, the wrong patterns, the hybrid patterns that no mere family claimed, caught the deep splendid light and threw it back in colors that were quietly, privately beautiful. I didn't know my wings did that, Tovin said, looking at the colors. There. Don't. A pause. Fine. Say it. They're beautiful. I said you could say it. I didn't say I'd know what to do with it. They did not fold their wings back immediately. For a few more steps, the hybrid patterns stayed spread, catching the deep splendid light and throwing back colors that had no name in any of the three people's languages. Colors that could only exist here, in the integrated architecture, where contradiction was not a flaw, but a design principle. A small act of not hiding. The first time Aelith had seen Tovin choose visibility over compression. Then, slowly, as though reluctant, they folded the wings against their back. They continued. The 7th waypoint was close, the final marker on the cloak map, the circled symbol, the word that had brought Aelith from Dunmore to Sylum, and from Sylum to the deep. Come. The passage narrowed. The integrated architecture gave way to something more personal, a space that had been shaped by a single occupant's presence. The walls were covered in writing. Not wards, not the architectural script of the three people's handwriting. Human handwriting. Small, precise, obsessive. Equations. Diagrams. Notes in margins. Arrows connecting ideas across walls and ceilings. The handwriting of a man who had spent 19 years alone with a problem and had used every available surface to work on it. Aelith recognized it. The frantic handwriting from the cottage. The second hand, the desperate one, the one that had written wards alongside Leora's elegant script. The handwriting she had seen on the walls of her childhood home, made visible by the enchantment's cracking. Her father's handwriting. The passage ended at a door. Not a threshold door, an ordinary door, wooden, slightly crooked in its frame, the kind of door that belonged in a cottage, not in the depths of a magical realm. It was warm. She pressed her palm against it and felt, very faintly, the resonance of a threshold on the other side. Not one frequency. Not two. Something stranger. A human mind's psychic resonance, sustained by a magical framework it should not have been able to build. A threshold built by a man who had no magic, sustained by love and stubbornness and 19 years of refusing to stop. "He's in there," Aelith said. "Do you want us to?" Wren began. "No. Come with me." She looked at them, Tovin, still wary, still assessing. Wren, pale and overwhelmed but standing straight. "I've come this far because of both of you. I'm not walking through this door alone." She opened it. Below the boundary, in the uncompacted deep, someone had left a light burning. It had been burning for a very long time. Chapter 19. The window onto Dunmore. The man in the study looked at her the way you look at something you have only ever seen through glass. Davin Voss's threshold was a scholar's study. Not the romantic kind, not leather armchairs and globe lamps, and the reassuring solidity of old money. This was the study of a man who had been working alone on a single problem for 19 years and had run out of wall space approximately 15 years ago. Every surface was covered. Maps of frequency patterns, drawn in different colors of ink that had faded at different rates, creating a geological record of obsession. Equations and margins of equations. Scrawled notes that connected to other notes by arrows and lines and, in several cases, string. The ceiling was pinned with charts that showed the compact's decay over time, long, downward-sloping curves that all converged on the same point. One window. Just one, in the far wall, looking out onto something that should have been impossible from the depths of Sylum. The cottage. The grey cottage in Dunmore. The fence posts. The road that turned right. Aelith could see herself in the window. Not now, before. A girl of 7, walking to the village shop. A girl of 12, sitting on the cottage step, staring at nothing. A girl of 15, carrying groceries home in the rain. The window was not showing the present. It was showing the past, a continuous record. Every moment of Aelith's life visible through the glass if you knew which moment to call up. A window that was also a library, a father's archive. David stood in the middle of the room. He was tall and thin and stooped in the way of a man who had spent 2 decades bent over research. His hair was gray, fully gray at 47, which Aelith's mother had been 200 years old and had still had silver-white hair without a line on her face, and David looked like he had aged a decade for every year of isolation. His hands shook. Not a tremor, a sustained, fine vibration, the kind you might miss if you were not looking for it. His eyes behind spectacles that did not quite fit were intelligent and exhausted, and full of something so large and so carefully contained that Aelith could not immediately name it. He said her name. Aelith. He said it the way you say a word you have been practicing in an empty room. With precision. With care. With the particular attention of someone who has said the same word to a window for 19 years and is now, for the first time, saying it to the person it belongs to. Aelith, he said again. And then, you're taller than I expected. She did not know what to say. She had imagined this moment, in the weeks since Dunmore, since the enchantment cracked, since Sylum. She had imagined meeting her father in 100 different ways. In some of the imaginings he was warm and open, and the reunion was everything she needed. In others, he was cold or frightened or gone. She had not imagined this. A man who looked at her as though she were the most extraordinary thing he had ever seen, and also as though he had forgotten how to be in the same room as another person. "You've been watching me," she said. "Through the window." She turned to look at it. The glass responded to her attention, the image shifting, settling, finding a moment. Herself at 7. Walking to the village shop. The road was wet, and the sky was the flat gray that Dunmore wore 9 months of the year, and the girl in the window moved through it like someone moving through a room where she did not expect to be noticed. Her head was down. Her shoulders were drawn in. She walked past 2 women outside the bakery, and neither of them looked at her. Not with malice, with nothing. The specific, complete absence of attention that Aelith had lived inside for 19 years without knowing it was unusual. She watched the girl walk. She watched the village not see her. And she understood, with a force that was almost physical, that David had watched this every day. Not once. Not a handful of times. Every day, for all those years, he had sat in this room and watched his daughter be invisible, and he had not been able to reach through the glass and say, "You are real. They should see you. I can see you." The window shifted again. Herself at 12 on the cottage step. Staring at nothing. Not sad, gray. The flat, muffled gray of a girl who did not know she was supposed to be more than this. She turned away from the window. "Since you were born." His voice was dry, academic, the voice of someone who had spent too long talking to notes and equations and had lost the cadence of human conversation. "The window was the first thing I built. Before the threshold, before the research space. I needed to see you. Leora's enchantment prevented me from reaching you, from sending a message, from crossing back, but it could not prevent me from watching. I built a window that looked through the enchantment without disrupting it. Passive observation. No interference. The conditions your mother set." She set conditions. She set everything. The enchantment was a masterwork of Syl magic, precise, layered, self-sustaining. It suppressed your frequency, your personality, your visibility, and it simultaneously blocked any external magical contact. If I had tried to reach you, to send a message, to open a doorway, the enchantment would have detected the incoming frequency and reinforced itself. Leora designed it to protect you from everyone, including me. He said this without bitterness, with the careful neutrality of a researcher describing a mechanism he had studied exhaustively and understood and could not change. "So you watched." "I watched." He turned to the window. His hand went out, not touching the glass but hovering near it. 19 years of reaching for something he could not touch had worn the gesture smooth. I saw you take your first steps. In the kitchen. You held onto the table leg and then you let go and you walked 3 steps and fell down and laughed. You laughed and Leora laughed and I... He stopped. His hand was still in the air. I could not hear the laugh. The window is visual only. I watched my daughter laugh, and I could not hear it. Aelith's chest hurt. I saw you right. I can hear them on the doorframe. You were 4. You stood on a stool and scratched the words into the wood with a fork, and Leora came in and saw it, and she stood very still for a long time, and then she added 3 more layers to the enchantment. That was the day the suppression became total. Before that, you had flickers, moments of personality, sparks of frequency. After that, nothing. You went gray. Aelith's hands found the edge of the table and gripped. She did not remember scratching those words. The enchantment had taken even that, the memory of once knowing what she was, of being 4 years old and hearing the frequencies and trying to tell someone. I can hear them. She had heard. She had known. And her mother's response had been to make the cage so complete that the girl inside it forgot there had ever been a world outside. She breathed. The table edge pressed into her palms. She did not speak for a moment, and when she did, her voice was steady in the way that steady cost something. You watched that happen. I watched everything happen. I watched you become invisible. I watched the children in Dunmore forget your name between sentences. I watched you walk through the village and nobody looked at you and nobody called to you, and you did not seem to notice because you did not remember that it was supposed to be different. His voice had not changed register. Still academic. Still dry. But his hands were shaking harder now, the fine vibration deepening into something he could not control, and Aelith understood, with a clarity that was almost unbearable, that the academic tone was not detachment. It was the only way he could say these things without breaking. The research voice was his version of Brack's silence. The coping mechanism of a man who had experienced something too large for normal speech. I could not come to you, he said. I could not even shout. Must. The reunion did not become easier. Davin offered them tea, loose leaves in a tin, the one domestic concession in a threshold otherwise devoted entirely to research. He boiled water in a kettle that sat on a frequency-powered hot plate of his own design, and his hands shook so badly that Tovin stepped forward and took the kettle from him without asking. Davin's hands, freed of the kettle, hovered in the air for a moment, empty, uncertain, the hands of a man who had forgotten what to do with them when they were not holding a pen or a teapot. They settled on the table, picked at the corner of a note, stilled. Davin looked at Tovin, really looked, taking in the hybrid wings, the mixed features, the fairy witch broadcast that was quieter than Aelith's but unmistakably dual frequency, and his eyes went wide behind his spectacles. You're a half-blood, he said. How observant. I can see the years of research have sharpened your faculties. Mere hail. The wing phenotype, the asymmetric lateral veining, and the hale brow structure. You're broadcasting on both frequencies, but your mere frequency is dominant, which means... He was already moving toward his wall of notes, already scanning for the relevant section, his body reorienting from daughter to data with the compulsive reflex of a man who had been alone with his work for too long. The theoretical models predict that cross-species half-bloods would exhibit. Father? Aelith said. The word was strange in her mouth. She had never said it before. Not to a person. Not to a face. Davin stopped. He stood at the wall, one hand raised toward a chart, and he turned back to her. The compulsion drained out of his posture. Underneath it, he was just a man. Thin, shaking, gray-haired. 19 years in a room full of answers, and he had missed the only thing that mattered.
"Sorry?" he said.
"I'm sorry. I forget. I talk to the notes and the notes don't," he gestured vaguely. "The notes don't mind when I get distracted." "We don't mind either," Wren said. He was standing near the door, his gray uniform without its insignia visible against the threshold's cluttered walls. "But your daughter crossed a hidden realm, survived a structural event, and walked into the one place nobody goes. She has come a very long way to hear what you know. Perhaps start there."
Devin sat.
He sat the way a building settles, all at once, as though the structural integrity that had been holding him up decided, now that the moment had actually arrived, to take a break. He looked at Aelith across the cluttered table, and his hands shook and his eyes were wet, and he was, she saw, terrified. Not of her. Of the distance between what he had watched through the window and what was sitting in front of him now. 19 years of seeing without touching, of knowing without speaking, of loving from behind glass. And now the glass was gone, and the person was real, and he did not know how to cross the space that remained. "I have been watching you for 19 years, he said. "And I have no idea what to say to you." The room held them in its cluttered silence. Equations on every surface. The window behind her, still showing a gray village and a girl who had not known she was being watched. 19 years of work, all of it aimed at her, none of it able to reach her until she had walked through a door in the depths of a hidden realm and found a man whose hands shook and whose walls were covered in the proof that he had never, not for one day, stopped trying.
"Tell me about the compact," Aelith said.
It was not what she wanted to say. What she wanted to say was, "Why didn't you come? Why didn't you try harder? Why did you let her take me?" But she had spent 3 weeks in Sylum, and she had learned, from Brack's silences, from Calla's tangents, from Tovin's walls, that people offered what they could, not what you wanted. And what Davin could offer right now was not the emotional reconnection she craved, but the intellectual framework he had spent the isolation building. She would take what he could give. The rest would come later. Or it would not. But demanding it now, in this cluttered study where the window still showed a gray cottage and a man's hands still shook from nearly 2 decades of reaching for glass, would only break something that had not yet had the chance to form. "The compact," Davin said. And the relief in his voice, the visible physical relief of being given a question he could answer instead of an emotion he could not, was its own kind of heartbreak. "Tell me everything." He stood. He went to the wall. And 19 years of isolation poured out of him in the only language he had left. The language of discovery. Chapter 20. The Answer. Davin's walls were covered in 19 years of the same question, asked 1,000 ways. He started at the beginning. Not the beginning of his research, the beginning of the compact itself, 800 years ago, when the 3 peoples of Sylum had agreed to separate into distinct frequency layers to prevent the catastrophic overlaps that had destroyed thousands of thresholds and killed or displaced an unknown number of people. "The Great Overlap," Davin said, tracing his fingers across a section of the wall covered in historical diagrams. "The event that precipitated the compact. Every account from every tradition, Syl, Mir, Hael, agrees on what happened. The 3 frequencies collapsed into a single space and reality fractured. Thresholds imploded. Junctions destabilized. People vanished into the folds between layers. It was, by all accounts, a catastrophe." He pulled a sheet of notes from the wall, one of the older ones. Its ink faded to near illegibility. The surviving leaders agreed on separation. A magical architecture that would keep the 3 frequencies apart, occupying the same space on different layers. Each people in their own frequency band. No overlap. No contact. No risk. The compact, Aelith said. The compact. And here is what nobody talks about. He moved to a different section of the wall, newer notes, darker ink, the handwriting more controlled but more intense. The original compact was designed as a temporary measure, a quarantine. The architects, and there were architects, Syl and Mir and Hale working together in the immediate aftermath, which is the last time the three peoples collaborated on anything. They built the compact with a sunset condition. 500 years. Enough time, they calculated, for the three peoples to develop the ability to coexist without the catastrophic resonance effects. Enough time to evolve, adapt, find equilibrium. 500 years. The compact is 800 years old. Do the maths. Aelith did the maths. It should have ended 300 years ago. It should have ended 300 years ago. Davin pulled more notes. His hands were shaking, but his voice was steady now, the voice of a man standing on the ground he knew best, the terrain of his own understanding. The sunset condition was not an automatic switch. It required a deliberate act of dissolution, the three people's leaders, meeting, agreeing that the quarantine had served its purpose, dismantling the compact's framework together. That meeting was scheduled. The preparations were made. What happened? I don't know. Not fully. The records from that period are, and I suspect your archivist friend has discovered this, heavily redacted. What I do know, from studying the compact's structure from inside its own architecture for every year since, is that the sunset condition was not triggered. The compact continued. The separation continued. And over the following 300 years, what was meant to be a temporary quarantine calcified into permanent law. He sat down. The chair creaked. His spectacles had slipped down his nose, and he pushed them up with a finger that trembled. The compact was never meant to be permanent, Aelith. It was an emergency measure, a pressure bandage on a wound, and they left the bandage on so long that it grew into the skin. The room was very quiet. Wren was standing at the window, Davin's window onto Dunmore, looking out at the grey cottage with an expression Aelith could not read. Tovin was sitting on the floor in the corner, their back to the wall, their wings folded tight. They had been silent since the explanation began. They were not silent because they were not paying attention. The decay, Aelith said. The thresholds collapsing. The layers compressing. That's not the compact failing. That is the compact trying to end itself. Davin stood again, moved to the largest chart on the ceiling, the long, downward-sloping curve that dominated the room. The natural state of magic in Sylum is integration. 3 frequencies, coexisting, interacting, creating the complex resonance patterns that built the pre-compact architecture you saw on your way down here. The compact suppresses this natural state. It forces separation on a system that wants to be whole. He traced the curve. For the first 500 years, the compact held because it was designed to hold. Strong, well-built, maintained by the three people's collective agreement. But after the sunset window passed, after the scheduled dissolution failed to happen, the compact began to resist its own existence. Not consciously. Structurally. The magical architecture that enforces the separation is fighting against the underlying frequency patterns that want to integrate. And the architecture is losing. The decay is the compact trying to end itself, Aelith repeated. The decay is integration, happening whether the compact allows it or not. Thresholds collapse because the frequency separation within them is becoming too thin to sustain. Layers compress because the compact's walls are weakening. Junctions bleed because the barriers are failing. All of this is the magical ecosystem of Sylum trying to return to its natural state, and the compact, still active, still enforced, still maintained by the Wardens, fighting against it. And half-bloods? Davin turned to face her. His expression changed. the academic precision softening into something that was, for the first time, personal. Half-bloods do not accelerate the decay. This is the single most important thing I have discovered in 19 years of research, and it is the thing that nobody wants to hear. He went to the wall behind his desk, the most densely annotated section, where the handwriting was smallest and the diagrams were most complex. Half-bloods broadcast on two frequencies simultaneously. The conventional understanding, the understanding the Wardens operate on, the understanding that justified the containment protocols, is that this dual broadcast causes local frequency interference that weakens the compact structure. Half-bloods as walking compact violations. Half-bloods as accelerants. "That's what the Wardens told me," Wren said from the window. His voice was flat. "That's what they taught us in training. Half-bloods destabilize the compact." "They're wrong." Davin's voice was not triumphant. It was tired. He was tired. 19 years of being right with no one to tell. Half-bloods don't destabilize the compact. They demonstrate what the compact is trying to become. A dual-frequency broadcast is not interference, it is integration. Two frequencies coexisting in the same vessel without the catastrophic resonance effects that the compact was built to prevent. Half-bloods are proof that coexistence is possible. They are the template for a new kind of space. Tovin stood up. They did it slowly, unfolding from the floor with the deliberate control of someone who was managing a very large feeling and did not want it to escape. Their face, the face Aelith had seen hostile, wary, sarcastic, briefly unguarded, and everything in between, was now something she had not seen before. It was fury. "You're saying," Tovin said, and their voice was very quiet, "that we're not the disease. We're the cure." Davin looked at them. Looked at their hybrid wings, their mixed features, their 6 years of survival in the margins, their lifetime of being told that what they were was a threat to the structural stability of the world. "Yes," he said. "I am sorry." "You're sorry." Tovin's hands were clenched at their sides. The fine tremor that Aelith had first seen in Brack's tea shop, the tremor of a plate being offered, of food being given, was there again, but this time it was not grief. It was rage. "I have spent 6 years hiding in the cracks of a world that wants me dead. I have compressed myself into a whisper. I have stolen food and slept in wreckage and watched other half-bloods disappear, heard their signals go quiet, one by one, and I told myself it was because we were wrong. Because we were mistakes. Because the compact was right and we were the thing it needed to be protected from." They were shaking. Not trembling, shaking, the full-body vibration of someone whose entire framework of self-understanding was being demolished and rebuilt in real time. "And you're telling me that everything, the hiding, the hunting, the wardens, the fear, the collapsed thresholds, the people who vanished, all of it happened because someone forgot to turn off a quarantine that should have ended 300 years ago? Because the compact was supposed to be temporary and nobody bothered to stop it?" "The failure was not negligence," Davin said carefully. "The sunset condition required active dissolution. Someone, or some group, prevented that dissolution from occurring. The records are redacted. I have not been able to determine who or why. But the result is the same. The compact continued past its intended lifespan. The natural integration process began to assert itself, and the people caught in between, the half-bloods, the margin dwellers, the ones who exist on multiple frequencies, became the scapegoats for a structural failure that has nothing to do with them." "We're the cure," Tovin said again. They said it like they were testing the words, like they were made of glass and might break in their mouth. "What Sylum needs," Davin said, and he spoke now with the slow, precise emphasis of a man delivering the conclusion of a 19-year argument, "is new thresholds. Not sill thresholds or mere thresholds or hail thresholds, integrating thresholds. Spaces where multiple frequencies coexist without interference. Spaces that demonstrate, structurally, that the natural state of magic is integration. And only half-bloods can build these, Aelith said. Only someone who already carries integration inside them can project it outward. A single-frequency person can only build a single-frequency space. A half-blood, someone who broadcasts on two frequencies in balance, can build a threshold that holds two frequencies in balance. It is the only structural solution to the compact's decay. Not containment. Not more separation. Integration. Built by the very people the current system is trying to eliminate. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of the implications, the weight, the terrible clarity of a truth that changed everything and solved nothing, because knowing the answer and being able to implement it were separated by a wall of wardens and centuries of institutional fear, and a compact that was still, even as it died, being enforced. A message arrived. Not through a door, through the relay network, the collapsed zone communication system that Tovin had shown them. A small, luminous packet of compressed information, delivered to the threshold's edge and unwrapped by Tovin's practiced hands. Kala's handwriting, tiny and precise. Evidence compiled. Compact decay acceleration confirmed by independent mirror data matches Davin's models exactly. Brack has provided testimony. His daughter Marat was a half-blood. Fairy witch, like Tovin. Her threshold collapsed during a decay event. The Wardens recorded it as structural failure. Brack says the Wardens knew she was a half-blood. They knew before the collapse. They did nothing.
They did nothing.
Also, the recent Sil Council redactions I've been tracking, they're not hiding Leora's history. They're hiding the sunset condition. Someone on the current council discovered that the compact was meant to be temporary, and instead of making this information public, they buried it. The cover-up is not 19 years old. It is 300. Aelith read the message aloud. When she finished, the room was very still. Brack knew, Tovin said. Their voice had gone flat. He knew Maret was a half-blood. He knew the Wardens knew. And they stopped. He still made me a plate. Nobody spoke for a moment. The threshold hummed around them. Davin's long years of research, the equations and diagrams and the long downward curve of the compact's decay, all of it pointing to the same conclusion. And Kala's message, from the surface, confirming it from a different direction. Two lines of evidence, converging like the frequencies in Aelith's blood. We have the truth, Aelith said. And we have the proof. Davin's research. Kala's archival evidence. Brack's testimony. Tovin's existence. Mine. The compact was temporary. Half-bloods are the solution. Containment is making it worse. Having the truth and being believed are different things, Wren said. He had not moved from the window. The grey cottage in Dunmore was visible through the glass, small, distant, the fence posts leaning at the edge of the village. The place Aelith had left. The place Davin had watched for 19 years. The Wardens operate on institutional certainty. Viera Sil has spent her career enforcing the compact. You can show her the evidence. You can present the research. But you cannot make her believe it. Not with words. Then how? Wren had been looking at the grey cottage for a long time. A human village. Fence posts. A road that turned right. The ordinary, unmagical place where Aelith had grown up invisible. Everything the Wardens had trained him to believe half-bloods destroy, and it was just a village. Small and quiet and real. The evidence had not been in Davin's equations. It had been in the window all along. He turned from it. His face was serious and certain and carrying the weight of everything he had been and everything he had chosen to stop being. "You build a threshold," he said. "An integrating threshold. A space that holds two frequencies without interference. Not a theory. Not a model. Not an argument." He paused. "You build what your father has been trying to describe for 19 years. And you show them. Because Vera Syl will not believe evidence. She will not believe research. But she has watched 7 thresholds collapse. She has stood in front of 7 doors that go nowhere. And if you build a door that stays, a door that holds, she will have to choose between what she has always believed and what she is looking at." "The Wardens are going to find us," Tobin said. "Vera herself is coming. We have very little time." Davin stood at his wall of research. 19 years. Every surface covered. Every calculation pointing to a daughter he could see but not reach, and an answer he could find but not build. He looked at Aelith. "I have spent 19 years on one question," he said. "I think I have the answer." A pause. His hands were shaking. His eyes behind the ill-fitting spectacles were bright with the specific intensity of a man who has finally, after everything, been heard. "But you are not going to like it." "Tell me." "The answer is not a formula. It is not a technique. It is not something I can give you." He touched the wall. "The answer is you." He let the words stand. His hand rested on the wall, on the equations, the diagrams, the 19 years of work that had all been leading to a 3-word sentence. The room was very still. "All of you. Both frequencies, both halves, broadcast at full power, with nothing suppressed and nothing hidden. You build a threshold the way anyone builds a threshold, by knowing who you are and projecting it outward. The difference is that you carry 2 frequencies. Your threshold will carry 2 frequencies. And if you can hold them in balance, really hold them, not compressed, not dampened, but fully, loudly, simultaneously present, then the space you build will be an integrating space. A room where 2 magics coexist. And if I can't hold them?" Davin's silence was its own answer. "Then the threshold collapses," Tovin said. "Like Marit's." The window onto Dunmore showed the grey cottage. The fence posts. The road. 19 years of watching. 19 years of answers that could not be delivered through glass. Aelith stood in her father's threshold and looked at the walls covered in her entire life, translated into equations and frequency patterns, and the obsessive, shaking handwriting of a man who loved her and could not reach her and had spent every moment of their separation trying to solve the problem of her existence. She had the answer. The answer was herself. Now she needed the chance to prove it. Chapter 21. The Commander. Vera Syl walked into the collapsing threshold with the calm of a person who has done this before, and the fear of a person who knows what it costs. Aelith saw her before she heard her. The deep's acoustics were unreliable, sounds arrived late or early, or from directions that didn't correspond to anything physical, but light behaved itself, mostly, and the light that preceded Vera was unmistakable. Syl enforcement frequency. A cold, precise radiance that cut through the deep's murk like a blade through gauze. Behind Vera, 4 wardens in formation. Their frequencies were controlled, professional, broadcasting in tight, disciplined patterns that made the air around them rigid. Where they walked, the deep's chaos stilled. Reality remembered its manners. The floor solidified. The walls stopped breathing. Davin's threshold groaned. "It's them," Davin said. Unnecessarily. He had gone very pale. His hands, which had stopped shaking for the first time in hours during his conversation with Aelith, were shaking again. Wren stepped forward. He was still wearing his rumpled Warden uniform, and Aelith thought, absurdly, that he looked like a boy wearing his father's clothes, which in a way he was. The uniform belonged to a version of Wren that no longer existed. "Stay behind me," Wren said. "No," Aelith said. "Aelith." "I said no." She surprised herself with how steady her voice was. Not brave. Not defiant. Just finished. She was finished standing behind things, behind enchantments, behind other people, behind the careful lie that she was small and quiet and nobody. She came for me. She gets me. Tovin, crouched against the far wall of Davin's deteriorating threshold, said nothing. They watched with the flat, assessing gaze of someone calculating exits. Aelith had learned to recognize that look over the past days, their weight shifting to the balls of their feet, their hybrid wings pressing tighter against their spine, folding in on themselves until Tovin was as small a target as architecture allowed. They had been running their entire life. Their body was already deciding which direction to bolt. But they didn't move. They stayed. Aelith was not sure Tovin knew why. Neither was Tovin. Davin was backing toward his research table, the one piece of furniture that remained solid, anchored by decades of obsessive purpose. His frequency maps covered the walls in layers, equations written over equations, corrections over corrections, the visual record of a man who had spent 19 years trying to prove mathematically what his daughter would prove by existing. The maps were curling at the edges now. The enforcement frequency was eating them. Vera stopped at the threshold's edge. Her pale eyes swept the interior, Davin's study with its frequency maps peeling off the walls, the window that looked onto grey Dunmore, the scattered research that represented 19 years of obsessive hope. She took it in professionally with a grief that was older than this particular ruin. "Rensil," she said. Her voice carried the precision of someone accustomed to being heard without raising it. "You are absent without authorization from your post. You have aided a designated compact threat in evading lawful containment. You have compromised an active Warden operation. These are not charges I bring lightly." Wren's jaw tightened. "Commander." "I am not finished." Vera's gaze moved to Aelith. It was not what Aelith expected. She had imagined hatred, or cold indifference, or the mechanical calculation of someone following orders. What she saw was worse. Vera looked at her the way Brack had looked at her in the tea shop that first afternoon, with the unbearable recognition of something she had seen before and lost. "You are the half-blood," Vera said. "Not a question." "I have a name." "I know your name." "Aelith Voss, daughter of Leora Syl and Davin Voss. Born 19 years ago. Dull frequency broadcast, elf-human integration, structurally incompatible with the compact separation architecture." Vera recited it the way Kala recited archive entries, facts assembled, cross-referenced, complete. "I have known your file longer than you have known your own history. The Frequency Stability Committee flagged your birth event. We have been monitoring for your emergence since you were 3 days old." The words landed in Aelith's chest like stones dropped into still water. 3 days old. They had known. The Wardens, the Council, the people who ran this realm, they had known about her since before her mother's milk had dried. "Then you know I'm not a threat." Something flickered across Vera's face, too fast to read, too real to fake. It was gone before Aelith could name it. The commander's composure reassembled itself with the precision of someone who had spent decades ensuring that no one ever saw her doubt. "I know you caused a localized layer collapse at the Fen Street Market that was visible to 340 civilians across 2 frequency layers. I know you destabilized a junction corridor simply by walking through it. I know that your dual broadcast has accelerated the decay rate in every sector you have passed through. Vera took a step into the threshold. The air resisted her, Davin's space was fragile, and the enforcement frequency was wrong for it, a key forced into the wrong lock. The walls shuddered. I know that you are, by every metric we possess, exactly the kind of structural anomaly that precedes a collapse event. She didn't choose to be born, Wren said. No one chooses to be born. That does not make the consequences less real. Vera turned to Wren, and something shifted in her expression. An exhausted patience, a teacher watching her brightest student's catastrophic error. You were one of the best cadets I have trained. You understood the compact. You understood why containment exists. What changed? I met her. That is not a reason. That is a feeling. Then I'll give you reasons. Wren's voice steadied. He was speaking her language now, Warden language, the formal cadence of reports and regulations, and the institutional logic that Vera lived inside. Warden Code, Section 4. Containment authority requires demonstrated active threat. She has not attacked anyone. The market overlap was unintentional. She did not know she could do it, had no training to prevent it, and has not repeated it. Under Section 4, she does not meet the threshold for involuntary containment. The market overlap was a frequency event, not an assault. Section 7 distinguishes between intentional compact violation and structural anomaly. She is a structural anomaly. You don't contain anomalies, Commander. You study them? Vera was still. The wardens behind her exchanged glances. Aelith could feel their discomfort. The enforcement frequency wavered, just slightly, like a note played by a musician who has begun to doubt the key signature. He paused. The regulation came slower, not memorized, discovered. Something he had read once and filed away because it contradicted everything else he was taught. Section 12, Wren continued, and his voice was shaking now, but he did not stop. The Warden mandate is to preserve Sylum's structural integrity, not to preserve the compact. The compact is a tool. If the tool is failing, and it is failing, Commander, you know it is failing. You have watched it fail for 19 years. Then clinging to the tool is not preservation. It is collapse by another name. Silence. The deep breathed around them, that wet, unstable exhalation of a realm eating itself from the inside. Davin's threshold flickered. A frequency map curled off the wall and drifted to the floor like a dead leaf. Aelith watched Vera's face. She had been watching it the entire time Wren spoke, and what she saw there was not anger. It was the expression of someone hearing their own doubts spoken aloud by someone they trusted, which was worse than anger, because anger you could dismiss. Doubt you had to answer. The wardens behind Vera were still. Aelith wondered how many of them had the same doubts. How many had watched thresholds collapse and thought privately in the parts of themselves they did not bring to briefings. Is this working? Is any of this working? Vera looked at Wren for a long moment. Then she looked past him, at Tovin. Tovin had not spoken. They had not moved from their crouch against the wall. They were small and sharp and feral, wearing stolen clothes from 3 different layers, their hybrid wings pressed flat against their back, their face blank with the careful emptiness of someone who has learned that drawing attention is the fastest way to get hurt. How old are you? Vera asked. Tovin's eyes narrowed. They did not straighten from their crouch. They did not uncross their arms or unfold their wings, or do any of the things that a person does when a commander asks them a direct question. They simply looked at Vera with the level assessment of someone who has been asked this question before by other people in uniforms and has learned that the answer is never the point. Old enough. How long have you been in the margins? Long enough. Vera's expression did something complicated. Not compassion, exactly, the recognition of a failure she had not known she was responsible for. She had spent her career hunting the consequences of the compact's breakdown. She had not considered that some of those consequences were children. "You think I want to hunt a child?" Vera said, and her voice cracked. Just slightly. Just enough. "I have watched 7 thresholds collapse. 7 homes disappear with everyone inside them. I carried a woman out of the 3rd one. She was alive when I reached her and dead before I reached the junction. Her threshold took her with it. That is what happens when the frequencies destabilize. That is what I am trying to prevent." "By containing the people who didn't cause it," Aelith said. "By containing the people who accelerate it. Same result. Different excuse." The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. Aelith counted her own heartbeats. Vera did not move. She did not give the order. She stood in the ruins of Davin's threshold, surrounded by the evidence of a problem she had been fighting her entire career, and she did nothing, which was itself an answer. The words hung between them. Aelith felt the truth of them in her own body, felt it the way she felt her dual frequency, not as something she had chosen, but as something she was. Vera was not wrong about the danger. The decay was real. The collapses were real. 7 homes, and the people inside them, real. But the solution was wrong. "My mother knew," Aelith said. "Lyra, your former counselor. She understood the compact better than anyone, and she ran. Not because she was afraid of you, because she was afraid of what the council would do to her daughter in the name of preservation. My mother was right. The people running Sylum would rather contain the evidence than face the problem. Your mother violated. The compact is failing because it was never meant to last." Aelith took a step forward. The deep trembled. Her dual frequency, the elf light and the human warmth, the impossible contradiction, pulsed outward, and for a moment the collapsing space around them steadied. Not much. Not permanently. But enough for everyone to feel it. It is trying to end itself. Half-bloods don't break it, we prove it was already broken. And if you contain us, if you keep hunting kids like Tovin and hiding the evidence and pretending the solution is more enforcement, then every threshold in Sylum will collapse. Not some of them. All of them. The enforcement frequency dimmed. The Wardens shifted behind Vera, uneasy, their broadcast wavering, the reaction of people whose certainty has been given a problem it cannot solve. "You are 19 years old," Vera said. "You have been in Sylum for weeks. You are telling me that you understand the compact better than people who have spent centuries maintaining it. I'm telling you that I am the compact's answer, whether you like it or not." She did not know where the certainty came from. Weeks ago she could not have said this. Weeks ago she could not have said anything. The enchantment had swallowed her voice along with everything else. But the enchantment was gone, and the voice was hers, and she was done whispering. Vera said nothing. The silence between them was not empty. It was the silence of a structure under load, bearing weight it was not designed for, holding because the alternative was collapse. The deep groaned. A section of Davin's threshold, the far wall, the one with the window looking onto Dunmore, began to dissolve. Davin made a sound small and helpless, the sound of a man watching 19 years of work come apart. The window flickered. Grey Dunmore appeared and disappeared like a bad signal. Vera looked at the collapsing wall. She looked at Aelith. She looked at Tovin, still pressed against the remaining wall, alive and impossible and proof of everything the Wardens had failed to account for. Something broke in Vera's face. Not visibly. She was too disciplined for that. But Aelith saw it. The way a crack appears in ice. Silent, structural, irreversible. The commander had come here with certainty. She was leaving with a question she did not want to ask. She raised her hand. The warden stopped. "Show me," she said. Her voice was steady. Her eyes were not. "Show me what you think you can build." Chapter 22. The Building. The deep was collapsing, and Aelith was done hiding. The wall behind Davin went. He moved toward it before Aelith could register what was happening. A lunge, both hands out, grabbing for papers that were already nothing. 19 years of frequency calculations, gone in the time it took to reach for them. The window to Dunmore was gone. The floor beneath them was still solid, but Aelith could feel it thinking about not being. "We need to move," Wren said. "Where?" Tovin's voice was flat with the pragmatism of someone who had lived in collapsing spaces before. "The junction corridor is an hour's walk through unstable deep. The enforcement frequency," they jerked their chin toward the wardens, "is making everything worse. Every threshold in range is destabilizing." Vera heard this. Her jaw tightened, but she did not deny it. The warden's disciplined broadcast, the very thing that made them effective, was incompatible with the deep's fragile architecture. Their presence was a hammer in a room made of glass. "Pull back your frequency," Aelith said to Vera. "If we pull back our frequency, we lose structural reinforcement. This space collapses in minutes." "It's collapsing anyway. Your frequency is the wrong shape for this place. You're holding up a building by pushing on the walls." Vera looked at her. Something calculated behind those pale eyes, not trust, but the desperate arithmetic of someone running out of options. She raised her hand. The wardens dimmed. Their enforcement broadcast dropped to a whisper, barely there, and the deep around them shuddered and then, very slightly, eased. Like a chest that had been compressed finally drawing breath. "Show me," Vera repeated. "You said you were the compact's answer." "Show me." Aelith stood in the wreckage of her father's life's work and thought about building. What she had found was messy and contradictory and loud. The elf light of her mother's frequency and the human warmth of her father's blood, the anger and the humor and the grief and the stubborn, ridiculous refusal to be invisible. She did not know if it was enough. She did not know if a few weeks of being a person could outweigh 19 years of being no one. The floor lurched. Aelith's stomach went with it. She caught Tovin's arm. They caught hers. The remaining walls tilted. Her feet knew the floor was still there, but her body had stopped trusting it, which was its own kind of truth. The threshold was entering its final minutes. The space that had housed her father's obsession for 2 decades was becoming nothing, and the nothing was spreading. Wren moved closer to her. Not protectively. He had learned that she did not want to be protected, but with the instinct of someone who wanted to be near if the floor disappeared. The wardens shifted at the threshold's crumbling edge. One of them looked at Vera with an expression that clearly asked, "Commander, should we retreat?" Vera did not retreat. She stood in the dissolving doorway like a woman who had decided that whatever happened next, she would witness it. "Aelith." Davin's voice. Quiet. Wrecked. He was standing in the rubble of his threshold, surrounded by nothing, and his hands had stopped shaking. "You don't need to understand the mechanism. I spent 19 years trying to understand the mechanism. That's not what this requires." "What does it require?" "You." He almost smiled. "Just you. All of you. That's the part I could never figure out from the outside. The mathematics said it was possible, but mathematics can't tell you what it feels like. You have to broadcast. Both frequencies. Full power. No suppression. Full broadcast killed your threshold. My threshold was built by a human with no magic of his own, sustained by borrowed frequency and desperate mathematics. It was always going to fail. He looked at the empty space where his window had been. Your threshold will be different, because you carry both frequencies inside you. You are not borrowing. You are the integration. Tovin stood up from the wall. They crossed their arms, their hybrid wings shifting beneath their stolen clothes. For the record, they said, if this doesn't work and we all get pulled into whatever void swallows people when thresholds collapse, I want it noted that I had reservations. Noted, Aelith said. Also, I was against this from the beginning. Also noted. Also, you're the most annoying person I've met in the margins, and I've met people who eat beetles. That's very touching, Tovin. It wasn't meant to be. Wren said nothing. He was watching Aelith with the focused attention of someone who has run out of things he can do, and is committing to memory the face of someone who is about to try something impossible. In case it doesn't work. In case he needs to remember. Aelith closed her eyes. Then she opened them, because closing your eyes when you're about to try to reshape reality seemed like a poor survival strategy. The deep pulsed around them. She could feel it, the vast, broken architecture of a realm that was slowly, deliberately, trying to unmake the walls its builders had put up. The compact's decay was not entropy. It was intention. A thing trying to end itself, trying to return to the state it had existed in before three peoples decided that separation was easier than coexistence. The deep was not chaos. It was a question asked over and over, in the language of collapsing thresholds and overlapping frequencies. Why are you still apart? She felt it. She had been feeling it since the enchantment broke, the two frequencies inside her, the elf light and the human warmth, running parallel but never touching. Her mother's enchantment had kept them separate, suppressed, folded tight against each other like hands pressed together in prayer. Since the enchantment's failure they had been unfurling, reaching, and every time they brushed against each other the world stuttered. She had been afraid of that stutter. Everyone had been afraid of it. The market overlap. The junction corridors destabilizing as she walked through them. Reality flinching when she felt too much. She stopped being afraid of it. Not bravely. Not with some grand decision or some revelation or some cinematic moment of clarity. She simply ran out of room for the fear. There was too much else. The anger at 19 years of erasure, the grief for a mother who had loved her into invisibility, the fragile, astonishing warmth of the people standing in this collapsing space who had chosen to stand with her. Brack and his tea and his gruff refusal to admit he cared. Calla and her footnotes, and her courage disguised as academic enthusiasm. Tovin and their sharp edges and their presence here, now, despite every survival instinct telling them to run. Wren and his too long sleeves and his principles that had cost him everything he was raised to be. She was not going to let the world make them invisible, too. She thought of her mother. Not with anger, not entirely, but with the terrible, clear-eyed love of a daughter who understood what Leora had done, and why she had done it, and how it had been both the bravest and most devastating act of love in the history of this broken realm. Leora had hidden her. Leora had diminished her. Leora had done it because the alternative was worse. And Leora had been wrong, but she had been wrong as a mother throws herself over her child during an earthquake. The instinct is right even when the execution costs everything. Aelith forgave her. Not completely. Not neatly. But enough to let it go. Enough to stop carrying the weight of it. Just for this moment, just long enough to build. Aelith broadcast. Both frequencies. Full power. No suppression. It hurt. Physically, it felt like standing in warm rain and cold wind simultaneously, which was uncomfortable but bearable. What hurt was the vulnerability. Full broadcast meant full self. Every part of her, the anger and the humor and the loneliness and the hope, the elf precision and the human chaos. The 19 years of nothing and the weeks of everything, projected outward without filter. She was not invisible. She was the opposite of invisible. She was a signal fire. The deep responded. The chaos around them paused. A room goes quiet when someone walks in who changes the dynamic. Aelith felt the two frequencies touch. In her body, in the space around her, the elf light and the human warmth met. They should have stuttered. They should have produced the reality fracture that everyone feared, the incompatible overlap, the structural collapse, the proof that Vera was right and half-bloods were the problem. They didn't stutter. They wove. It was not elegant. It was not the clean architectural precision of a sill threshold, or the warm organic growth of a mere garden, or the practical solidity of a Hale kitchen. It was messy and inconsistent and deeply, unmistakably her. The air between her outstretched hands solidified, not into walls, but into something more like a membrane, translucent, shimmering, shot through with elf light and radiating human warmth. And then the senses arrived, one by one, as if the room was announcing itself. The air tasted of salt and wild honey, two flavors that should not exist in the same breath, and did anyway, and it was hers. A sound rose from the integration, not music, not yet, but two notes finding each other across an octave, the harmonic settling like a hand placed on a wound. High and clear, her mother's frequency, the sill precision she had inherited and never been allowed to use. Low and steady, her father's warmth, the human constancy that had watched her through glass for 18 years. Together they made something that had no name in any of the three people's languages. The threshold smelled like rain on warm stone and the copper tang of her mother's wards. Dunmore and Sylum, both. Neither. Hers. The Wardens flinched, not from threat, from wonder. The dual frequency pressed against their skin like sunlight through colored glass, warm and strange and impossible to look away from. One of them raised a hand, half reaching toward the light leaking from the seams. Then he caught himself and lowered it and stood very still. She shaped it with her presence, with the accumulated weight of everything she had learned about who she was, the invisible girl who was never invisible, the half-blood who was not half of anything but wholly, completely, stubbornly herself. She thought of Brack's kitchen, where the copper pots held memories and the tea was always exactly what you needed. She thought of Cala's archive, where books argued with each other and knowledge was alive. She thought of the junction corridors where three frequencies almost touched. She thought of Dunmore, gray, forgettable Dunmore, and the cottage where a mother's wards had covered every wall, desperate and beautiful, and ultimately not enough. She poured all of it into the space between her hands. The membrane expanded. It found edges. It made walls, imperfect walls, walls that breathed and shifted and let light leak from the seams like a lantern assembled by someone who understood the principle but was building one for the first time. The floor settled beneath her feet, uneven, but solid, present. The room took shape around her. It was small, barely large enough for the people standing in it to stand without touching. The walls shimmered with a light that was neither silver nor human gold but something between, a color Aelith did not have a name for, warm and precise and contradictory and alive. The air inside was still, stable. The dual frequencies coexisted not because they had been forced to, but because the space had been built by someone who carried both. Aelith's knees buckled. The effort, psychic rather than physical, the cost of projecting yourself without reservation, hit her all at once. She stumbled forward, and Wren caught her hand. His grip was firm and careful and warm in a way that had nothing to do with frequency. His palm against hers. His fingers closing around her hand with the precision of someone who has been trained to catch falling things and the gentleness of someone who is not thinking about training at all. Neither of them let go. It lasted a beat, maybe two, long enough for Aelith to feel the steadiness of his hand and the slight tremor in it. Not fear, something else, something neither of them had a name for yet. Long enough for her to look up and find his eyes, and see in them an expression that was complicated and new and entirely sincere. Then she found her balance. He released her hand. They did not speak about it. There would be time to speak about it later, when the world was not collapsing, when there was a floor to stand on that was not her own exhaustion. But the air in the threshold, already warm, grew warmer. Something in the space between them had changed. Not resolved, not named, but acknowledged. A door opened that neither of them had the energy to walk through yet. But it was open. Tovin was staring at the wall. They had pressed themselves against it, not hiding, not crouching, but leaning in, as a person leans toward a fire on a cold night. Their hand was flat against the shimmering surface. Their eyes were wide. "It doesn't reject me," they said. Their voice was stripped of its usual armor, no sarcasm, no sharpness, no defensive edge. Just wonder, raw and unguarded. "I'm broadcasting both my frequencies, and it doesn't reject me." "It's built from both," Aelith said. She was exhausted. The words came slowly, but they came true. "It's built from integration. You're integrated. You belong here." Something in Tovin's face broke open. Not dramatically. Tovin would never do anything dramatically. But the careful blankness, the survival mask they had worn since Aelith met them, cracked along a seam that had been holding for years. Their hand stayed on the wall. Their wings, the hybrid wings with patterns that no mere family claimed, unfolded slightly from beneath their clothes. Not all the way. Just enough. Vera stood at the threshold's edge. She had not entered. The wardens behind her had not moved. They were watching the impossible, a space built by a half-blood, stable, shimmering, holding, with the expressions of people whose understanding of the world had just been rearranged without their permission. Viera's face showed nothing. Her eyes showed everything. "It holds," she said. Not to anyone. To herself. To the evidence in front of her that contradicted 19 years of certainty. The threshold stood. Fragile, small, glowing at the seams. Aelith stood inside a room she had built from herself. And she was not invisible. Chapter 23. The Room. The room smelled like elf light and human heat, and the biscuits Brack was already baking. Aelith had no idea how he had got there. One moment the space held only the people who had been present at its building, Aelith, Wren, Tovin, Davin, and the silent audience of Vera's wardens outside. The next, Brack Hale filled the doorway with his broad shoulders and flour-dusted apron, and the expression of a man who had walked an unreasonable distance through unstable deep because he had felt a new space connect to the junction network and would be damned if he let anyone inhabit it without a proper cup of tea. He described the journey later in the clipped, practical terms of someone who considered cross-realm navigation roughly equivalent to a brisk walk. The junction network had hummed with a new note, a warmth in the frequency map that had not been there a moment before. He had followed it. Witches followed warmth the way rivers followed gravity, without particular surprise and without stopping for directions. "Terrible location," he said, surveying the room's interior with the critical eye of a man who had opinions about every room he had ever entered and was not about to make an exception for a magically impossible one. Structurally unsound floor. No ventilation. The walls are leaking light, which in my experience means they'll leak heat as well. And this. He pressed his boot against the uneven floor, and it shifted beneath him like a sleeping animal adjusting its position. This is not a floor. This is an opinion about floors. It's my first one, Aelith said. Obviously. He set down a kettle. Where had the kettle come from? He had carried it through the collapsing deep, through corridors of unstable magic, past Warden patrols, because the kettle was as essential to Brack's existence as his own skeleton. You'll want to reinforce the corners. The seams are the weakest points. I can show you witches are good with seams. And the floor needs flattening, though I've seen worse. Merritt's first threshold had a floor that actively argued with gravity. You'd put a cup down, and it would slide to whichever wall the floor was favoring that afternoon. He said it without pausing, without his voice changing, without the careful avoidance that usually surrounded Merritt's name in conversation, the way people step around a hole in the floor. Merritt's name in the same breath as practical advice, a dead daughter mentioned with the same matter-of-fact tone as kettle placement. But his hands, his large, flour-dusted hands, were very careful as he set the kettle on the floor that was only an opinion about floors. Very careful and very gentle, the hands of a man who has lost something and has found, not a replacement, but a reason to keep making tea. Pith arrived approximately 40 seconds later, materializing on a wall ledge that had not existed until the cat required it. He sat, stared at Aelith with the elaborate indifference of a creature who wanted it clearly understood that his presence was a coincidence, and spent the next several minutes grooming himself with the intensity of someone performing a very important job. Calla was already there when Aelith next noticed her. She had slipped in during Brack's critique of the floor, unannounced, already writing. She must have sprinted from the mirror layer, which was technically in a different frequency stratum, and meant at least 2 junction corridors and a destabilized intersection. Her scarves, 7 of them, each representing a different archive's lending privileges, were tangled around her neck in a configuration that suggested they had been put on in the dark, in a hurry, by someone woken from a nap by a frequency pulse that made every monitoring instrument in her archive scream. The harmonics are... She stopped, staring. Her large green eyes swept the room, the shimmering walls, the light leaking from the seams, the impossible coexistence of frequencies. Her mouth opened. It closed. It opened again. This shouldn't work. The frequency integration model predicts destructive interference at this proximity. The dual-band harmonics should produce a standing wave that collapses the "Where is my pen?" She found a pen. She found paper. She began writing. She wrote standing up, using the nearest wall as a desk, and the wall accommodated her, the shimmering surface flattened into a stable writing surface as if the space understood what she needed and had decided to provide it. "The wall is helping," Calla said. Delighted. "The wall is structurally responsive to intent." "That's not. Thresholds don't do that. Thresholds are static once built. They reflect their builder's psyche at the moment of creation, and then they hold that shape until they decay or collapse. This one is." She pressed her palm flat against it, and the surface rippled with warmth. "Adaptive. It's adaptive. It responds to the people inside it. It's still being built. It's building ITS." "Calla," Aelith said. "Breathe." "I am breathing. I am breathing, and also documenting a phenomenon that overturns approximately 400 years of threshold theory. And if you think I am going to do only one of those things at a time, you vastly underestimate my ability to multitask while hyperventilating." She wrote faster. "The Mirror archives have 17 theoretical papers predicting that integrating thresholds are impossible. I have personally read all 17. I cited 3 of them in my own research. I was wrong. They were wrong. We were all wrong, and this room is the proof, and I need a larger piece of paper." Brack, without looking up from the tea he was preparing, reached into his apron and produced a folded sheet of butcher's paper. He handed it to Calla. She took it without questioning why a tea shop owner carried butcher's paper in his apron, because in Brack's case the answer was always because he might need it, and he was always right. The tea was ready. Brack poured with the solemn concentration he brought to all beverages, the concentration of a man who believed that a properly brewed cup was a moral act, and that carelessness with tea was a character flaw on par with dishonesty or unkindness. The floor made the cups wobble. Brack frowned at the floor. The floor, wisely, did not respond. Tovin had not moved from the wall. They were still standing where they had been when the room formed, but differently now. An hour in, or two, the deep made time approximate, they had been testing the wall with quiet, methodical persistence, pressing different spots, broadcasting at different intensities, waiting for the flinch that never came. Their hybrid frequencies, the fairy and witch combination that should have been structurally incompatible with everything, met only welcome. They had been searching for the boundary, the limit, the place where it said no. There was no such place. Their face wore an expression Aelith had never seen on them before. Not their usual sharpness. Not the defensive sarcasm or the testing hostility or the careful blankness. Something underneath all of that, something that had been buried so deep and for so long that its emergence looked almost like pain. They pressed their hand harder against the wall. The room responded, a pulse of warmth, a brightening of the light around their fingers, a gentle, unmistakable acknowledgement. You belong here. You are not wrong. You are not a mistake. Tovin laughed. It burst out of them, sudden, startled, almost involuntary, like a sneeze or a sob. Not a dark laugh or a bitter one. A real laugh. The laugh of someone who had just been told something they desperately needed to hear by a wall that could not lie. It was short, and it cracked in the middle, and it was the most real sound Aelith had ever heard from them. Kala's pen stopped. Brack's kettle paused mid-pour. Even Pith looked up from his grooming. Tovin's hands stayed on the wall. Their eyes were bright. They did not explain the laugh, and nobody asked them to. Tea, Brack said. Into the silence that followed, he poured. He had brought 6 cups. He had known, somehow, the way Brack always knew, exactly how many people would be in this room by the time the water boiled. When Kala had slipped in quietly through the door, he had produced her cup from somewhere inside his apron with no visible surprise, because of course he had. He gave the first cup to Tovin, which was a choice that said everything without saying a word. Wren was in the doorway. He stood at the room's edge, half in and half out, his body caught between the space Aelith had built and the collapsing deep beyond it. His warden uniform, the wrong uniform now, the uniform of an institution he had abandoned for reasons that were principled and personal and tangled together in ways he was still sorting out, looked gray against the warm light. He held himself upright, careful, uncertain about whether he had the right to be here. Aelith looked at him. He looked at her. The complicated expression from before, the one that was new and sincere and had no name yet, was still there, but softer, less alarmed by itself. He was not quite inside the room and not quite outside it, and Aelith thought that this was very Wren, principled enough to stand at the door, honest enough not to pretend he didn't want to come in. "There's tea," she said. "I see that." Brack brought cups. 6 cups, Wren said. He paused. "I was not expecting tea. When I defected from the Wardens and followed a half-blood into the collapsing deep to confront my commanding officer, I did not anticipate that the outcome would involve tea." "You haven't met Brack long enough." "I have met Brack exactly long enough to know that the tea is not optional." "It really isn't." Wren looked at the cup Brack was holding out to him. He looked at Aelith. He stepped inside. The room shifted around him. A subtle recalibration, the walls brightening, the floor steadying. Not from resistance. The space was learning him. His Syl frequency, high, clear, disciplined, entered the harmonic structure, and the room stretched to contain it, the way a conversation stretches to admit a new voice. A fourth note in the chord, unexpected and suddenly necessary. Ren stood still for a moment, feeling it, and something in his shoulders changed. "It works," Calla said. From behind her expanding fortress of notes. Syl frequency integration confirmed. "The harmonic envelope is expanding too, Brack. I need more paper." David sat in the corner. He had been quiet since the room formed, quiet with the settled stillness of a man watching something he had predicted but never believed he would live to see. His frequency maps were gone, dissolved with his own threshold. 19 years of work. But his daughter stood in the center of a room that proved everything those maps had been trying to say, and his hands were still. He was looking at her with pride and fear and the painful recognition that this person does not need you as much as you need them. He had watched her through a window for 18 years, her first steps, her first day of school, her mother's funeral, all of it through glass, all of it silent. And now here she was, in a room she had built from frequencies he could only measure, surrounded by people who had chosen her, and his mathematics were irrelevant because the proof was standing in front of him, and it had his eyes and its mother's stubbornness. "Your mother would have," he began, and then stopped. Whatever Leora would have done or said or felt, he could not finish the sentence. He pressed his lips together. He held his cup of tea with both steady hands. Aelith crossed the room and sat beside him, not touching, not speaking, just near, just present. "It's a good room," he said. His voice was rough, structurally unconventional. The frequency harmonics are unlike anything in the literature. The seam integrity is questionable, and the floor is. An opinion about floors, Brack told me. But it is a good room. He looked at her. His eyes, behind the spectacles that did not quite fit, were bright. "It is a very good room." Her father, who had watched her through a window for 18 years, was finally on the same side of the glass. "What's that?" Outside the room, Vera Syl had not moved. She stood where she had been standing since Aelith began building, at the edge, the boundary between the impossible room and the collapsing deep. Her wardens flanked her. They had lowered their enforcement frequencies to almost nothing, not because Vera had ordered them to, but because the room's presence seemed to make enforcement unnecessary. The deep around it was calmer, steadier. The way a fever calms when the body begins to fight the infection instead of surrendering to it. Vera watched Brack pour tea. She watched Calla write, pen moving fast across butcher's paper, filling pages with equations that would overturn 4 centuries of scholarship. She watched Tovin lean against the wall, hand pressed flat, their wings slowly, slowly unfurling, each centimeter a small act of trust. She watched Ren drink tea in a room that should not exist, in a uniform that no longer meant what it used to mean. She watched a half-blood girl sit beside her human father in a space built from 2 frequencies that every piece of evidence she had ever been given said could not coexist. The evidence was wrong. She was not ready to say this. She was not ready to believe it. But she was standing in front of it, and Vera Syl was many things, cold, principled, frightened, certain, but she was not a woman who looked away from evidence. She turned. She walked into the deep. The wardens followed. She did not look back, but she did not give the order to destroy it either. Chapter 24. Between. The threshold held. She checked 3 times. It held. Morning, or what passed for morning in the deep, which was less a time of day and more a general agreement among the local physics that light should increase, found Aelith sitting against the wall of a room that should not exist, watching it exist anyway. The walls shimmered. They had been shimmering all night, the pulse slower now, steadied by hours of holding. The elf light ran along the seams in fine threads, silver cool. The human warmth spread from the floor up through the walls in broad, uneven swells. They did not compete. In the small hours, the two frequencies had found a rhythm together, and now the room breathed in that rhythm, unhurried, like something that had been doing this for years. The light leaked from the joints where wall met wall, where floor met wall, the threshold's imperfect architecture confessing that its builder had been 19 years old and had never made anything before. The leaking light was not a flaw. It was the room breathing. The floor had settled overnight. It would probably never be flat. Brack had mentioned this 4 times with the patient disappointment of a man who believed floors had one job and this one was underperforming. But it was solid. It held weight. It held people. It held the remnants of last night. Empty teacups, callous scattered notes, the impression in the corner where Davin had fallen asleep sitting up. Aelith sat and listened to the room. It hummed. Not a sound, exactly a frequency, the dual broadcast she had poured into its walls, playing back to her like an echo. Her own voice, translated into architecture. The elf light sang high and clear. The human warmth thrummed low and steady. Together they made something she had no name for. A chord, maybe. A chord that was also a room, that was also a home, that was also, impossibly, her. She thought about Dunmore. Grey Dunmore, with its grey houses and its grey sky and its people who could not quite remember her name. The village where she had been invisible. The cottage with the wards and 2 handwritings and the scratched plea at child height, "I can hear them," and the pressed flower that hummed and the letter that began, "My heart," and stopped. She could go back. The entry points still existed. The threshold map in her mother's cloak still showed the way. She could walk through the junctions and the corridors and the layered architecture of Sylum, step between 2 leaning fence posts at the edge of a grey village, and be the person she had been for 19 years. Quiet. Small. Forgotten. She was not going back. The realization did not arrive with drama or fanfare. It felt like recognizing something that had already happened, like noticing that a door you thought was open had been quietly, firmly shut, not locked. She could still open it. But she knew, with the bone-deep certainty of someone who has finally stopped arguing with herself, that she would not. Not because Dunmore was bad. It had been her home, and homes leave marks even when they are made of enchantment and forgetting. But because she was no longer the person who fit there. That girl, the quiet one, the invisible one, the daughter nobody could name at the funeral, had been a fiction. A loving fiction, written by a mother who was terrified, but a fiction all the same. Aelith stood. She crossed the room to the far wall, the one that faced roughly toward the human world, though facing was approximate in a space that existed between frequencies. She found a bare patch of shimmering surface, smooth and warm under her fingertips. She wrote on the wall. With her finger, which left a trail of warmth in the responsive surface, the letters glowing faintly as the room absorbed them. I am here. 3 words. Her handwriting, not her mother's elegant Syl script, not her father's desperate scrawl. Hers. Uneven and firm and present. She stepped back and looked at it. The words sat on the wall of her threshold like a declaration of residency, or a prayer, or an answer to a question she had been asking for 19 years. I can hear them, the child had scratched into the cottage doorframe. I am here, the woman wrote on the wall of the room she built from herself. The door was still open. She had not closed it. The threshold's opening looked out onto the deep, calmer now, steadied by the room's integrating frequency, though still unstable, still broken, still a realm in the slow process of eating itself. But calmer. Little. Enough. What? Brack was redesigning the kitchen. He had, at some point during the night, decided that the threshold required a cooking area, and had begun rearranging the far corner with the quiet authority of a man who had been organizing kitchens for decades, and was not about to let a minor detail like, "This space was built by someone else's psyche," interfere with proper food preparation logistics. "The heat distribution is uneven," he announced, to no one in particular. He was crouching by the wall, one hand flat against the shimmering surface, testing the warmth a baker tests an oven. The human frequency runs warm but inconsistent. You'll want to stabilize it if you're planning to cook anything that requires a steady temperature. For instance, bread requires commitment. I wasn't planning to cook bread. Everyone plans to cook bread eventually. It's a fundamental law of having a kitchen. He said this with the absolute conviction of a man who had baked his way through grief and loneliness and the slow collapse of the world around him, and had emerged on the other side with a sourdough starter and the unshakable belief that flour solved more problems than magic. He stood and brushed his hands on his apron. Pith had relocated to the top of the kettle, which was not an appropriate place for a cat, but was, by Pith's reckoning, the warmest spot in the room, and warmth was a cat's fundamental law. I can show you. The reinforcement technique is simple. Witches use it on every new threshold. You press your intent into the seams, and the space remembers the temperature you want. Is that an offer to help? It's an observation about bread. He was already pulling out ingredients from somewhere. A small bag of flour. A packet of salt. These had been in his apron. Brack's apron was, as far as Aelith could determine, functionally infinite, a practical miracle of domestic preparedness that he refused to explain, and she had stopped questioning. Kala had not slept. She had written through the night, and the stack of butcher's paper beside her had grown into something that resembled a doctoral thesis. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by notes, muttering to herself about frequency envelopes and harmonic resonance and the implications for compact theory. "I'm going to publish this," she said, looking up with the intense focus of an academic who has discovered that her entire field is wrong and she has the proof. "Every archive in Sylum is going to receive a copy. The Syl Council is going to receive a copy. The Mere Record is going to receive a copy. I am going to hand-deliver it to the 17 authors of those impossibility papers, and I am going to be," she paused, searching for the word, "civil. I am going to be civil about it. Even. I will simply present the evidence and allow the data to speak for itself." "That doesn't sound like you." "It doesn't, does it? I'll probably also say, 'I told you so,' several times. In the abstract, the methodology section, and the acknowledgments." She returned to her notes, pleased with herself. Tovin was asleep. They were curled against the wall, the same wall they had pressed their hand to last night, the wall that had told them they belonged. Their hybrid wings were fully unfurled, spread against the shimmering surface like a second skin. The patterns on the wings, the mixed heritage that no mere family would claim, glowed faintly in the room's light. In sleep, with their defenses down and their sharp edges softened, Tovin looked exactly like what they were. A teenager who had never had a safe place to rest, and had finally found one. Aelith looked at them for a long time. Then she looked away, because some things are private even when they happen in a room you built. Wren was cleaning his uniform. He sat near the door, still near the door, still on the boundary, still Wren, with the gray Warden fabric spread across his knees and a cloth in his hand. He was polishing buttons. The buttons did not need polishing. The uniform did not need cleaning. But Wren was a creature of habit raised in an institution that valued order and maintenance, and the act of caring for the uniform was not about the uniform. It was about deciding who he was now that the uniform no longer defined him. "You could take it off," Aelith said. He looked up. "And wear what?" "Something that fits. Something with sleeves the right length, maybe." He almost smiled. It was the closest thing to a smile she had seen from him, not the polite Warden expression or the earnest attempt at connection, but something real and slightly self-aware. "I don't know what fits yet," he said. "I'm still working it out." "So am I." "I know." He folded the cloth. He looked at the room, the imperfect walls, the breathing light, the found family scattered across its surfaces. "You built this." "I built a room." "You built a proof." Davin was awake. He had moved from the corner to the threshold's opening, where he stood looking out at the deep, not through a window, not from a safe distance, but from the doorway of his daughter's threshold, with the calm of a man who had spent 19 years watching and was finally standing where the watching ended. His hands were still. They had been still since the threshold formed. Aelith did not know if this was permanent, if the shaking would return, if the cost of living magicless in a magical realm had done damage that a single night of stability could not undo. But for now, his hands held a cup of Brack's tea and did not spill a drop. "Your mother would have understood this," he said. He had been trying to say this since last night. The sentence had defeated him then. It did not defeat him now. "She would have understood the frequency integration before I could finish explaining it. She was always faster than me, smarter, more certain." "She was also wrong," Aelith said. "About the enchantment. About hiding me." "Yes." He did not flinch from it. "She was wrong about that. She was terrified, and she was brilliant, and she was wrong." He sipped the tea. "I was wrong too. I stayed here and studied the problem instead of going with her and being a father. I thought I could find the answer in the mathematics. I thought if I could just prove the theory, she would bring you home." He looked at her. "You came home without the theory." "I came home without knowing it was home." "That's how it usually works." They stood together at the threshold's door. The deep stretched before them, vast, unstable, slowly dying, slowly being born. Somewhere beyond it, Sylum's 3 layers continued their enforced separation. Somewhere, Vera Syl was composing a report she did not know how to write, because the evidence contradicted the conclusion, and Vera was not a woman who falsified evidence. Somewhere, other half-bloods hid in the margins, in collapsed spaces and forgotten junctions, surviving alone, sharp, afraid, waiting without knowing they were waiting for proof that they were not mistakes. Aelith did not know how to find them. She did not know how to fix the compact, or convince the Syl Council, or the mere record, or the Hale consensus that the separation was the disease, not the cure. She did not know how to be what her father's mathematics said she could be, a bridge between frequencies, a proof of concept, a living demonstration that coexistence was not destruction. But she knew how to be here. She knew how to stand in a room she had built and refuse to leave it. She knew how to make tea with Brack and argue footnotes with Calla, and sit in silence with a teenager who had never been told they belonged. She knew how to let Wren figure out who he was at his own pace, from his seat near the door. The proof was small. 1 room. 1 threshold. Imperfect walls and an uneven floor and light leaking from the seams. It was not a revolution. It was not a solution. It was a beginning, the size of a single person's psyche, the shape of a single person's courage, the warmth of a single act of refusing to be invisible. Aelith stood in the center of a room she had built from herself. The walls glowed with elf light. The floor was warm with human heat. Her friends were inside it, Brack baking bread in a kitchen that did not exist yet, Calla rewriting threshold theory on butcher's paper, Tovin asleep against a wall that had told them they belonged, Wren cleaning a uniform he was learning to outgrow. Her father stood at the door and did not shake. The door was open. It would stay open. Whatever came next, the wardens, the council, the compact's continued decay, the slow and difficult work of proving that coexistence was not just possible but necessary, would come through it. She was not invisible. She was not quiet. She was not half of anything. She was here.